All right. Good morning, everyone. Happy Black Friday. Hopefully, everyone had excellent Thanksgiving and is celebrating the holidays. As you can see, it's Christmas time already in the Clemens apartment building here. Yeah, we're going to have a pretty fun event today. I'm just going to probably get right to it. No reason for a fluff intro here. Our first guest will be Roger Vikto from Tunze, or Tunze, I think it's actually pronounced. And we're going to just get to it. We're going to have a lot of new product showcases today. Also, saltwateraquarium.com is doing some promotional giveaways. So pretty much what I'll do, I'll show you how this works so I don't have to re-explain it. I'll put this QR code up in the top left corner. So whenever a brand comes on at the start of the hour, the first person or the first 20 people to buy any item from that brand from saltwateraquarium.com will get a free giveaway item. Additionally, this stacks on top of all of the existing offers and deals on saltwateraquarium.com right now. So it's 20 to even 50% across the board on many, many brands. So this will be the QR code for all of the Tunze products. And without further ado, we're going to have Roger on, and let's get started. Roger, good morning.
Morning. I hope everyone had a good Thanksgiving. It's good to see you, Salem.
Yeah, thanks for coming on Black Friday. I know sometimes it can't be easy after eating a lot of food and staying up late with family. So I appreciate you coming on and having a conversation today.
Yeah, no problem. I'm happy to be here.
All right. So I guess let's get started. Maybe we talk about the new stuff just to get it going. You mentioned you might have some new things to show off that might be coming soon.
Sure. So one, we actually just got in, right? So no one's going to have these yet, but they arrived right before we closed down for Thanksgiving. But this is an update to the 6015. This is going to be, the 6015 has always been a popular pump for everything from little nano tanks. It's a common beginner's pump. They're very inexpensive, but they've increased the performance and added a flow adjustment. So these should be showing up dealers in the next week or so. And essentially, it's like the 6045. You have a mechanical flow adjustment under the housing. And now, instead of the 450 gallon an hour fixed flow rate, you can adjust from 290 to 977 gallons an hour. So these will be pretty much the same price point, $59.99, and should be available well before Christmas. I'd say they'll be on store shelves within a week.
Oh, that's a great stocking stuffer right there, if it sounds like it. Does it still have the 5-year warranty that most all your products have?
Yes.
Wow. So $60, 5-year warranty. I mean, great little nano pump. I mean, that's it can move some water too. It could probably be used for like a 3-foot, 4-foot tank if you've got enough of them, I would assume.
Yeah, I mean, generally, I would say these are suitable for up to about a 3-foot tank. It's going to depend on your inhabitants. It's probably not the best choice for let's say, a 3-foot soft coral tank, maybe a 30-inch tank with a little bit higher flow inhabitants. But that flow, my experience is like a 50, what we used to call a 58 or a 60-gallon tub tank. You really need to get into like the 60, 55s at a bare minimum. So,
yeah, that makes a lot of sense. There's another question here for clarification. I know you said it real quick, but what's the gallons per hour adjustable on that guy?
So the old one was pretty much fixed at 450 gallons an hour. This one, the low end, if you turn all the way down, is 290 gallons an hour, and the high end is 970 gallons an hour.
And then does that come with the new controller, or have the web-based app, or?
So this is totally mechanical. I mean, at that price point, this is just a mechanical flow adjustment. You're just adjusting a slide. There's no web access, no electronic controls whatsoever.
I kind of like that on a lot of things, like dimmers on lights and the old slides and things. That's pretty nice for a simple setup, not have to mess with logging into a website to change the flow patterns and stuff. So that's it's nice to see you guys are offering that as well. In addition to all of the new kind of Gen 3 digital controllable line as well that just came out.
And everyone, probably should tackle this early on because, of course, everyone wants to know about the Orca. So I've got I've got the Orca that we had on display at WRAP at my desk here. This is the 6075 version. I want to point out that all models are actually the same basic Orca. It's just which pump they come with, and they are available with no pump. One thing I want to make clear is that in order to connect to the Orca, you need to have one of the newer Hub Edition pumps that has this connector, that older white 4-pin connector that was flat and plugged into the controller will not work with these, because the Orca takes over controlling the pump. Everything's synchronized to where the angle of the pump and the flow rate of the pump are combined. And for that to work, the Orca is actually running all the control. But Orcas are actually on the way to the US now. And I'm going to be holding them here until the apps are online. But we expect that they'll be available before Christmas. That availability is going to be very limited this year, but in January we should get a larger supply. And all I know at this point is sometime before Christmas, the app will be fully translated and ready in the iOS and Android stores. And we will have the product here ready to ship as soon as that happens.
Well, that's great news. I was expecting like late Q1 next year or something. So to hear it's coming now, that's awesome.
They've already been selling them in the German language countries because the app's already online in German. So right now it's being translated to English, and the app is a lot more involved. It's not just an Orca control. It's part of a much bigger project, and will essentially be a complete reef tank management tool. It already brings in all your ICP test results and can give you recommendations on what you need to do and alerts. And so longer term, that's going to be a much bigger part of our program.
Interesting. So what on the Orca in particular, maybe explain how that can mount to a tank. I know it had a kind of modular design prior.
So this is the mounting clamp. And it can mount, you can slide it on this way, and then you've got your typical, mount to the side of the tank. Now, if you have a perimeter brace, you can rotate this and mount it this way. And I should point out that if you wanted to gain, height, you could flip this around. So you can take off the 3 clamps, rotate them the other way, and then you've got clamping from the inside or so that it clamps above and lifts it up slightly. So that's one height adjustment if you had a perimeter brace. And then of course you've also got this depth adjustment here. So you push in the button. It's more or less, you're probably familiar with this. A lot of home tools that are extendable have something like this. You have the perforated pipe and a button that you push in, and you can slide it up or down until it locks in. So that's the maximum length, and then you can push it in, and this would be the minimum length here. So
what's the maximum length on that? How deep could you go?
Oh, I mean, short of leaving here and going to get a tape measure.
Yeah, a guesstimation.
I'm going to guesstimate that's about 16 inches.
Okay. So you would recommend, like, let's say you've got a 36-inch or deeper system, maybe some of these in the corners, maybe like a Stream 3 or a Nano Stream on the kind of bottoms of the system, maybe?
Sure, and you can angle the pump down. So, I mean,
okay.
you aren't necessarily limited. Yes, you can put it in that deep, but if you angle the pump downwards, then you could potentially reach, greater depth. And, this is a first version. We are already talking about making a heavy duty version that would extend deeper. That's going to, of course, you've got thrust against your mount. So everything needs to be beefed up if you want to go deeper. It is carbon fiber pipe. It is pretty substantial, but if we're going to go further down, the clamp's going to have to be stronger. A lot of things would need to be beefed up to make that secure. So
instead of an orca, like a whale.
Yeah.
Beef up the name. Yeah, get like a blue whale. I don't know.
Yeah.
So maybe talk about how, because remember last time we had a conversation to where as you can adjust the intensity and the angle. Are those linked parameters or two separate?
They are linked. So
Okay.
you're basically setting, I want it to turn, 45 to 90 degrees or whatever. I mean, it actually is theoretically capable of doing a full 360-degree rotation. So if you had maybe a center brace in your tank, you could do that and program it to turn around. Now, one practical limitation of that is that the cord is going to need to be accounted for so it doesn't just wrap around the pipe. But the product can turn a full 360, and for every position in that rotation, you can program the flow rate that it's going to do. So the idea being that, if you aim at the glass, well, then you're going to get this bounced off diffuse flow. You could really ramp it up to 100%. But if you're passing by a coral that's, would otherwise get blasted, you can throttle it way down to, say, 30%.
So how does it actually mount to the Orca unit? Is it like a clip-on, or is it a magnetic mount? Or
it uses the same clamp that our pumps use. So the clamp just attaches to the base there, and then the pump just clips in.
So then what pumps in the current line are compatible with the Orca?
So the best way to get an Orca is definitely going to be to buy one of the sets and there'll be two sets at launch, 6075 and 6105. And that's just simply because if you have a pump, you don't need the controller, you don't need the magnet holder. So you've bought a lot of things you don't need. The controller and magnets are a pretty substantial cost. So as sets, you're looking at $639, I believe, is the price for the 6075 model. And I think it's $679 for the 6105 model. So if you buy an Orca by itself, I want to say that's going to be about $449, and you've already probably got about a $300 investment in a power head. It'll work with a 6055, 6075, 6095, 6105, and 6255 with some cautions. The 6255 was one of the reasons we planned a heavier duty version, and it's just the amount of thrust is so much that if you had the pipe all the way extended and maybe your mounting bracket wasn't secured as much, it would be possible for it to come loose. So, it will work, but you might want to avoid the most extreme rotation angles and make sure everything's clamped down and that you don't have the pipe extended quite as far.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much, that's a game changer to have 360 degrees. You can change the percent output per the angle. For like maybe a 4 or even a 5 or 6 foot tank, depending on what pump you have, you could really save a lot of money on flow. Instead of having 7 different pumps, you could just have 2 of these or just one of these guys. So that's pretty cool.
That's what everything we've played with shows, that you can pretty much have the number of pumps you need, because you do have the flow moving, and because you can program the angle, and you don't have to account for, I need this gentler flow over here, so I need a separate pump to do that. I need a stronger flow over here, so I need 2 pumps to do that. You can pretty much program what you need at the point you need it. If you go to the Tunze Aquarium Technic YouTube channel, they've actually got several tanks they've installed them in that some of them are quite huge. 5-meter long tanks. So, you're talking about 16 feet of tank, and 3 pumps more or less can accomplish the flow needs of the tank.
Yes, you mentioned a couple other newer products coming as well. I know you've showed off the new skimmer in the past. You've got a return pump that's a stream, I believe, kind of model.
So the skimmer and the return pump, one thing the skimmer is available in Europe now, and we should get, for the U.S. market, we have to go through an FCC approval process because these new products have Wi-Fi, and that's an expensive process. So we're waiting for the return pump to be finished, and then the Stream 3 is going to get a technical upgrade that'll increase the efficiency, and I'm told it'll be rather dramatic. At least a 35% gain in energy efficiency, with a much higher flow rate and a little bit lower energy consumption. And they want to finish all 3 of those because you can submit that then as a product family and pay 1 approval fee versus paying 3. And so that's the reason the 9430 has not come out yet in the US. The return pump is nearly finished, and the Stream 3 update is nearly finished. So hopefully fairly soon these will get submitted for approval, and then we'll have them over here. The other, there's a video that I did where I interview Felix about his aquarium, and we do a little teaser of the Osmolator 3 Professional, which they've got prototypes working, but that'll be a much more sophisticated Osmolator 3 that has an external control, communicates with Tunze Hub or the app, and gives you notifications like your reservoir is empty. And because it has some programmability, it could be programmed to run an RO system and control reservoir water level. It could be programmed to do water changes. It has a lot more versatility than the existing Osmolator 3 does. Hopefully those will be ready next summer. On the immediate horizon, some things that we've got coming, the pump that comes with the Osmolator 3, I've got an Osmolator 3 here at my desk, but the HyJet pump. So these have become, we sell a retrofit version of the HyJet for the old Osmolators. And people have taken those and modded them to, one common mod is to connect them to a Hydros controller as the ATO pump. And that's a fairly simple mod. All you need is a plug. We're actually going to start selling a Hydros enabled version that all it has is that 2.1 by 5.5 millimeter plug. So then when you have the Hydros ATO pump cable, you can connect our pump and use it for your ATO pump. Another version of that will be a Hydros or the HyJet pump that's just for general purpose. It'll come with a power supply. We've had a lot of people mod them to run calcium reactors, larger scale dosing, even run water changes if they want to connect it to a controller. And so there'll be a standalone version, and that pump is rated to run continuously. So you could set it up to do any small task you want that needs a low water flow rate, but with a high head pressure.
And then is that unit it's not part of the FCC thing? Is it coming soon, or is
that's actually, I should have those next week. They just came out, and those don't have any sort of Wi-Fi. They're just a DC pump. So, that would be immediately available.
It's about 3 or 4 new items before Christmas then. And then on the horizon, probably 10 or so new SKUs, it sounds like.
We've got a lot in the pipeline. I mean, we've been working pretty much, actually most of these developments started before COVID and got sidelined by all the COVID disruptions. And now we're finally getting to the end result where the products are ready to go. We're a fairly old company. We've been around for 65 years now. So, with that much time, some products get outdated and need updates, and that's been in the works for a while, and we're just trying to finish those up and get them out. The other thing when I was on with Felix, we had tongs are now ready. I know Saltwater Aquarium has them in stock. So does AquaCave has them as well, and Champion. But these are out now, and the carbon fibers, Ken told me carbon fiber would be the most popular. He was absolutely right. I thought people would opt for the aluminum given that it's half the price, but everyone wants the carbon fiber. So, and I think what's the most neat about these is that they fold in half. So, this has a 32-inch tong in it, and yet it's collapsible and very neat size, and everything inside stainless steel and the carbon fiber. It's very durable material.
I didn't think I needed a carbon fiber grabber until I saw those, because I've used plastic ones so many times, especially the really long ones, and I've had them snap, like grabbing like an acropora colony or something. And after you use them for a long time, they just kind of fall apart. So when I heard you had those coming out, I didn't know I could be excited about grabbers.
Well, the weak link in those was always that the little eyelet that attached the jaws was it. Even though supposedly on the old ones, everything was nylon, and you looked at it, it was like a nylon fishing line, like a 100-pound test fishing line is what it looked like. and then you had a bunch of parts that were stainless steel. But then at the little end, the eyelet, that was just regular steel, and it just rusted out. And then all of a sudden, you had no pull anymore. That was the end of the road. So.
Yeah, that's nice to see, like, even innovation in that space, which, Tunze's got kind of like a lot of small little like the gloves and little add-on items like that I feel like not a lot of people are aware of. It's always the pumps, obviously. So cool to see new products there.
Yeah. So, I mean, the things we're the most famous for are power heads, and that was really one of our that was actually what brought our company into existence, was the first aquarium power head.
So maybe me and you have had some conversations in the past, which I did not understand this because I did not understand Germany really. Maybe talk about, the quality of manufacturing that goes on with these products compared to, a lot of other places in the industry do not have the level of quality control or anything that Tunze does, it seems.
Sure. Well, I mean, if you go to our English YouTube channel, Tunze Aquarium Technology, they had a video of me not long ago building an Osmitor 3. And even though I've spent a lot of time in the factory, I was really shocked at how much goes into building that. I mean, it's a lot of hand labor steps. You expect now so many things are automated, but there's a lot of steps that have to be done very meticulously and by hand. And the one I made in the video, I mean, it was unsellable. I screwed it up enough times that it just is a very intricate process that you have to have some experience to do. But we build everything still in Germany. I mean, the tongs are an exception. The tongs, there are factories that they specialize in something. And so then in the case of the tongs, we worked with them and we're like, hey, we want this material built this way, and then just had the tongs built because it's just not worth our time. If a company is focused on that and can do it better than us, then why not do it that way? But in the case of the osmolitors, the pumps, the majority of our products are actually developed and built in Germany. Felix Tunze, who was on the last live stream we did with me, he runs the company day to day. It is a family-owned company, and all the production is right there in the main building. And we own all the molding equipment, and you can see it in those videos that we're not just coming up with an idea or buying a ready-made product and having our name put on it, but we're actually developing these things and producing them from the beginning to the end. So that makes us, I think, different from any of our competitors in that we have that level of control and detail.
Yeah, when you explained that to me, and then I was like, wait a second, Tunze's really affordable. So it kind of, those two ideas didn't really connect for me, and it kind of blew my mind that you're doing all the engineering and 99% or so, 95% of the manufacturing in-house, paying German wages. You've got all the German electricity costs. You've got the import, to add on to that. And it's still a really affordable product. And you've got a 5-year warranty to back all of it. So, I mean, just a lot of value.
It is kind of a disadvantage in terms of what you're saying. I mean, I look at our competitors and they have small armies of sales reps and they're at every show and they can send a guy into every aquarium store, and we've got me. So, it's just that the money that you can make if you outsource all this stuff and don't have all that overhead is substantially higher than what you can, we're trying to stay fair and stay competitive, but that means we kind of run as this small home industry as a result. So we don't have the big massive budget for sales reps and trade shows and going to shows and sending somebody into every store to take orders. It's a much simpler operation. And that does have its drawbacks, but I think that, when I compare it to press 1 for, customer support, you call, okay, maybe I can't get to the phone right away, but I'll call you back. I mean, I every now and again I miss somebody's email, but I'm pretty responsive, and if there's anyone to blame, well, I'm it. So there's just not much in the middle, and it's the same in Germany. I mean, there's 40 or so people over there, and 3 or 4 of them are named Tunze. So it's
No, I think that's a real advantage, though, that many people, at least today, would have welcome with open arms, because there's been so many times where it's some company, Microsoft or Apple, or like Amazon doesn't even have customer service anymore. The other ones are just all automated and it's AI. So to actually talk to someone on the phone that's intimately involved at every level of the company, that's a big difference, and you can actually get some real help that way.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's been one of the things I've found surprising, is how many people call and I answer the phone. They're like, wow, I got a real person. I didn't have to push something. And it's like, yeah, no, I mean, I personally, I hate that too. When you get somebody that they don't even know, you can try to track a package, and the guy that, you're calling at FedEx doesn't know any more than you could get from the screen yourself. So what's the point of even calling? I mean, it just...
Yeah, it's kind of a waste of time at that point. So something you've mentioned several times that I want to touch on is you've mentioned, the new version of the Osmolator. So I really liked the Osmolator 2, and I know a lot of people did. Is there any chance or anything in the works of maybe having a hybrid design between the 2 and the 3 potentially, or having any of the 2 incorporated back?
The 3 is not that fundamental of a difference. All of the basic software ideas are present in the 3. I mean, you still have the backup sensor, you still have the 10-minute time limit, you still have the safety override. The main thing was that, we're in a world where we have to compete, and when the competition has fewer wires, one of the main things so then when we look at it from an engineering perspective, we've got 2 primary failure points. The old pump would die, and then the other issue was water damage. So if you waterproof it and you build a better pump and you keep the same basic safeties and, operational structure, there really isn't too many compromises. I mean, I'm surprised because people complain that, well, it doesn't have an alarm anymore. But when we had the old one, everybody hated the alarm. That was the majority of the calls I got, was, how do I turn off this damn alarm? So, now we got rid of the alarm. And with the Osmolator 3 Pro, if you want an alarm, well, it'll just notify your phone. So you can get an alarm. But it's just, I don't see too much of that coming back, because moving to a simpler design with fewer wires was one of the main impetus of the new model. People want, just this simple, neat installation and not a bunch of spaghetti of wires going everywhere. And that old design, I mean, that came out in 2002. So that, that's...
it's as old as me.
Yeah, well, I mean, on the one hand, that means it's a very proven design. Of course, the longer you make something, you fix almost all the bugs in it. But the Osmolator 3 will, as time's progressed, the little bugs it had have been worked out too. So it's just the basic fundamentals of the way the 2 units work is really identical. And so I know people see it and like, well, I'd like to be able to put this sensor separate. Yeah, it doesn't have that, but the only reason to separate the float switch before was that you had an alarm that would go off otherwise. And now if you have no alarm, it makes no difference. It automatically reverts to running once the water level's back down. So
I hated the alarm until it was gone. I really did. And then I missed it. So I think, yeah, with the professional version you're talking about, if there's an app that can, you get a notification, that's a really good middle ground. Because that is one of the features that, when I had it, I was like, God, this is so annoying. But then I'm like, oh, I don't know. And then you have to go manually check it, and it's kind of just that extra little, I don't know, it's like a weird convenience thing for me. But if the professional version has an app, that's good middle ground. I like that.
Yeah, so I mean, I think what you'll see is, instead of going back, the new model will just get better. The Pro model will add more features. One thing that when I was over there, and we talked about it, one thing that's a limitation with the new one is with that driver system the new pump has, you can't go past about, it's around 20 feet of cable. And so to exceed that length, what we can do is we can get, actually it's about 30 feet because you've got about 12 on it and you can add 2 9-foot extensions. So one thing we can do with the new one is add a calibration feature that would give it knowledge of, okay, the wire's this long and I'm going to have to wait this long for the signal to come through, or it's going to be weaker. And so then we could get to longer wires. So more likely you'll just see what we've got now evolve and improve. One of the main fundamental problems with the old one was that a lot of the technology, technology improves, and if you're using, it's the same as if you, like my dad, he likes old vacuum tube radios. He restores them and collects them. Try getting a vacuum tube nowadays. If you can find them, they cost a fortune. There's some small, like European, Eastern European or former Soviet country that still makes vacuum tubes, and they're made in little tiny quantities, or you've got to buy an antique one that still works or has been restored. And it's no different now. The generational improvement in technology is so fast that even the LEDs from 20 years ago that had the 2 leads on them, and that barely exists anymore. So now everything's surface mount, everything's a flat chip. And when you're trying to make a product as it was designed 20 years ago, it's considerably more expensive. And then on top of that, you can't find suppliers, or you're stuck with there's one company left that makes this part. And if they suck, well, there's nothing you can do about it. You can't, I'm going to go to the competitor. There isn't one. We're the only ones left that make this thing. So
yeah, vacuum tubes are a good example. Like Sennheiser, the German, audio brand, is the only person I can even think of that incorporates vacuum tubes into like audio design. And it's like their flagship $100,000 headphones with the amp. So it's like, it's not really practical to have old technology. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah. So speaking of another old item, I really liked the wave box. So what happened there? What's the idea? What replaces it?
So, it's no secret. You can do what a wave box does with 2 pumps. I mean, we can do it. All of our competitors can do it. If you have 2 DC pumps and you set them up opposed and one is on when the other's off and they alternate, you can create a standing wave. And the wave box shined because it could do the same thing with 1 pump, and actually a little bit better because you got this magnifying effect of a box emptying and filling. So you're adding this sort of surge with the pulsing of the pump, and you're magnifying the result. So you're using far less energy to get the same result or a better result. But now, the 6075 uses so little power. Pumps have gotten so much more efficient, especially, the 6075 and the current 6105, they're at the cutting edge of efficiency. And so you can take 2 6105s now and use probably a third of the power that the wave box used to use and get about the same wave, and you're taking up less real estate, and you don't have the breathing noise of the box. The wave box always sounded like Darth Vader. You had a box that was and filling, and air was rushing in and out. And over time, the sales just dwindled, and it just no longer became practical to produce. And especially on my own tank, I set up 2 Stream 3s to make a wave. With the hub system, I can set up my laptop, I can sit there and watch the tank, tune in a wave fairly precisely, just watching the tank, and it was way easier to set up than it was with the manual controller that used to come with the wave box, where more often than not, I would pass the wave, I'd have to start the process over again. It's another situation where just technology has made these things easier, and it can be done better. We have, we have talked about maybe a sort of a wave box 2.0 or what the future could bring. But you get into a situation where you're somewhat limited by how many people will want this box that sticks out in their tank, how many people will be that into having a wave. I mean, just having a wave on its own, you have noise because you've got splash, you've got water going into the overflow box. And then the other thing you've got to consider is a wave is if you just think about if I have a half-inch wave on a 180-gallon tank, I mean, that wave is about 8 to 10 gallons of water. I mean, that's 80 pounds slapping the glass of the tank every time that wave goes. Over time, you are wearing out the seams of your tank. And, you know, there are engineering formulas that account for that. And we know that if your tank was really well made, you probably shaved 15% off of its life using a wave box. And most people, I mean, just I can say myself from having an aquarium, a well-made aquarium will usually last 20 years. You shave off 15%. Okay, so now I'm at 17 years. Usually by 12 years, your tank looks like crap anyway. I mean, the glass is scratched, the trim is faded. It's time to get a new tank. So, I mean, it's just the way the world goes. And a lot of the tanks nowadays aren't made the best anymore. So it's not like, you know, oceanic days where 25-year warranty, oversized glass. There's kind of a race to the bottom and how cheap can I make this? And the stand's made out of MDF and, you know, things just aren't built the way they used to be built. So
yeah, we had some of those old tanks at a shop, some old Oceanics at a shop I worked at, and like moving those things was a Herculean effort. I mean, wow.
That's why I'm 50 and I have hip and knee problems, because I owned an aquarium shop and used to deliver those things.
Yeah, so you mentioned one of my favorite Tunze products, which is the Stream. So, I mean, maybe a lot of people might not be familiar with how that's engineered. I thought it was pretty mind-blowing when I heard about it, kind of the frictionless maglev train kind of impeller design. Maybe talk about it.
So the Stream 3 really is a technological marvel. Felix had set out, he was looking at revolutionary pump designs, and I remember it was, as I recall, it was his thesis project to get his master's degree in engineering. And he looked at two main things: an artificial heart that was made like a pump and had to have this perfect impeller design that wouldn't cause turbulent forces or anything that would kill blood cells. And so he took some elements of that design, and then the other thing that he was very interested in was the Mars rover. So when we built the Mars rover, it had to have motors that were completely sealed, could effortlessly throttle up and down, and basically it had to have this magnetic levitation system, because that was the only way that in this harsh environment where dust and, you know, all the forces that would be in play on Mars couldn't destroy the motor, and they could absolutely rely on it. So he looked at the research that these engineers had done, all the reports, designed the Stream 3 more or less from these complex motor designs, and we came up with this levitation system. It is really neat. It is extremely quiet, and the main thing though is they are very expensive to build. If you pick up a Stream 3 and you feel just how hefty that motor is, that's all copper. I mean, and it's no secret how much copper costs nowadays, but it's copper, and not only is it copper, it has to be a very high purity copper. So this was something I learned from talking with them, but if you buy copper from China, it's like 89% pure. And that is a substantial reduction in the quality of a magnetic field you can get from an electromagnet. So to get a really good result, you need copper that's at least 98% pure, and then you're dealing with European and American manufacturers exclusively. Those are the only places that make copper in those sorts of purity levels, and you pay for it. So there is a lot of raw material inside one of those things. And over time, we've been able to get the older streams with better driver designs, better motor designs to be close to that level of quietness and efficiency. So, and then the Stream 3 has the other limitation that you can't really aim it or pivot it. It's got this long shape that's needed to get the you have two magnetic fields that are levitating it and suspending it, and there's a lot going on in there that needs a lot more room. So it's a really neat pump. I love them because they almost never need any real service. I mean, once a year you can break them down and clean them, but because the electronics backflush the motor and because you have that frictionless drive of levitation, things don't wear out. I think they're a great pump, but they do have limitations, and a lot of people, it's more of a limitation of their mindset. Where am I going to put this? I don't want to look at it. You can hide them behind rocks. You can't, you can do a lot with them along the back wall, but it's going to depend on how your tank is set up. If you have a peninsula, it may not be that useful, but if you have a conventional against the back wall tank, you can definitely work with them pretty well. So, that's the reason both pump models continue. We've got the Stream 3 and we've got the older Stream. What was the Stream 2 is still around and has had several iterations of improvements. So.
Yeah, the best use case that I've seen for them on my travels is a lot of coral farmers and grow out flats use them in kind of the opposite corners and create kind of a, back and forth, and can just push all that detritus from under the racks to an overflow box or something like that. And so they'll kind of have it like, a lot of acropora grow out systems. So I know a lot of coral farmers really love the Stream 3s. That's where I've seen them most for sure. But
that matches kind of the customer base that contacts us for them. Is a lot of coral farmers, like you said, a lot of rack systems, long shallow grow out systems, and of course in a case like that, aesthetics is way down the list of concerns. So
yeah. So could you this hypothetical blue whale upgraded orca, could you slap a stream to something like that eventually? Could you make one strong enough?
I mean, possibly. I don't, the mounting might be an issue. With what they have planned for the Stream 3, and from the last conversation I had with Felix, we're hoping to get the Stream 3 to a point that it is very close to the smallest master stream in power. So you'll be talking about something in the 7,000, 8,000 gallon an hour range. And then it gets to be, you really come down to that whole thrust issue. The clamp would have to be extra secure. And then you might get into a point where the motor wouldn't be strong enough to oscillate it. So, I know that the Orca is going to get several, going forward, there are going to be different variations of the Orca. We could make one that was a little less sophisticated and could oscillate a basic AC pump, for example. We could make a stronger, heavier duty version for a bigger pump. But as far as the exact roadmap for that and what'll come first, I don't know. So
that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I mean, I think, you mentioned the return pump based on the Stream technology, and that seems like a really good application of that technology too, because no maintenance on a return pump or very little. That's pretty practical.
And that I've actually already seen working prototypes. I mean, that's pretty far along. That's pretty much done. So, outside of configuring some molds and getting parts made, it's well on its way, and I expect we'll see that fairly early next year.
Maybe let's talk about some Tunze must-haves. So, the new nano streams, they came to the market. Those are, a great pump to have. Some of the smaller ones. Maybe walk us through some of the currently available products, your favorites, where to use them if you're a consumer.
I mean, the most popular products we have are going to be the Osmolator. Osmolator is probably far and away our leading product. The stream pumps. Then we've got the coral glues. Coral Gum Instant has been very popular. That would be an interesting one to talk about because it's somewhat misunderstood. So Coral Gum Instant is actually the same polyvinyl, I think it's polyvinyl siloxane is the chemical name. Same material a dentist uses when they make a dental impression on you. So I get people that buy it and don't really know what they're getting or what to expect. And they're really surprised that, hey, it doesn't stick like glue. Yeah, it doesn't. It's the same material that, so if you can imagine when you get a dental impression done, it peels right off. The only place it sticks is in the, around your gum line and in the crevices between your teeth, because it's more or less forming a mold that grabs on just by surface tension. And so if you're using Coral Gum Instant to glue a frag in, for example, you're going to need to have some sort of three-dimensional hold. You're basically making like a puzzle piece that interlocks. And so you have to put it on a surface that has a texture, for example, like a rock that has a little crevice or hole in it. If you pack it down in there, once it hardens, it's going to lock in there and won't be able to pull out. The same way it does when they make a dental impression and it gets stuck in the, gaps in your teeth. But in terms of, it doesn't stick like epoxy or like a conventional adhesive. But it's a very popular product because, when you use epoxy, people that have done this a while, that if I go in my tank and epoxy down 12 frags, my skimmer is going to freak out. My corals are going to look like crap for a day. They're not going to open.
Either my signal is gone or Roger's is gone. So please comment if you can hear me or hear Roger. Okay, there. I think you just dropped. Okay. I didn't know if it was me or you.
I was like, oh no, Cloudflare outage 2.0.
Oh God, yeah, Cloudflare. Yep, whole Black Friday's done. The system's gone. One engineer hit the wrong button. Yeah, I didn't know about that product. So that's, a lot of people kind of do the putty glue putty kind of sandwich combo. So that just completely, makes that obsolete if you're going directly to a rock and mounting your frags. You could just use that.
Yeah, it sets up really quick and it's completely non-toxic. And so, but it's one of those products that you have to understand what you're getting. And, that it just isn't like a regular glue that actually has an adhesive force. It's just that it hardens and grabs. And, it's same as a dental impression.
So how long does it take? Do you need to hold the frag? I've never used this product. So do you have to hold it in, or is it instant, or?
The name Instant's pretty applicable. It's you have, like, from when you knead it together, you've got 2 minutes tops. Within a minute, it's pretty much unworkable. It's already set up to kind of a crumbly state. So it is a very fast acting lock-in. The way I would use it, like so usually with frags, I try to avoid buying frags from people that you can see, oh, this guy glued this yesterday. There's a lot of that when you go to shop.
Yeah.
But if it's grown onto the base and you're not necessarily going to break it off cleanly, what I'll do is I'll take bone cutters, I'll cut the little plug tip off the base and just have the little flat plug, and then I'll work that Coral Gum Instant around the top and have a ball of it down below, and then I'll push it into a part of the rock that has some texture to it, and it'll stay there. And then the nice thing is it stays, and it holds it well enough, it'll grow into place. But if I find that, hey, the flow's not right here, or this was a dumb idea, I don't want it here, maybe something's sweeping it or something, it's not impossible to break it out. And unlike epoxy, I don't have that chunk of epoxy sitting there anymore. I can get the whole thing out and it looks like nothing ever happened. So that's another nice feature. But, besides those, the care magnets have long been huge. The main feature of those is that the magnet itself does not touch the glass, only the blades. You don't have that Velcro-like scrubbing pad that your typical magnet has. And as a result of that, it is far less likely to pick up something and scratch your glass. There are hazards, anything magnetic will stick to the magnet. So your black sands, your GFO particles will attract to the magnet. If you leave it in the tank, you know, forams, tube worms, stuff like that will start growing on the magnet. That can cut your glass. So it's not 100%, but it is a big difference over, you know, I remember in the old days using the old magnets that always had that kind of Velcro scrubber pad on them. It was inevitable you were going to scratch your glass. I mean, you could just be positive someday you were going to pick up something and scratch the glass. And it's a lot less likely with this design. And then coral, then the last thing that's been really popular is the care panes. It's funny, the local store is like, I never thought people would come to my store to buy Windex. I was like, Gary, it's not Windex. There's a lot of thought in that product. And it's funny because I get a lot of emails about it. They're like, well, why is that perfume in it? Why is it smells so strong of cinnamon and herbal oils? I sneeze. And it's like, that's actually what makes it work. And so some secrets to the chemistry of it. It has a bacterially produced surfactant that is extremely potent. So it can get fingerprints off. And it was originally designed by a French company that works with these biologicals and bacteria to produce things to clean up more or less like natural disasters, like an oil spill, a sewage spill. And so they came up with surfactants derived from bacteria that could, you know, help dissipate an oil spill, help break things down. And so it has a product from them that's the actual surfactant that gets the fingerprints off. And then cinnamon oil or cinnamondiol is the chemical in it. You know, of course, it smells very strongly like cinnamon because that's the main odor and fragrance that you get from cinnamon or taste even. But cinnamondiol, when it reacts with oxygen, it catalyzes into styrene. And so you're actually putting a very thin plastic film over your tank that then repels fingerprints and keeps it shiny. So you've essentially polished onto your tank this micro thin film of plastic. And that's from the cinnamon oil. So people, you know, they'll say, hey, you know, what kind of nonsense he's selling here? It smells like, you know, herbal perfume and I don't want this, but that's actually the critical ingredient that makes it work. And it is surprisingly safe. I mean, you know, yeah, you have a strong surfactant in that, but there's actually a video where Felix drinks it. It's I wouldn't recommend it. I mean, it definitely, you know, anytime you ingest some sort of surfactant, you're going to disrupt your stomach linings and stuff. Not the best idea, but compared to like say, you know, a laundry detergent, it is very mild, and it's a very safe product.
Yeah, I need to get acquainted with the rest of your products because I had no idea about the coral gum and I had no idea about that. So like from the outside looking in, I'm like, I'd never used that product, never seen it like on a shelf of a store I've worked at. So I'm like, oh, it's just like white labeled Windex or something. Okay. I see they're getting into that. And for you to explain that, I'm like, this is what everyone should have. No one should use any other glass cleaner.
And the crazy thing is that, you know, if you use the care panes correctly, it is cheaper than any glass cleaner you could buy. Like one spritz of it would cover a 3-foot by 2-foot pane. I mean, you don't need more than that. And so the, you know, and I always recommend if you use too much, you get this hazy film because you've coated your glass with this thick layer of styrene plastic and it's all streaked up. So, you know, you've got to use a very small amount. But compared to conventional glass cleaner, even if you went to the grocery store and bought glass cleaner, that bottle is going to last you forever. I mean, I go through, we use it here, and on my 265, a bottle lasts me like a year and a half. So.
So, like, let's say someone does overuse the product. To get rid of that, would you like ethanol or just, you know, some alcohol?
It's more or less just, you know, keep buffing it with a rag. You could take, you know, warm water, or you could use alcohol. Any of those things would work. But it's more or less just going to take elbow grease. It's the same as if you left, you know, if you get carried away. I remember as a kid, I'd try to help my dad and polish his car. You get carried away and there's this thick layer of turtle wax everywhere and you're there forever buffing it. And then if the sun bakes it on, you're really screwed.
Yeah, wax on, wax off on the tank though. Yeah. All right, so we've got about 5 minutes left of this section, so I think this is a good time to open it up. If anyone has any questions for Roger about any of the Tunze products, now would be a great time, and I can put your questions up. And again, if you will scan the QR code on the screen right now, or I will put a link in the chat right now, you're one of the first 20 to purchase any Tunze product on saltwateraquarium.com. You also get a free pair of Tunze gloves. So some really good stocking stuffers there. The spray that we just talked about, the instant coral set. Those are some really cheap items that I think would be. Now I want to buy them. I didn't even understand those products before you talked about it. So yeah, if there's any questions on here, please put them in the chat. I think one question for you that I'm sure you get asked a lot, which I've watched Felix's little video, but many people probably haven't. How do you pronounce the company name?
So it's correct German is Tunze. And years ago when I started, I've been doing this now, I think almost 25 years. So years ago, we just accepted that because the British, the Australian, all the other reps that were native English speakers said Tunze. It just kind of the English phonetics, that's the way you would think it would be said. But Tunze is the German correct pronunciation. And if you think about it, it's just like Porsche is correct, Miele, the German appliance brand. It's that same phonetics and sound. So
Tunze. Yeah, so I think maybe to recap here, because there's a lot more people on now than when we started the conversation, which, what products are coming before Christmas and which ones are on the horizon as a quick wrap up?
Well, so the tongs are already out. Ken has those. They're probably on his sale. The 6015 Eco, the upgrade to the 6015 with the flow adjustment, those just arrived in our warehouse. They'll be here. Dealers should start getting them within a week or so. Then the orcas, they'll be cutting it close, but there'll be some availability before Christmas. And then for next year, we should get the 9430, the new 9430 in the U.S. We should get the new return pump that's based on the Stream 3, an update to the Stream 3 that'll make it dramatically more powerful and efficient. And then we'll also get the Osminder 3 Professional. And I'm sure there'll be a lot of things in between that'll come out. So, we're working on quite a few things right now. The 9410 is there's discussion of an upgrade for that, as well as the 9001 and 9004. So
then maybe, really quickly, you still got some time. You mentioned the idea of a kind of maybe controller ecosystem that you might be developing. So maybe could you shed some more light on what that's going to look like, timeline?
Well, the way we see it, the main, we had all this time period in our hobby where you had these control boxes. And we've kind of reached a point now where everything can just connect natively to the cloud. And what do you need a control box for? So, that'll be the future, will be stuff like the Osminder 3 Professional, the Orca, the pumps. They'll just natively connect and they'll natively integrate and they'll all work with Tunze Hub or the app. And we'll eventually have pH, temperature. We actually are pretty close to this, but Kessel integration so that your Kessel lights, instead of using their dongle, could be connected to our cloud system. And really kind of the sky's the limit. I mean, there's nothing that prevents. We don't want to necessarily have a completely closed off ecosystem. A lot of companies, that's kind of what they have this mindset of if I make it so my stuff only works with my stuff, people will be, but I don't think most people want to be enslaved to just using your stuff. They want to be able to pick what they want. And so, that does require an element of cooperation. I can't guarantee that everybody's going to be on board, but that's what we would like to do, is get to where we have these universal sort of dongles or hubs that can connect every other product on the market to work with our stuff. But it requires, like I said, there has to be at least some modest amount of cooperation. At least I won't sue you if you put your stuff on our stuff on your system. So.
And there's a question from Bob Wells here about that. So will the Hydros cable work with previous generation osmolators?
Well, I want to clarify, it's not an osmolator connection. It's only, you can use your Hydros. So the Hydros natively has an ATO function. And this is just in terms of choosing the pump. So this is a setup where you could pair the floats or the optic sensor that works with the Hydros controller, and then just use the HyJet pump as your ATO pump. So it's just a pump. It just would give you the option to use the HyJet, which is a 5-year warranty pump, and it's unlike a lot of the pumps that are out there for ATOs. It's built like a real DC power head. You can just assemble it, take the impeller out, and it's a very durable pump. It has a 5-year warranty, so it just would give you an option to have a very high quality return pump. And you could use it for other features if you needed to dose a very large amount of fluid that a peristaltic pump wasn't appropriate for. It could do that because it can run continuously.
Yeah, so you mentioned, talking about collaborating with other companies, bringing some more innovation. Is there any thought that Tunze might expand to developing other types of existing products? Maybe an auto tester that's German engineered?
Well, that stuff's very complicated. I only know from, reading the discussion forums, and you talk to not so much people in our industry, but people that are, professors and chemists and work with this stuff all day and all night. You're trying to take something that in a laboratory setting is a $10,000 piece of equipment and make it a $500 or $600 piece of equipment. And the odds of that working well are pretty slim. And that honestly tends to be kind of what you see. You deal with probes that are flaky and don't work. And you even see that with just everyday pH electrodes. I mean, you do get what you pay for. If you have a cheap plastic electrode, I think a lot of people don't understand the fundamentals of how electrodes work. I mean, I know you know this, but an electrode is basically a very weak battery, and even just sitting on the shelf, it's dying. It's got, instead of, if you took like a car battery, you've got sulfuric acid and lead oxide. Well, a pH or MV electrode is platinum oxide, and potassium chloride. And just sitting there in storage, it is dying, just like a battery. And the quality of the reading you get is going to depend on it being fresh, and you can't be cheap about it. You're going to need a new one every year or so, regardless of what you do. And that gets even more so when you're trying to test nitrate, phosphate, and all these other things that an electrode can test. It gets to be extremely expensive. And big labs that have these big machines, they can do that because they're either getting big grants and they're doing very specific, expensive research, or they're being paid for the tests they do, and they can afford to replace this stuff. But for a home hobbyist, I think that, yes, as you make more and you learn things, well, you can get better and better at it, but that's a pretty big gap to close between getting something to a home hobbyist price point in that range. And then the ones that automatically test with reagents, you're still limited somewhat to the quality and accuracy of the reagents. I mean, all you're gaining is that the eye of this machine is more, better in reading color than the human eye. So I don't see that necessarily being something we'd move into. I think it's too niche, and getting the quality there would be very difficult.
Yeah, well, that makes a lot of sense. Well, it looks like the guys from NYOS are down in the hidden room right now. So that will conclude our time today with Tunze. Thank you very much for coming on, Roger. Hope everyone got some value out of this and you're excited for the new products coming out.
Well, thank you, and Merry Christmas, everybody, and have a great Black Friday shopping experience.
Merry Christmas and have a great rest of your day, Roger.
All right. Thank you. Bye.
Thanks. See ya. All right, everyone. I'll now transition over. I'm a one-man show today, so give me about 2 seconds here. I'm going to put up a new QR code. So if you're here new today and you just tuned in, these QR codes in the corner here, if you scan them, you will get a free item from saltwateraquarium.com. I believe it's some of the NYOS True Algae Food. So the first 20 people to purchase something from NYOS, anything, even the least expensive item in the catalog, will get that included. Additionally, we're going to have, it stacks on top of all the existing deals. So I think there's 20 to 50% off on most of their products. And without further ado, let's keep rolling here. Welcome Christian and Corey from NYOS/ATI. How are you guys?
Hey, Salem, just a second.
Today?
We can't hear you.
Oh.
For some reason, we just heard you a second ago, but now we can't hear you anymore.
Can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Hello?
Yeah.
As soon as Roger left the picture, it switched for us, and we couldn't hear you anymore.
Before everything was fine. So we need to find the right settings here.
So for us on the site, we can hear our audio. So I think maybe you muted us for some reason.
What about now?
No.
What about now?
Nochmal den Test. Ja.
Yeah, because if we check in settings and check if we can hear something, we hear the test audio, so that works.
And it looks like everything on your end, on my end, looks okay.
Would you like us to rejoin?
Okay, let's do
Just
that.
a second.
Okay, so they're going to rejoin. We have some technical difficulties. This happens sometimes. Streaming is never perfect, especially on 3 different platforms. So what I'll do really quick while they rejoin is a shameless plug here. So if you would like to donate to me, the top left QR code is something. It's much appreciated. It allows me to continue doing these things and to buy some healthy food for myself. So if you would like to donate to Novel Aquatics, there's a link right there in the top left corner. I will also put a merchandise link up pretty soon here. And then we will go back to the normal programming. So yeah, sometimes there's some technical difficulties. Looks like they just entered the studio. And let's see if I can add them and it works now.
Yeah, we have a really strange sound. It's like it's slowed down by 99%.
Super weird.
Can you hear me now or no?
Okay, maybe it's because of the Bluetooth connection. So let's check if we can use the audio of the
Just a second, yeah.
Stell mal hier um.
Nee, wirklich, kann er mal kurz.
Mach doch einfach mal, schau mal, ob es geht. Nee, warte, bei Audio unten. Speaker.
Can you try saying something now?
Yep. Can you hear me now?
Nope. It's definitely the same as with our headphones. So it's
Yep.
super weird. Need them wired headphones? Let me check.
Yeah, okay, we'll try some wired headphones.
All right, for now, if everyone can hear me, I would say get your questions ready. So these guys represent NYOS and ATI. So they're, one company now. So, this is the Triton, this is any of the NYOS supplements, etc. So this will be a very good conversation. These guys are over from Germany. They also run white corals, which is kind of like the worldwide corals are top shelf aquatics of Germany. So they basically, Corey grows all the coral, manages all the farm, and then has developed many of the NYOS.
Yeah, now we can hear you.
Okay, you're good? You can hear me?
Yeah, we're good.
Yes, now finally we can hear you.
Okay.
Hello, Salem.
Hey,
hello.
Salem.
How are you guys doing? Is it what time is it over there?
It's 6 p.m. right now.
6 p.m. in Germany. Well, thank you both for coming on. It's morning here in America. We've got about 50 people on. So, yeah, we can start wherever you want. If you want to talk existing products, new products, I see you've got a whole carousel set up. So, yeah.
Okay. Just pick a new product.
You're the host. Start
okay. Well, so I mean, one thing that I really liked when I met, because I met Corey in person finally over in the UK recently at Coral Freaks, and him and I got to have a lot of very good conversations. And if you know me, you know that amino acids scare me, but Corey really got me on in the event and pointed out that the dosage I based it on is pretty high. And their amino acid product is actually a really unique one that's different than many others in the market. So I won't talk about those differences. Maybe I'll hand it off to you all to explain what makes your aminos special.
So it's really hard to explain. So it's not just an amino acid product, because there are dozens of really good amino acid products out on the market. But what we wanted to achieve is to look at a tank in a more, I hate the word, but holistic point of view. I don't, but it is what it is. If you want to have a successful reef tank, you have to treat everything in your tank. So starting from the smallest bacteria up to the corals and even the fish. So we looked into how can we achieve this? And we found a really nice blend of all the amino acids that you need, the different B vitamins. There's a lot of carbohydrates, so different types of sugars we added, some special ones that we talked about that are not so common in the industry. And Christian is actually a dentist, so through him, I actually came to the idea to try one of those newer types of sugars. And I think what we achieved is a product that really promotes everything, not just the coral growth, but works as maybe a prebiotic. I think that's what you could probably say. It feeds the bacteria as well, because there is a tiny bit of carbon dosing in it, and then you have the amino acids and the B vitamins.
Yeah, I think I agree. So, I'm not going to name the secret sauce carbon source, but I certainly did some research when I got home, and I think I agree that this might be one of the first really substantive prebiotic products on the market, I think. So this would be one if anyone wants to try out an amino acid, or maybe messing when you've got some lower nutrients, the tank is looking healthy. It might be interesting to do some experiments here. And I think it probably is a little bit above the rest of them in terms, because it has those carbon sources. So that was one product I really liked that you guys were offering.
And I mean, maybe getting a few steps back, we didn't start developing this product or these products for end consumers. They were actually made because we have a need of them. Not a lot of people know that, but NYOS is the sister company of White Corals, and we have one of the biggest retail stores and coral farms in Europe. So when I joined the company, I looked at our product lines, what I can use for the farm to bring that forward, and I was just missing something that really helped me to grow corals. So I sat down with the team of NYOS and we started developing, and that's how our products actually got developed for an end consumer afterwards. They were never meant to be an end consumer product. It just happened naturally.
By the way, we're...
Yeah. Go ahead.
So we are just sitting on our coral farm.
Yeah.
So our studio is more or less in the same room.
Yeah.
Just feet away. If I can
maybe
turn
we can
the
switch the camera around in a bit.
Then you can see the coral farm.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. Yes, I mean, that was also a really big game changer, is you were explaining how you're just basically testing all the prototypes and developing stuff constantly to try to optimize growing the coral. So it's really, I mean, not a lot of companies kind of, I think, are more abstract in reading papers or taking kind of like people, used to use vitamin C. So let's put that in a bottle. Whereas you're actually developing things, seeing the results, and then putting it on the market, which I really thought that's something I can really respect about your brand.
We like a more hands-on mentality, because if it works for us in a coral farm, it definitely will work for a consumer at home.
Yeah, so there's another product which... Oh, go ahead. So there's like a slight lag, so I'm not meaning to interrupt you. Sorry.
Yeah. I mean, in general, for all the new additives we released, the idea was that we bring out products that we use in the farm, and the products are, let's say, designed about the needs we discovered in the farm. So because we tried different things in the farm, and we in the past we did different things on our farm than the products we sold. You have to admit, right? And then we came to the point that we said, okay, we want to have exactly the same products on the market that we are using in our farm, like one-to-one.
Correct.
Yeah, so another product, which is not, it is in the US technically, but not yet on the market, that I thought was probably one of the most innovative products I've seen in a long time. Why don't you explain the NYOS liquid red coral food to us?
Well, that again started from my needs at the farm. When I joined the company, I saw that they had a powdered coral food, instant plankton. Pretty old food, has been on the market for how long? Instant plankton?
Probably 10 years.
Probably 10 years. But it never really picked up. And when I picked up the product, I found out why. Because most powdered foods, they just go into solution and then you can feed it in a tank. Well, this product is kind of special. It's very thick and oily, so it doesn't dissolve in water very well. You need a mixer to get it dissolved. So for an end consumer, it doesn't feel like just a ready-to-use product. It's a bit more steps to it. But whenever I used it, the corals would explode. I would see a lot of more microfauna in the tank. So a lot of the pods would just multiply like crazy. So I thought, okay, I have a great base here, but what can I do to make it easy for me to use in a farm? And then afterwards, it switched again to the end consumer product. So it's all started out with a powdered food, but I mean, this is liquid. This is not really known to be a powdered food, right? So we looked into what can we do to enrich a powdered food and make it in a liquid form. So we found a Calanus, a Arctic pod, basically. Got that into a liquid form. Then we added the instant plankton, which by nature is quite naturally buoyant as a powdered food, which is also great. So it stays in the water column quite well. You can imagine every little tiny grain looks more like a raspberry, and in between those little openings, there's air trap. So it's a food that's pretty buoyant in the water naturally, which was great. And then we looked, what else is there on the market that we can get and put it into this superfood? We found astaxanthin, like
astaxanthin.
Yeah.
Astaxanthin.
Yeah, it's like a red pigment, enriched fish color usually. We have mussel powder in there, which is very uncommon to use, but used in other industries for growing ligaments, stuff like that is in there. We have phytoplankton, which is extremely rich in fatty acids, which I think is amazing for that product. You just see how thick corals get when you dose it. But what happened was, of course, that most of the powders would just settle after a while. So then we found a prebiotic, which thickens the water. So then again, another prebiotic that we got into the product. And we got all these powdered in solution. And I think it's just a very, again, holistic food, because I showed you a few very hard to keep soft corals that were actually, every time I dose it, extremely happy. I've been keeping them for quite some time. So I think a lot of people will be quite confused when they use this product for that first time, because their corals will react quite drastically.
Yeah, I really think that this is likely the best candidate for a food to keep NPS corals long term. So, I mean, you showed me, pictures of Dendronepthia that are growing roots and actually growing.
Oh yeah, the roots, yeah.
I mean, I've never seen that, but I found some papers showing they finally got Dendronepthia to grow in some paper from like 3 months ago, and all of the growth had those roots. So that's the only other time I've seen that. So I mean, if you're keeping Dendronepthia alive with this already, I think if there's any NPS keepers out there, this food is probably the right nutrition and particle size to maybe, I mean, you could throw it in a doser too, right?
Correct. Both of them are shelf-stable. They don't have to be refrigerated. Of course, that was another long process to find the right preservatives, because I mean, it's a coral food. If the coral eats food that is like covered in preservatives, it's going to affect the microbiome inside the gut of the coral as well. So we had to find something that works in the bottle, but as soon as it hits the water column, then stops working and gets skimmed off quite easily. Took us quite some time, but we managed to do that. And as you said, those products are not known that much in the States yet. But for us, especially, we see it from a retailer side as well. Those are our top sellers right now. And what we did with both of them, they work hand in hand. So you have one food that is very heavy in like phosphorus, and then the other food, which is more on the nitrogen side. So you just need one forehead doser with our 2-part, and then you have basically everything your tank needs in just one dosing line.
Yeah, so I would assume, you know, if you've got a tank with some moderate to even high coral density, that you might not be needing to dose excess nitrogen or phosphorus if you're using those products. You're getting it organically, which I feel is much more maybe beneficial or natural anyways.
Yes.
It's in that natural form. So I really like that idea too, of going an organic way to supplement your nutrients. And that's pretty interesting, I think. Let's see. So maybe talk about the 2-part to us. I know you put some work into this as well.
Yeah, that's more Christian. Well, kind of. It was a good blend of us. I mean, the root of everything was our salt, the NYOS Pure, because that makes it quite easy how you need to set everything. But I'll let Christian talk a little bit more.
Yeah. I mean, first, let's explain how it works in general. So you have 2 basis solutions. One is the alk pH solution, and the other one is the calcium solution. And this is the basis 2-part, and then we have 3 elements, like the ion elements 1, 2, and 3. And you're not adding these to the tank.
Correct.
You're adding these to the solutions. So these 2 go into the calcium solution, and the other one goes into the alkalinity solution. And with these 5 bottles, you have all inorganic elements you need in the tank. So it not only supplies the calcium and alkalinity, it also supplies you with all the major elements like bromine, boron, potassium, magnesium. And with the added trace element, it supplies you with all the trace elements and ultra trace elements. So with this, you have all the inorganics in the 2-part.
The name is Ion B, and that's short for ionically balanced, because, I mean, we all know the original balling method. That's what we used before we came up with this, where you have the part C, which is basically just there to basically prevent from the ion imbalance by diluting the salinity. But what we achieved is basically we split that in half, the part C, added both of them, so you don't need a part C anymore. So it's a true 2-part. And then usually that's where most companies stop, but that doesn't provide any trace elements to your tank, because those trace elements that you add there are just there for ionic balance. But we went then and got 3 extra bottles. Number 3 just goes into the alk, 1 and 2 goes in calcium. And the clue why we have them separated is we could have just added a certain amount into bottle 1 and 2, but every tank is different, right? So let's say you added just the base amount that we recommend. You let it run your tank for, let's say, 3 months. Do an ICP test, and you see your iodine and fluoride is quite low. Next time, when you mix up a new batch, just add a little bit more of the ion 3. One of those bottles gets you multiple 2-liter bottles full of solution, so you don't need to buy all 5 each time. So yeah, it's quite concentrated, I would say.
And what we found is that the ratio of alkalinity and calcium taken by corals is really, really stable.
Yep.
So because a coral skeleton consists of calcium carbonate, calcium carbonate, and that's more or less a ratio of 7 to 1, 7 point calcium to 1 point alkalinity or DKH, and that's the concentration in the bottles. So I think another advantage is that you dose exactly the same amount of both bottles.
Correct. It's not necessary. There are some tanks that need a little bit more alkalinity, so it's not 100% that you need to do it. But speaking of a regular tank, dosing both same amount usually works extremely well or very close to each other. Another good safe spot with that is if you notice that you have to dose like 50% more of the other one, your doser is broken or something is very, very wrong in your tank, because that's just not how a tank would run. Usually we could go higher in concentration with the calcium because the alkalinity is usually the bottleneck in getting in solution. But the ratio that we did, 1:7, works out quite well. I would say 95% of the tanks run with a 1:1. You will always have those 5% that may need a little bit more alkalinity.
Yeah, so that's I guess that's a really unique way to approach trace elements that I think a lot of people can get behind. It makes a lot of sense to me. So how often do you recommend an ICP test with this? If you see issues, then correct, or maybe a quarterly, or what are you doing in terms of testing for those trace elements?
I mean, I would say in a perfect world, I would do an ICP test once a month, just to check everything. I mean, the more often you do it, the better it is, because you can just not only see all the trace elements, but also you can check if you're testing right. So sometimes you make mistakes when you test alkalinity or calcium. You can double check that with an ICP. And so I would say once a month would be perfect. And when you find out that your trace elements are low, then you just add a little bit more to the solutions to correct that.
And I mean, even if you're a person who does never ICP, even with the base amount, you will never go overboard, but you will always, I would say, have enough to keep your tank running. And that's already where most products on the market fall short, that you don't even have enough to keep your tank running. So even if you never do ICP tests, I would say that you can keep most tanks with the base amount of it. But I mean, I'm doing this to try to get corals to grow here and get most color out of it. That's why you have the option to go higher on them, but you don't really need to go full on mad scientist and do every 2 weeks an ICP and fine tune it in your solution. For most people, I think the base amount would be more than enough.
So let's maybe talk about kind of this NYOS system of, reef keeping. So you got, it's your four-head doser. So you've got the
Correct.
2-part there, which is taking care of all the inorganic. Then you've got your amino and the liquid red, which is taking care of the organic and your inorganic nutrients as well. So I saw you have some changes to your salt. How do water changes come into play with this system? And maybe talk about the quality of salt as well.
I mean, we always recommend water changes. We think that water changes are really important, and they are a very good tool also to correct mistakes. So if you're doing anything wrong with your dosing, by doing water changes, you can correct the mistakes. On the other hand, there's so many organic material in your tank, which is difficult to get out. And we think it's a big benefit to do water changes to get organics out of the tank that harm corals. And we don't see a water change as a tool to
supplement.
To increase calcium or alkalinity levels, because that's far easier to do it with 2-part dosing. So on our salt mix, we have the parameters that you usually run your tank with. So the alkalinity is 8.5 calcium 435, and so no spiked levels.
Correct. We don't go overboard with like some salts go with DKH of 10 to 12. We run it in a range that the typical aquarist would run, like 8 to 8.5, calcium 420 to 440 around. I think 450 is the but I think you were trying to get onto like the quality of our salt, what makes it different than other salts. That's another thing. When I came to this company, I was quite biased about good salts because I've been using good salt, German salts for all my reefing. And when I joined the company, my bosses told me, yeah, we have the best salt. And I was like, shrugged it off and was like, yeah, sure.
Everybody says that.
Yeah. And then I actually got behind why they said that. They told me they saw a video of Ryan Batchelor when he was doing the salt test back then. They sent him a message and said, we will make a salt that beats your tests. And that's what they achieved. I mean, he even says that sometimes. He did a video about salt not too long ago. That was pretty good again. So let's talk about the quality of materials that we use.
Yeah, so one thing, that the salt is called pure for a reason, because we are using the purest ingredients. And there are several types of impurities you can have in a salt mix. One part is the inorganic. Sorry, I'm mixing it up because in German it's organic.
Switched
the inorganic impurities. So when you see in a salt mix, sometimes you see really, really high levels of manganese or barium, like in natural seawater. Manganese is, I think, 2 ppb. And on some salt mixes, you have 100 or 200. And these are not added on purpose. They are impurities of some of the raw materials. And we selected the highest grade raw materials to have these impurities as low as possible. And on every single bucket, we have a QR code with an ICP test. So we are doing a batch test. Every single batch is tested with ICP. And with this ICP, we can prove that we don't have these kind of impurities. And it also adds more transparency. So the customer knows the calcium level, alkalinity level of each batch, because there's a different variety.
Always a bit of a difference, yeah.
And also, for example, we have a higher iron level than it should be in natural seawater, because this is an anti-caking agent and it is necessary, but we're not hiding the fact. We're showing it to the customer. So you see on the ICP that iron is elevated, but if you
precipitates out like in a day, so you don't. Yeah. If you do a ICP after a day of setting your water, it's going to be gone. Yeah.
Yeah, and then the other two parts of purity is one is the unsolutable particles.
Yeah, like little rocks and stuff. Sometimes you would be amazed what type of materials you could buy with little pebbles and stuff in there. Yeah.
Yeah. So you need to select the raw materials not only from the impurities, but also from the unsolutable parts. So when you mix the salt, you usually see some residue, and our goal was to have like really like zero residue on the bottom of the bucket. And
I mean, I mix around 1,500 gallons of water every week in the farm, and I don't have to tell you, with a lot of salts you get a lot of buildup, and since I've been here, I have never cleaned any of the mixing bins because they're so clean. I was so dumbfounded how pure this salt actually was. But for me, I mean, I see myself as a consumer as well. And just the transparency of seeing on the lid of the bucket the parameters, alkalinity, calcium, magnesium, the ICP linked on it. I don't have to contact anybody to get a batch analysis, to just pop my phone open. I instantly know the values of that particular bucket. Just gives me a lot of trust. And in salt, I mean, every salt looks basically the same, but I need to have the trust, and transparency just gives that trust.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I think that's really great to have transparency for consumers like that. Too. Like the fact you're like, yeah, we use an anti-caking agent. Like I've seen on Facebook and stuff, people are like, we don't include that in our product. And it's like, well, you definitely do. But yeah, so that's nice to see. Yeah. Yeah, so maybe we go over, that's, a lot of the NYOS product line there, at least some of it we've touched on, the main components. Maybe when you move the two-part, a little secret there was and I think there's been a lot, this is pretty big in Germany now, and there's been a little bit of whispers of it in kind of England, but I've not really seen a lot of it in the US yet. Maybe show us off the new version of the Straton X.
Yes, so finally it's there. So this is the Straton X. That's the newest generation of light from AT. It's the you could also call it third generation. So the Straton Pro is the second generation. This is the third generation, and we made tons of improvement compared to the Straton Pro. We also have a sample here. So for everybody who's not familiar with the Straton Pro, so first thing you will notice is the bigger form factor. So we have a, let's say, different light concept. So usually you have small LED lights. We call them spots, where you have a small area where the light comes from. And with the Straton, same was for the Straton Pro and also for the Straton X, you have a really big fixture, and that creates a more even light spread in the tank. So you don't have the hot spots in the middle and too dim light on the outside. You have a very even power distribution. And the new Straton X compared to the Straton Pro got even thinner. So it's now only 9 millimeter. It looks a little bit like an iPad. And that made it possible because the old one was so heavy, it wasn't possible to have a tank mount. But because this one is now so thin, we have a tank mount. And the cool thing about the tank mount is that it is integrated into the light. So nothing sits on top or on bottom of the light. It goes straight into the light, and also the cable hides inside the light. So it's super minimalistic.
It's 9 millimeters thin, so it's thinner than my iPhone. That the first time, I mean, the Straton already is very, very thin. I think it's like 1.2 millimeters, something centimeters, so quite thin. Which
so half an inch.
Yeah, half an inch even. And this is even thinner. The first time I saw the prototype, just the housing, I thought they were joking because I couldn't believe that you can get all of this technology into the light. The old fixture, that well, not old, still an extremely new light. The Pros, they have an extra box to it where most of the components are in. With this one, they managed to get everything into that light. Of course, it has a lot of, I would say, tips, like little tricks to it that not a lot of companies so far can emulate. We have a new developed in-house coating of the lenses. Not lenses, sorry, reflectors. It doesn't use lenses, the reflectors, which presses out another, I would say, about 10% over normal reflectors that you can buy. So that's so far proprietary. And just the amount of spread that one fixture gets, we say, what is about 3 foot? Not quite.
Yeah. So one special thing in general is that we extremely focused on efficiency, so that the light creates as much power as possible per watt.
Yeah.
So the thing we discovered is the fixture has 150 watts.
So way less than most typical lights that you would get in the same price area.
And what we always hear is that people say, okay, but that's not strong enough. I need, I don't know, 200 or 300 watts. But watts doesn't do anything to your coral. So what you need is power. And you not only need power on a small spot, you need power on a big area. And with this slide, we try to implement some key figures. We call it SPS 200. That's the area where you have at least 200 par in your tank to keep SPS. And with one single fixture, you can illuminate 85 centimeters in diameter. That's almost 3 foot,
3 feet,
where you have at least 200 par. So that's extremely efficient. And this is only possible because of, let's say, certain,
little tricks that the light has.
So for example, we are using high power LEDs.
Yeah.
That means one single LED could take up to 5 watts, but we are only giving it 1 watt of energy. And because of that, the LED is not getting that hot, and that makes it a lot more efficient and also leads to a longer lifetime.
And of course, the more power you put onto one LED, yes, it produces more light, but it's not linear, so it drops off in effectivency. That's why we think that driving it the way we're doing is the most bang for buck from an LED.
So this is probably the first fixture I can think of with that form factor to where reasonably, a 3x3 area, a little lagoon, you could keep SPS no problem from the sounds of it. Or
easy.
Could you extend, as a mixed reef or softy tank, could one light on a 5-foot tank do it? Or
that would be rough. It depends probably on how high you hang it, but for a 5-foot tank, that would be a meter 40.
Meter 20, but we also have, as I said, we have the SPS 200 where you have at least 200 par, but we also measured we call it LPS 100, so the area where you have at least 100 par, and that is in an area of 1 meter. That's more than 3 foot. That's, let's say, 3 1/3 foot. I don't know, 3 foot 4 inches.
Freedom units, very hard for us.
And this is a really big area for just one single fixture with 150 watts only.
Yeah.
But you can really check that on your own, measure the par, and you will see that the output is really impressive.
Yeah, so in my mind, the one thing that I guess would scare me, but I think you've already explained it, is no fans, no active cooling. So, the whole body, the mount is the heat sink. If I run this at 100% output, which unless I'm really trying to get 1,500 par, I don't know why I would. I mean, even LEDs are not driven to 100% output, so there shouldn't be heat issues.
No, of course, the housing will get warm, not hot, so you can leave your hand on it, no problem whatsoever. There's a lot of laws that goes around with that, in especially in Europe, that how hot can something be. It's very easy to put your hand on it, which also shows that the housing does its job as a heat sink.
There are also, let's say, there are tons of small little details, technical details, how that is possible, because you're absolutely right. It really was a challenge because the goal right from the beginning was always to have passive cooling, no fans, because that means no maintenance, no noise. So that definitely was a challenge, but we found some ways how to achieve that. It's just getting.
The light itself,
Celsius, like 55 degrees Celsius maximum if you run it 100%.
And the light itself checks itself as well. So there are temperature sensors in the light, so it does check itself. Let's say you would put a wet towel on top of it, and that would create more heat underneath. So the light does check the temperatures of itself as well.
Yeah, you can even see that in the app.
Correct.
You see the temperature. So in case you're, as Corey said, covering anything on top, it would dim down the LEDs.
There's a safety feature of the LEDs. So if the light does get too hot for some reason whatsoever, the LEDs do dim down for a while until the light gets back onto a temperature that it should run at.
What is also, I think, pretty unique is that the app shows you the power in your tank. because of the very even light distribution, that you don't have the hotspots in the middle and too low outside, you can really do a good calculation. So we have a calculation going on depending on
a lot of math going
Yes.
on. They're calculating par. So the app already tells you an estimate on how the par is in your tank area on your percentage wise. So you already can tell, okay, my 20 centimeters from the light, I'm going to have 1200 par. So it already shows that to you. And the math is quite
depending
well,
on the channels.
Yeah.
So depending if you're having white at 80%, for example, and blue at 40%, there's a calculation, and it's actually pretty accurate, because buying a par meter is expensive. Not everybody has one, so it gives you a really, really good indication what par you're ending up in your tank.
So is that assuming the water in that calculation?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Well,
Of
cool.
course, you will always, if you have a lot of tannins in your water and your water is very yellow, that will affect and have a difference then. But we're going by typical water parameters, quite good ones.
Yeah. So I think the three biggest questions are going to be, when's it out? How much does it cost? Is there a warranty?
So we're shipping the first units Q1 next year, hopefully already in January. At least that's the plan, but I cannot guarantee for that so far. And the MSRP will be for sure below 1,000 US dollars. So probably it just below 1,000 US dollars. And yes, of course, there will be a guarantee and warranty. So Clear Choice Distribution is importing our products, and he's doing service for ATI products since, I don't know, 15 years.
Quite some time.
Has all the spare parts. We, by the way, also improved on the maintenance side. So if a customer wants to exchange the main board or an LED, it's super easy. That was not possible with the older generations, but here it is super easy. So who knows, maybe there will be someday a new version, and so it would be upgradable. You could just exchange the LED panel.
Yeah, that was one of the biggest issues. I mean, there will always be a warranty problem. So some lights just happens. And with the pros, you always had to ship them back. With these, you could just get the, let's say, LED puck from us and then just pop it in at home. So there's no big problems if anything ever to happen.
Wow. Yeah, there was a couple questions here which I'll pop up. So Ryan asked, any length adjustment on the fixed arm?
Adjustment, yes. So you can adjust it in two directions, as you can. I don't know if you can see it here.
This goes up and down,
Yes,
so you
this
can
goes up and down,
how
so you
high the
can,
light can be on.
You can adjust the height, but also, which is pretty cool, you can adjust it front to back.
Like how far it
So
goes into the light.
slide the light out of the arm for several inches, depending on the depth of your tank. Yeah, but this is fixed, so you would need to
Unscrew 4 screws, and then, but you would do it while you're putting setting up the light. You would figure out how far they have to extend into the tank.
I cannot show it to you right now, but it's super easy.
Yeah. Just 4
So
screws.
is that also compatible with a hanging kit or other mounting
Yes.
options, or does it removes the whole mount basically?
Yeah. No. On the top side, you see that it has 4 little holes. Probably can't tell from the. And then basically you just take out.
I don't know if you can see it or not.
Probably not. It looks like an iPad in your hand. It's like 4 screws that you take out and screw in the hanging kit. First time I thought this was the packaging of the Straton X. Just, but...
Innovative packaging, it expands.
Yeah.
So also the hanging kit is super minimalistic.
Yeah.
You don't have big screws on top or something. It completely hides inside the fixture.
Right now, of course, we're also working on a rail system. If you want to have multiple ones on one rail instead of having multiple single ones hanging off in one hanging kit, instead of a lot of hanging kits. So that's another project that's going to follow up quite
Yes,
soon.
that will follow a little bit later. I think that will also be quite cool because same thing here, the hanging kit will be more or less hidden inside the rail. So you don't have the screws or some mounting system on top of the rail for the hanging kit. But
And then
this will follow a little bit later.
So hanging kit, what's the speculative cost on that in the States? And is it coming same time, I'm assuming?
Yes.
Yes. So when we ship the first batch of Straton X to the US, we will also ship, of course, tank mounts and hanging kits. I think hanging kits are probably, so the European price is 39 euro. So maybe, yeah.
Also around $40.
Around 40 bucks,
Okay.
and the arm is 80.
80, so around $80. Yeah.
Okay.
Depending on how much the tariffs change anything, but around the same price as the euro.
So that's the 3 boxes there, is the
Mhm.
the actual base light, the mounting, and the hanging kit then.
That's
Okay.
the light, that's the hanging kit, and that's
Spectrum-wise as well, a lot of new things that other companies haven't used yet. We have specialized new cyan white LEDs, which basically is then a combination, right?
Yes, that's a really cool thing. So that also comes back to the efficiency thing, that we are not using green LEDs. We are using white LEDs that have a certain amount of green, like cyan. We call them cyan white. And yeah, they're just more efficient because you don't need a special green LED, but you still have the
effects of the green. Yeah.
Yes,
and that
wavelength.
part of the spectrum very often gets unused because a lot of people don't like the greenish tint to it. But the way it was implemented so far, it's the nicest white light that I've seen so far. You can just have a nice white running tank and still enjoy the colors. You don't need a full Windex blue.
There's a couple other questions here. So this is about the Ion B. So are you all planning on releasing a powder form to lower cost?
So there's two things. We showed you the 2-liter bottle version. There is already a 5-liter version, which is much more cost effective than the 2 liters, of course. I think it's not available yet.
It's not available in the US, but it will be available beginning of next year.
Correct. And then, of course, we already announced it. There will be a powdered version. But it's not just putting baking soda or whatever in a can. So it's really hard to produce something like a blend of trace elements and minor elements to have it in a powdered form. So we're working that out right now. It's looking quite well to be done quite soon, and that's going to be much more price effective. And the cool part about it, so we will have it in a 2-liter bottle. Was it 2 and
so we have 3 and 6 liters.
3 and 6 liter containers, and which basically you can just then take the whole canister and put it into the water and mix 1 3-liter batch or 6-liter batch.
So usually you buy like 1,000 grams, right? And then you need to put 715 grams into 1 liter, and the mixing process is sometimes complicated with 2-part because they're saying, okay, use 700 ml of water, add 715 grams of sodium carbonate, and then add it up to 1,000 ml, so it gets the perfect volume. And we are just having the exact right amount in there. So here, for example, it's 2,245 grams, and then you just add everything into a 6-liter container, and then you add 5.4 liters. It's on instructions. Add everything of this, and then you have exactly 6 liters.
Correct. So that's why you have these weird numbers in grams. Like you said, here's 1,342 grams of powder, which is not only the producing is hard, but then filling it up to this exact gram is really hard. Because if you buy 1,000 grams of soda ash, there's usually a bit more than 1,000 grams because it's easier than to weigh it down. But with these, we have to be very precise, which comes back to what we stand for. Be very, very precise in what you do. But yeah.
This is German engineered two-part, everyone. This is how it is. There's another, the $1 million question here. When will NYOS Liquid Red be available in the US?
So honestly, I thought it is already available, but I guess it's not yet available on BRS, but it is in the US already.
Correct.
So it arrived in the US already. So it's just a matter probably of days when they activate it in the web store.
So everyone just tag Aperture and demand you want this product, and we'll have a riot today and hopefully get it live on Black Friday. It's in the hands. We'll see what happens.
Sounds good.
There are a couple more questions here. We got about 5 minutes, so I'll try to get through as many as we can. Wondering how the recent rollout of the NYOS skimmers and with Mobius support has been going. Any support issues since release? My skimmer is going on 20 years old, and that skimmer is on my short list.
To my knowledge, it's working really, really well. So we have several running here as well, and we already sold quite a lot. So before we released them in the US, they've been shipped within Europe and the UK. I'm not aware of any issues at all.
Like connectivity, no, not whatsoever with Mobius, no.
Yeah.
All right. The next one, when will the NYOS Coral Dip be available in the States? That's one we did not talk about. That's actually a great product to talk about too.
So unfortunately, we do not have an ETA on the Coral Dip yet for the US due to the US law. So we need a special registration as a pesticide.
Correct.
We have it in Europe.
Maybe we should stop there before, because that's like already this why we need a special permit and not other dips need that. So maybe we go a few steps back and explain why that dip does need it.
Yeah, I mean, there's just in general, if you claim that it kills something, it is classified as a pesticide. If you just say, okay, it has health benefits, then it's not classified as a pesticide. But in this case, because we are saying, okay, it kills acropora, eating flatworms, and other stuff, you need a special certification, and that unfortunately just takes time, but we are working on it.
Correct. You used it once, you said to me, right? When you were in the tournament.
Yes, there was some elegance coral syndrome, and we did not have antibiotics available, but there was some NYOS dip there. So we're like, well, maybe this will buy some more time. It's certainly better than nothing. And the symptoms virtually did not change, and it did not regress after a dip. So they were able, there was one even very late stage elegance coral syndrome where even brown jelly had co-expressed with it. So it was like, okay, it's going to be dead by the morning. And it had basically stopped that progression, and they were able to get some antibiotics, then treat the elegance corals. So even
Cool.
For some pretty advanced coral disease, the NYOS dip seemed to be more effective than anything that I have used on the market.
Yeah, the cool thing about that dip is because we made it to a true pesticide, we had to provide all the ingredients. So there's no secret sauce claiming anything. It's clear on the label what's inside of it and why you can expect it to work. You can look up everything that's in there and find out why it works and how it works. That's another, I think that's a big benefit. We have clear instructions on if you want to treat flatworms, you need this and this amount. If you want to treat big nudibranchs, you need a little bit more, like this and this amount. So through white corals, me seeing that many different pests come in through our shipments, I really had the time to pinpoint a product that works well on a lot of different issues. We call it broad spectrum coral dip because it affects on so many different things. I know a lot of products are strong here, some products are strong there, and I here with the NYOS team brought up a product that works against a lot of things at once.
So we've got about 2 minutes here, so I'm trying to squeeze this all in. So Jackson 6745 says, tell us about Biotic. And before you start, I will say that I am the skeptic of bacterial products in this industry. And I was shown the list of bugs in this, and I certainly think it's leaps and bounds above many others. So with that as a pretext, go off and explain it.
Well, I mean, it's very, very hard to prove if something works in this space. We're not claiming it to be marine-based bacteria. It's just not what we're claiming. When we met in the UK, I had a talk about a problem that we had in Europe. We saw a lot of corals getting sick, had weird effects on them. Getting antibiotics is very, very hard for us as Europeans. So we had to find a solution that worked. So we looked into other industries like aquaculture with fish and what they were using. So we got in contact with a specialist there and worked together to find different strains that work in saltwater to fight off bad bacteria, is what usually people say, right? It works quite well. The response of corals is extremely good whenever we use it, because it's not just bacteria. I mean, I don't like to share these little tips and tricks that we use, but it's more as a coral food as well. So the reaction of your corals to it is extreme too. So it helps your corals to fight off bad bacteria, but also gives them a little bit of a push to fight for themselves as well.
And then I think it's what BioBoost is that biotic just in a dosable form, or what's the distinction with that product? Or is it not? I saw it on Paul's shelf, so maybe it's a discontinued.
Oh, that's an older product.
Okay. Yeah, that's
okay.
From
that was many ideas from that product were implemented into the amino and liquid. Basically, we split that up and used a lot of ideas from that older product. I think that product is probably, or was 15 years old.
Yeah.
It was quite old dated. We needed to just bring in the new findings of science and try to get that squeezed in, and I think we managed to do that.
And then we're waiting for the next guest to come on, and because he's not on yet, that gives us a little bit of time. So why don't we go into, as fast as you can, the ATI product line?
So maybe I'll show you the ICP test kits. So just give you a short run through the ICP test kits. So we have new packaging. I don't know if you've seen it yet, but we also have 3 different types of ICP testing. So the first one is the ICP standard. That is just an ICP. It's an ICP OES. So you get all the major elements and the trace elements, but you don't get alkalinity or fluoride, nitrate. So this is the pro analysis. This is the second stage, let's say. With this, you get same like the standard ICP OES test, but additionally, you also get an eye chromatography. That means we can test for nitrate, which is super important, and also fluorine, because this is not possible to test with an ICP. Besides that, you can test your RO water. So you can, if you have any issues with your RO system. And you also get the alkalinity, which is super important, so like a titration. Yep. So that's also the reason we are not calling it an ICP test. It's more or less, it's a laboratory service because we are using several different
machines. That's
devices.
A lot of things that people say, oh, those are not ICP tests because they're using different machines. Yeah, we're not claiming to measure fluoride with an ICP. That's why we changed the name to be more transparent again, that we want to be.
Yeah. I mean,
all right. Well, we could certainly talk for much longer, but unfortunately we are on a very tight schedule. We'll have to do a longer one to cover everything eventually. But thank you both very much for your time. I certainly learned a lot.
Thank you for the invitation. Yeah.
Hope people learned a lot as well. So we're going to go on to our next guest here. And thank you to the NYOS guys. Everyone say thanks in the chat. And be sure to scan the QR code for a chance to win a free sample of NYOS True Algae Food from saltwateraquarium.com. Thanks for coming on, guys. See you.
Thank you. Have a successful Black Friday. Bye.
Thank you. Bye. All right, next we'll have Connor from CoralVue. So I'm going to be a terrible host now. I have to go to the bathroom and really quickly, and then we're going to continue with CoralVue after this. So get your Hydros questions ready. Okay, so you know the drill here. I'm going to put a QR code up in the chat. This is now a new QR code. So how this works is the first 20 people to buy anything CoralVue from saltwateraquarium.com will get a free item from saltwateraquarium.com. And without further ado, let's get things started and welcome Connor from CoralVue to the stage. How you doing today, Connor? Thanks for coming on.
How's everybody doing? Thanks for having me. Let me get this camera just a little bit adjusted. I was playing with the sizing there. But absolutely, thanks for having me today. Welcome to the Digital Trade Show.
Looks like you've got quite the booth and a lot to talk about with us today. That's like the setup.
Well, as preach how you practice, right? When we go to these trade shows, CoralVue, we have a ton of different brands available, right? Today we're going to be talking a lot about ice cap and hydros, but if anybody has questions on reef octopus, abyss, fauna marin, I can take all of those. But yeah, when you come to a trade show, if you haven't ever been able to attend, this is kind of the theme of it. CoralVue, we have a lot of products and a lot of new products out.
Yeah, so maybe we start there. Let's start with some of the newer products that CoralVue's came out with in the last year.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's start with ice cap. I'm going to go ahead and set this hydros down, but don't be afraid. We will be coming back to that and talking on that. Salem, how's my audio? Just want to do a quick audio check. I think it should be good if nobody said anything so far, right?
Yeah, it's pretty good. Everyone in the chat, if there's a problem, let us know, but I think you're good to go.
Sweet, cool beans. Well, now this is a new one that we just came out with. It's the same ice cap gyre that you guys know and love. Before it came out on the Wave engine and the 2K and the 4K, but we wanted to have that old school non-Wi-Fi option as well. So this is the ice cap 2K 4K, and we also have the 2K available. But instead of that smart Wi-Fi control, we have this analog style that has a dial on it, so we can adjust the flow, have different modes, night mode with a light sensor inside of there, so we can automatically slow that flow down at night. But a cool flow option, and as always, I love gyres because they shoot that laminar flow across the tank. But if you are in a situation where you need kind of multiple spots of flow, the directors on these completely pivot around. So you can have one gush going that way, one gush going this way, and then they can reverse as well. So that's a really cool new gyre that we have out available. This is the box you'll recognize at your local fish store and online retailers. So make sure to check out for that one. Now, some may recognize this. This is the ice cap biomedia along with the biomedia organizer rack. So we can put our biomedia in here and organize it in a nice clean way instead of just throwing it in the sump and getting all dirty. Nice clean way to keep everything organized. Now, biomedia has been around. Now, these are aluminum free. We tested it with ICT, we soaked it, we let it sit, and they are hard as a rock. When I dump this out on the table, I don't have to worry about it breaking or falling apart or anything like that. These are absolutely hard as a rock. So this is some of the biomedia we have available from ice cap. If you can hear me knock on that, it is very, very hard. It's not going to get soft on you or mush out. But again, aluminum free and available in a lot of different form factors, right? So we have the spheres, the 8-inch plates, we have 4-inch plates. But what's new with that? Well, now we are getting into frag plugs and frag tiles too. So that same ceramic media, that same surface area that we can grow beneficial bacteria on, we can now do that on our frag plugs, our frag plates as well. Here I have a 2.5-inch, I have a 4-inch, and then I even have our standard 3/4-inch frag plugs as well. But starting to get into a little bit of more of that biomedia availability on all surfaces of the aquarium. So I think that's really cool, especially when you seed it with certain bacteria as well.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Actually, that's I need to get some of those. I've got some ideas for that. I've never seen someone do that. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, it just makes sense. We are already making them and make these frag plugs. Now we have them in all sizes and shapes too. We have the ones with the divots inside of them, the one with the plug nipples on them. We have them the flat discs, like I said, the squares. So whatever you need, IceCap has that available, and that's kind of what you're going to see today on that theme. If you need it, IceCap has this product available. I can't begin to describe how many products I have in the line here. It kind of feels like one of those infomercials where I'm just going to slide it on down the conveyor belt, right? So if anybody has any questions, feel free. I've got all of them around me, and I can pop one up out of order if need be too. But a lot of cool stuff from IceCap always coming. Make sure to check these out. I have 3 or 4 of these in my sump, and because of that, I can fit so many more biospheres in there with that. But
yeah,
really, really cool.
I've seen that rack organizer. That's a pretty good idea because I've seen so many. It's so hard to siphon detritus. They're just everywhere. So that's pretty good.
Yeah. Keeps it nice. The flow is able to get right through it, and if you have an environment to where you can slow that flow down, then it's, even better for it, right? Now, it's starting to get cold outside, right? And I'm in Chicago. It's cold in the room I'm in right now. So my tank is running a little cold. So I have heaters to go along with that. So these are the new IceCap heater controllers. Now on there, you can select what size of heater you actually need. The heater element is going to be sold separately than the actual heater controller. But the heater controller has 2 AC outputs on it. So you can install 2 heaters on there. This is the 400 watt. Again, shatterproof. This is a titanium heater. Simple AC. You plug this into the heater controller, and that maintains it. As with IceCap, these all come with a year warranty, and they are really, really cool. Right now, I have the standard the standard suction cups on there, but we also have the magnet to where you can magnetize these and hold them and organize them a little bit better underneath the stand or underneath the sump, right? The temperature sensor on here is replaceable as well. That's one of the things that we saw is if that temperature sensor is integrated into the heater controller, it can cause problems down the road. So that temperature sensor is replaceable as well as a part of a consumable, right? But heaters ranging from anywhere from 50 watts all the way up currently to 400 watts. And we may have something in the works for those larger size heaters available as well. But really, really, really cool. Any questions on the heater?
So if you want, we can do questions after each item, or we can just pool all the questions at the end. There's already a lot so far.
Yeah, what do we got so far? Let's make sure everybody gets answered in appropriate timing.
Yeah, so there's a question about the X8 and launch. So I don't know if you want to tackle that one later. Let's see. When will the IceCap in-sump UVs be available at stores? So that's kind of IceCap related.
No, great question. They first batch sold out incredibly quickly. We will have another container show up within the next few weeks, and then they're going to keep coming. After the demand that was forecasted for that, we are going to make sure that we stay on top of that. But yeah, in the next few weeks, you should be seeing them pop back up in the retailers around you.
All right, next one about the biomedia frag plugs. Any early evidence of how acropuddling is impacted by the texture these versus smooth kind of porcelain or ceramic style plugs?
No, and honestly, I wouldn't be the best one to ask for that question. I don't want to give a BS answer. So no, I'm not sure.
All right, let's see. Are there different sized racks for the biomedia, I'm assuming, maybe for like a nano all-in-one?
Yeah, no, so there's only one size of the rack available, but there are different sizes spheres, right? So the ones you saw on were the spheres, but we also have the pellets too, and those ones can be for more for nano style, and they all come with a bag, right? So no matter what, even if you don't get the organizer, they all come with a bag, so you can kind of keep those a little bit more tied together in a nano all-in-one back of the chamber. And that's another great question too. One of the products I couldn't have on site here was the ice cap AIO tanks. We have 10 gallon, 20 gallon, 38 gallon cubes, 60 longs, all AIO tanks that have all that filtration included, that pump included with a baffle in the back. And these fit perfectly down inside of there. But the bags also fit with those nanospheres.
All right, next one here. When it comes to ice cap, what is the best way to set up a farm tank? Using the hydro system, the biomedia, the dryers, reef octopus, a 350 to a 400 gallon tank. So they want the must-haves.
The must-haves. Okay. Well, I'm holding one of them. Every tank needs a heater, even if you live, where our headquarters is, Louisiana. That heater may only come on once a month, once a year, if even. But heaters are always going to be important, and these titanium ones from Ice Cap, for me, are become a must-have. I just really trust these things. I've seen them go through the development process and the beta process, so I know what went into these. So the heaters are a must-have. Hydros is a must-have too. We'll come back to that. Even if it's just a monitoring only, right? Hey, I just want to make sure the temperature is good, the pH is good, and there's no water on the floor. Or we can expand it out from there and get full tank automation. Reef Octopus, known for their skimmers, right? Their pumps and their skimmers. Their skimmers are designed around the pump. The pump is designed for the skimmer. There's no other protein skimmer company in the world that designs the pump for that skimmer and then marry them together. And I'm referring to the Varios and the Bubble Blaster, right? The original AC style. That is a must-have. Reef Octopus skimmer, Hydros controller, ice cap heaters, and a lot of the ice cap accessories that you'll find. I think even right now, this is one that every reefer should have, is the ice cap lens kit, right? It's taking coral photos before this, and I just felt that weight on there. But the ice cap lens kit is a great one to have. And you'll see a lot of those ice cap accessories come through. They're like, wait, I could use that, right? We have carbon fiber tweezers, we have biomedia, we have small utilitarian pumps, right? So these are like 400 liter an hour utilitarian pump that we can put at the bottom of a mixing station and move over water. But you'll find a lot of value-driven products in that ice cap line. Absolutely.
Awesome. The next comment, we need ICP tested frag plugs. So there's someone's wanting that next, I guess.
So those frag plugs are ICP tested. Yep. Along with all that biomedia on there, we have those results on our CoralVue page for each under the product, under the download section.
Well, there you go. That's an industry first. That's pretty good to have. So, all right. I think that's all we have for now. We'll loop back to the Hydros question, and I let them know that. So continue on with the ice cap.
I know that's not going to be the first nor last Hydros question, so I'm anticipating it, and I am kind of saving most of the time for that. So we'll keep moving on. There's that lens kit again that we talked about. It comes with 4 different lenses. It comes with the macro, the polarized, the 20K, and the 15K, so you can get some really good coral shots. And it comes with the carrying case as well. Really similar to a lot of the other photo clips you see, but this one is for the larger phones. I have a Samsung Galaxy, and we have like 3 cameras on there. The new iPhones have that big one. So this is that 2.5-inch lens on there that'll fit on almost all of those phones. One of the other ones that came out right along with the UV sterilizer was the all-in-one media reactor, right? Another option that we didn't have to have guesswork for the end user. What kind of pump do I need to match with this media reactor? Where do I install it? What do I do? So this is a really cool one. I think has a lot of features that people don't see right off the bat. Yeah, it's a media reactor. This is the medium one. We have 3 sizes available. But in this is the medium one. You can hang it on the side of a sump or on the back of a tank, wherever you need to put this media reactor. But the cool thing is the top completely pops off. And now we're able to leave the cabling, leave the pump inside, leave everything else inside that's wet, but just change out the media that we need to. Up top, you can have additional media, but the entire thing twists apart, and you can pour in your GFO coming from the bottom up, pour in your GFO. And then right now I have this set up for GFO, so I'm filtering that before it gets back out to the tank, right? So we can twist that back together and keep our system clean, not have to yank out wires, undo the pump, do everything over again, and we're ready. That media reactor goes right back in. Now, a couple different ways to control flow on here. I don't have it plugged in, but we have a simple controller: power, flow up, flow down. It's a DC pump at the bottom of there. But also you can see that we have wastegates on the bottom. It may be hard to see, but there's a plastic block here that you can put. So you can either A, direction the flow, or B, restrict the flow on there. So these are the all-in-one style, but we also have the INT and the EXT, which go up to 600 gallons of recommended volume. So, anywhere from teeny tiny to absolutely massive, we can accommodate. But yeah, this is the medium all-in-one media reactor. So I thought was pretty cool.
That's probably one of the most intuitive and like user-friendly, convenient reactor designs I've seen. That's having the snap off is great. That's awesome.
Yeah. It's easy. Just pops on and off like that. Keep our hands clean, And I think eventually I want to start selling spares of these so they can have like those charges ready to go and just pop and drop, right? Put it right back in, turn the power on, and you're good to go. Really cool. Make sure to check those out. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the thing is, all of us here are fish tank enthusiasts. I would say reefers, but we do have some freshwater Joes in there as well. I started with freshwater, moved up to saltwater eventually over 10 years ago now. But all of us at CoralVue have a tank. I'd say 95% of us. A lot of us have it in our office, but we're not just kind of going at the seat of our fly here. We're really kind of thinking like, I could really use this. If I'm going to use it, you guys are going to use it. I heard NYOS say if this works for a coral farm, it can work for end users as well. And I like that logic, trickle down economic and products and features, right? But along there too, we have additional ice cap products. One of those must-haves. If you don't go with hydros, you need to still have an automatic top off. The number one thing you have to do all the time on a saltwater tank, if you're just getting into it, if you're just getting into saltwater and you're asking which product should I get, I have a nano tank. You probably don't need a protein skimmer that's very large, if any, right? Because solution to pollution is dilution. You can be able to do a lot. But the number one thing you need for even a nano tank is automatic top off. So this is the ATO EZ. Why did we name it that? Well, because it's easy to install. You plug it in, you put the sensor in place, you drop the pump in a freshwater bucket, and whenever that sensor goes dry, the pump turns on and it starts to fill up, right? So even on the inside, there's not much to it on the inside. If I open that up, you're just going to see a plug, a sensor, and more cabling than a plug, right? So we can get those runs to where we need it to go, and a little bit of tubing in there too. This comes with the triple level sensor on there too. So we do have a little bit more of a fluctuation, right? And the pump's not going to run as soon as it gets dry on the top one. It's going to wait till it gets down to that bottom sensor, then turn on. And we even have an overflow alarm in there too, as well, that'll let you know what is going on. But this is a really, really good value, right? This is sub $100 product. This is that stocking stuffer. This is that gift to somebody. This is the gift to yourself so you can stop doing that job. But if you don't have an ATO on your tank, you gotta have one. So an absolute necessity. Make sure to check out this Ice Cap ATO EZ.
That was probably one of the most intimidating things when I first started was my first ATO, like, however many years ago back. And I was just like, how do I even wrap my head around setting this thing up? So that's great to have an easy version of that for beginning consumers.
Yeah, it's hard to explain. And then you talk about changing levels, and the real newbie starts, whoa, changing levels. That's not supposed to happen, right?
Yeah.
So that satiates the need to do a lot. But then right after that, once you kind of start to get that, then you realize, oh, my corals need motion in the ocean, right? So we talked about the gyres that shoot that laminar flow, but now we also have the Ice Cap FP pumps. This is the 200, but we also have the 100 and the 60 as well. So this is the larger one. Now, when we open that up, you're going to recognize that controller that we looked at for the gyre. So that same gyre controller that has the dial on it, that has the buttons, and it has a light sensor inside, so we can have that automatic day and nighttime switching on there. But this is that puck style pump, right? So this is the large one. Quite large, about 4,700 gallons an hour, right? So quite large, can manage a lot of different size tanks, and is a wide flow pump. So when we smack that on there, you can take that off, smack that ice cap magnet on there, and it is quite strong, right? So about three quarters of a tank. Watch your fingers when you do that, but provides a ton of flow in a various size tanks, but a non-positioning pump. This is that puck style wide flow pump. That one's brand new. I know there's going to be the question in the comments, so I will answer it now. It will be on the Wave engine eventually, right? So we are going to be adding that to the profile, so you can add that to a Hydros Wave engine. At this time, it is not. We do have a lot of other features in the works, as you may or may not be aware of. But yes, eventually the ice cap FP pumps will be on that Hydros as well. And like I said, available in 3 sizes. For this one, we can recommend all the way up to 1 pump for a 60-inch tank. We didn't want to go with the gallon size rather than how much this can actually push. So on the back of all of the ice cap products, it'll be hard to see, but we also have it on our website. We have a scale. For pumps, this kind of makes sense. For protein skimmers, it really makes sense. What's the size that this can handle from small to large? And then for skimmers, we'll be talking about BioLoad as well, but another cool ice cap product. Any questions on the FP pump?
What's it retail for? What's the 3? What's kind of the range there?
That is a great question. The FP200 is what I know off the top of my hand, and it retails for $149.99.
Okay,
$149.99. That's the largest of them, right? Now, maintenance. We all need maintenance on our systems that keep everything alive. And I don't have the full RO machine in front of me, but I do have the replacements for the ice cap RODI machine. Now, we all recognize RO membrane when we see one, right? Let's get that out nice and active, right? But we also have the 5 micron and the 1 micron sediment filters. We also have the carbon blocks, but on top of that, not pictured here, we have the chloramine carbon blocks as well, along with DI resin and additional chambers too. So the ice cap RODI machine is a 4-stage right off the bat, but we sell dual DI chamber resin on top of that, so you can add phosphates, GFO beforehand, a second sedimentary filter, another carbon block, or most commonly more DI resin along the way. But a really easy way to fill that chamber up and go from there. Like I said, a lot of ice cap products for all the needs of every single day. Make sure to check out the DI resin at those online retailers. This is a really, really popular one. Really popular one. Another one too is a lot of people don't know that we carry the pads, right? So this is the general floss pad, but we also sell the phosphate reduction pad, the nitrate reduction pad, the carbon pad, and then the fleece pad as well. So if you need to polish water, cut these up to put them in a canister filter, I lay them on top of a secondary chamber, on top of an automatic filter roller, right? So just catching all that material out of the mechanical filtration out of the sump or filter. But 10 inches by 18 inches on each and every one of those. Now, I think we can get into some of the fun stuff. This is most of the questions of what everybody is going to have, but a lot of different Hydros products available to make life easy. And I have most of them with me. Some have just been released, some are coming out, but we have a solution for just about everybody. Here's the newest one released, which was the Hydros Blini, which is a 4-headed doser. Now, it is still a full Hydros controller, but it is also a 4-headed doser. We also have the Minnow, which is a 2-headed doser. Again, a full aquarium controller. And that's kind of the general theme you'll see with Hydros is they're all controllers. Which one do I start with? Well, you start with the one that does the jobs that you need it to do. So when we look at Hydros, we can start to look over the inventory of what ports are available. And I think the biggest question nowadays is the start versus the launch. So I have the start right here. And currently the start is on our CoralVue controller board. So make sure to check these out. This is the mini board, but we also have the large board, and we have them in black and white. And we also have the feet on them. Now, right now I'm just having it set here, but we also have feet. So if you don't have a place to mount them, they can sit directly on there. But let's start to get into the topic of start versus the launch. Okay, now when you look at them next to each other, it's going to be hard to see, but when you look at them next to each other, they look really similar, right? They both have the green sense ports on them right here. 4 of them. They each have 4 green sense ports, and they both come with a temperature sensor. So right off the bat, one of those sense ports is taken up, but we have 3 remaining to add water level sensors, leak detectors, flow sensors, anything like that. Both can handle up to 4 sense port accessories. Well, the start has 2 drive ports, the orange ports. Drive ports provide 12-volt power, and we have a lot of drive port accessories. We have the micro ATO pump, we have water solenoids, CO2 solenoids, dosers, and more products coming on those drive ports. The start has 2 of them. The launch has 4 orange drive ports. So if you know that you need to power 4 orange drive port accessories, well, we kind of answered our question on which one we need to go with to begin, right? But the number one question I ask somebody when going down the aquarium automation journey is, do you need to monitor pH, right? And if you're getting into an aquarium controller, chances are you probably want that feature set. But notice the start does not have that probe port inventory, right? The launch does right here. Following that is salinity. Do you require salinity? Well, again, we'll notice on the start, we don't have that salinity port, but on the launch, we do. The only other port that we have on here is the 0 to 10 volt in port, which can be used for like a button box, additional float sensors, and a more DIY approach to it. But they both also have 4 AC outlets on there, right? So we can plug in our heater controllers, we can plug in our return pumps, our skimmers, our lights, and control those outlets unilaterally, right? When we want to expand, they both have those blue command bus ports on it. So you're never locked in to that first Hydros control you get. You add on and add on and add on. And that's what you hear about the Hydros collective. A collective is multiple Hydros units working together in a single brain, right? A neural net of safety. So I hope I explained that start versus launch well, but I know we probably have a couple questions in there about that.
Let's see. We had a Hydros question way back. Let's see. I just recently purchased an X8 and a launch. I'm not sure how to start. I'm new to controllers. I did the purchase from saltwateraquarium.com.
Sweet. So, yeah. I mean, a launch and an XP8, you have 12 AC outlets ready to go. The only thing that you would make sure that you need to have is the command bus cable to link the 2 devices up. And then you require 2 command bus terminators, the little 2-inch blue things, right? And those are the end of the railroad tracks that says there's no information passed here and there's no information passed here. All of the Hydros controls are in here. So if you didn't pick up a command bus cable and 2 command bus terminators, then 2 is the most you will ever need. But you need that cable to link the controls together, right? After that, make sure to check out the online user manual. It's also built into the app about creating a collective, but more specifically, Collective 101. And that'll go over everything about how to link those together. If you're still having trouble, make sure to reach out to us at support. That is by far our number one priority is customer support. When you call us, you get a hold of us. You get a ticket created, you get the answers you're looking for. And we also have those unofficial routes too, like the Facebook group, DMing our social media, Reef to Reef, right? We help out on there. Everywhere, Saltwater Aquarium does a great job of providing support. And when they can't, they reach out to us. But all of our retailers are getting the hang of it. But we have that official support when needed. So make sure to reach out for questions.
Awesome. Yeah, that's all there is for. I guess there is a question which Jeff B answered in the comments, but not everyone on every platform. Yeah, of course he did. Not everyone could read all the comments on every platform. So is there power monitoring with the plugs on the start and launch?
That is a great question. Neither of these have the power monitoring on the smart plugs. The AC outlets on the XP8 do. So the XP8 AC outlets, they have power monitoring up to 1500 watts. Up to 1500 watts. 8 amps max per outlet, 14 amps max for each device is true on all of the XP8, the start and the launch. So 8 amps per outlet or 14 amps max for the entire device. The Kraken. I want to talk about the Kraken because this is the one I think a lot of people want, but they don't necessarily know what they want about it. But they've heard and they've learned, and I think it's time to explain that. So this
Yes.
is the Kraken. Okay. Not pictured as the power supply that goes with this, right? But it is a Meanwell industrial grade IP68 power supply, 20 amps. It is a beast. But what do we do with that, right? We can distribute power. The Kraken is a power distribution center for hydros, right? So we learned about the blue ports providing command and data to other controllers to expand our system. We learned about the orange ports being drive ports for 12-volt accessories like the dosers, CO2 solenoids, and everything I mentioned. The Kraken has 4 of those, right? But now we have a new port, new inventory, the red ports, which are force ports. While the orange ports provide 12-volt power, the red force ports provide 24-volt power. So what exactly does that mean? Well, to the layman, it doesn't mean much. I'm saying a lot of numbers, but everybody knows that underneath that fish tank of yours, you have all those black boxes, all those bricks under there from all those power supplies. If you flip that over, it's going to say input and output. If that output says 24 volts, we know that we can eliminate that power supply. It also has to be below 10 amps, right? So if that's 24 volts and below 10 amps, we can take that power supply, throw it in the closet for later use. The Kraken is going to replace that power brick via one force port, right? And we could do that 8 times over. We could do that 8 times over on this Hydros Kraken. So we can eliminate that spaghetti mess underneath the tank of those power bricks. We can distribute power. We can waterproof the connections because these GX12 are splash proof, dust proof, wind proof, IP65 rated. But now we can incorporate a battery backup. So the Kraken includes the cable to connect a 12-volt lead acid battery. It could be a small battery. It could be a big battery. It could be 20 batteries, right? But a 12-volt lead acid battery can connect directly to this and provide battery backup to all the devices on this Kraken. So it's a really cool one. But then a lot of people ask us, well, how do we replace this plug? You know, this plug doesn't fit. So we only sell 2 types of force port cables, only 2 types. Type 1 is the Hydros adapter cable, which goes from force port to power port on, say, the sole right here, which has a white power port on it, right? So we can eliminate that power supply that comes with the sole, and we can distribute that via the Kraken. So that's cable 1 to power other Hydros devices. Cable 2 is a 5.5 millimeter barrel, right? Which is a pretty universal size and the size we on purpose use for all of Reef Octopus products, for all of Ice Cap products. So you don't have to get the adapter. We already kind of have that ready for you to go, right? 5.5 is a really universal size. But we can't guarantee what other companies' plugs may use, right? So an adapter kit is linked on our site as well to go from that 5.5 millimeter plug to any size product you have, because you know at the end of that plug, it's this size. You can say, oh, okay, it's that one. And we plug that right in and distribute power here from the Kraken. So there's nothing really like this on the market for the fish tank industry, but this is a really cool one that once people get the concept of it, they're like, holy, I can get rid of 8 of those bricks on there. Really, really cool product and full power monitoring. I know we just talked about that, but the Kraken, of course, has full power monitoring on it as well.
That was one of my biggest questions on my notes page is we got to talk about the Kraken because I feel like it's the most underrated product you all carry. But yeah, once everyone learns about it, it's just, oh, okay. Yeah, I need to get one of those. 100%.
Yeah. If you have questions on it, I'll answer them here, of course, but make sure to check out, again, our online user manual. And in there, we have the Kraken FAQs, the frequently asked questions, right? that reads like a flow chart. So if you start at the top and you finish at the end, you're going to have all of your questions answered. It goes by, well, what can I power off the Kraken? And it goes into exactly what I just said. Flip that brick over, see if it says output 24 volts and it's less than 10 amps. Yes. Is it an AC where it just has a plug? Nope, we can't power that. So for example, we get a lot of questions about heaters on the Kraken. I cannot think of one DC heater on the aquarium market. So there is not a really good battery backup solution to a lot of heaters, especially directly from Hydros. While the XPA, the Launch, and the Start have those AC ports and our AC power supply centers, this is our DC power supply center. So yeah, really cool. But make sure to check out those Kraken FAQs to get all your questions answered, or reach out to us at support and we're happy to help you out.
All right, so we've talked about, how to start the Hydros collection, what happens when you launch into the more advanced things, and how to do power management. So what are some other offerings from Hydros?
Yeah. Dosing, right? Dosing is an important one. So we have a couple different options here to get into it. Allow me to grab the X10 as well. Oh, and I hit my lights. There we go. And I have a Philips Hue. I had bumped the switch on the way out, right? The one not pictured is the minnow, but you've started with Hydros. You have one of the controls. Again, it doesn't matter which one you start with. How do we grow from there, right? Because we don't want to lock you in, come out with a new one. Like, oh, I should have got that one. That never happens with Hydros. You just add on and add on. So you started with the Launch, or the Start, but now you want to get into automatic dosing, right? So which way do we go next? Do I need one single continuous doser that can go up to 300 mils a minute, maybe for a calcium reactor or kalkwasser, right? A lot of people use these for AWC, but I'll get into that why you can and why you shouldn't, or you can use other pumps to do so, but we'll come back to that. But the Soul is that continuous doser. It is a Hydros control. So you could start with just the Soul in your Hydros journey and expand out later on, because obviously it doesn't have any sense ports. It doesn't have any drive ports. It is a single head doser, continuous, from 0.1 mils a minute all the way up to 300 mils a minute, forward and backwards too. So really versatile on that, but a full Hydros control. Perhaps you're like, okay, well, I'm getting into dosing. If I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it. So then we have the Blinoff, which is a 4-headed doser, right? Has 4 dosers around the perimeter of the controller, and we can dose balling method, aminos. These are DC brushless dosers, right? So while the Soul is a true stepper motor, the minnow and the Blinoff are DC brushless. So what does that mean? It's still variable speed. It still goes forward and backwards, but now it's at preset speeds, which are forward and backwards 25, 45, and 55 mils a minute. But the Blinoff retails at $430, very similar to all other 4-headed dosers on the market, but it's a full Hydros control. It has 4 sense ports on it. So you can add that temperature sensor that Ken from SWA is giving away every Hydros purchase this hour, right? You could add a skimmer sensor on there. You can add a leak detector on there. It has 2 drive ports on there, the orange ports. So you could add the Hydros ATO kit, one for the water level sensor on a sense port and the micro ATO pump on a drive port, have 4 dosers available and the beginning works of your Hydros controller, right? Or perhaps, like, hey, right off the bat, I know that I'm going to need 4 dosers, period. I know that I'm going to need pH. I know that I'm going to need salinity. And right now, dosing is more important than AC outlets to me. So this is the X10. The X10 has a lot built into it. It has those 4 dosers, right? Which are true stepper motors. So again, 0.01 mils a minute, all the way up to 100 mils a minute. So it can be for trace elements, very small micro doses, perhaps lanthanum chloride, or larger doses like your daily kalkwasser dose. But I do want to note the X10 is not a continuous doser. The Soul is the continuous doser, right? It can handle a large amount of flow, again, at 100 mils a minute, forward and backwards, but its power comes in that versatility. On there again are 4 sense ports. Sense ports are a dime a dozen. You're gonna need more. And if you don't need more, you should have more leak detectors. All right. Further as well, we have drive ports as well, 2 drive ports on there. So we continue to add those drive port accessories. The X10 also has pH and salinity. So that's what I come down to a lot is I talk about which controller should I get, and it comes down to, where did it go? Let me grab the launch right here. This is the kind of the answer I get most of the time is, okay, well, you want to start with Hydros. When you're coming to these digital trade shows, you're invested in the hobby, right? You may not start with the start because it's too beginner. We need more ports. We need more jobs, right? So a lot of people come and say, I need salinity. Have to have it. All right, well, I recommend you start with one of these 2 controllers. The X10 with 4 dosers included, or the launch with 4 AC outlets that are included. But at this time, which is more important to you? You know, later on, we can always add more 4 dosers, or we can always add AC outlets via an XP8. But these are the number 1 and 2 of what our consumers start with. The X10 with those 4 dosers, or the launch with 4 AC outlets.
And then I think an important question for everyone's kind of the warranty and support on the entire Hydros line.
Oh, great question. 1-year warranty on all of the Hydros controls, lifetime customer support, right? I don't care if you reach out, like small question, big question, we are there to help. Again, customer support is by far our number 1 priority, but the official answer, warranty is 1 year on all Hydros controls. Past that, we are still willing to help out. We're a small family-owned business. We want to help out where we can, right? So we do have programs in place where if you're out of warranty, we can have you send that device in. We can inspect it to see if we could repair it, and then we can provide a possible quote to repair that, right? So never hesitate to reach out to begin with, right? It's just don't throw it off to the side like, oh, it's out of warranty. I want to help you as best as possible.
We've got another question here, which is, when is the IceCap FP line going to be added to the Wave engine?
Soon. So I made sure I said that soon. I mean, yeah, we can be frank with it a little bit, right? We have a lot of requests, right? Everybody wants something from Hydros, wants something from IceCap. If you've ever seen the movie Shrek, this is how Carlos loves to say it. If you ever seen the movie Shrek, when the king is taking an order and he opens a scroll and the scroll goes all the way down to the next city, that is the Hydros feature request list right now, right? A lot of those have gotten checked off, and there's a lot of stuff behind the scenes that nobody's seen yet that we're really excited to announce. But I can't assure you with how much we're getting asked, the FP pumps are high up there on the priority list. So I don't have an answer. We don't say dates anymore, but make sure to stay tuned, and we'll have some promotion behind that to announce that they're finally on there. In the meantime, make sure to check out the Wave Engine compatibility list on the Hydros website. On there, that compatibility list will tell you all of the pumps that are currently available to operate on that Wave engine.
I think that's a good transition. Why not talk about the Wave engine? I think that's a pretty good one too.
Absolutely. So we talked about power supplies with the Kraken. We talked about flow with the Gyre, which I actually still have right here. So we've got this Gyre. Now, first of all Wave engine compatible pumps are sold as a pump only option. They don't come with a controller. They don't come with a power supply. They come as a pump only. Why is that? Well, as you may have been trained, whenever you purchase a pump, you get a pump, a power supply, and a controller with it every single time, right? That adds a lot of cost to that product that you bought. So again, all Hydros Wave and compatible pumps are sold as a pump only option. But what you can do with that is we can take this controller off of this Gyre pump, and we can get the proper adapter to go directly to a Wave engine, right? Allow me to grab a Wave engine that I have in my handy dandy drawer over here. And that one will work. This is one of the original ones. This is an OG Wave engine. Let me grab a different one so we can hear that.
Got the entire product line, man.
I have a workbench to my left. I have my desk to my right. I have my studio, which is not framed up perfectly for this video. So, but I have a ton of products here and a whole studio, and I do some work on the side over there. I love to solder on the side. My 3D printer is paused for this production. So, But the wave engine, this is the original wave engine. We're on the V2 now, same product for all intensive purposes, but we also have the wave engine LE. What's the difference between the full-size wave engine and the wave engine LE? Well, the wave engine LE has 2 pump ports. The full size has 4 pump ports. The V2 also can be a collective master, right? So it can be a redundant brain in the system. The LE cannot, but it does continuously link with the system via those blue command bus ports. But on here, we see 4 yellow ports, right? Pump ports, wave ports. So the wave engine is your controller for the pumps. It is your power supply for the pumps. So 4 pumps and their power supplies can be reduced to just the pump. We get the proper adapter to plug this particular pump into that particular outlet, right? So we have the adapters for ice cap pumps, reef octopus pumps, max spec pumps, and other ones along those lines that can go directly onto there. Again, make sure to check out that wave engine compatibility list. But when you own a Hydros wave engine, you already have the controller. You already have the power supply, so additional pumps are sold as pump onlys at a majorly reduced cost, and you can add it directly into your system. And then, of course, from there, you get full Hydros control out of it, right? They can have schedules. They can have morning schedules. For example, I have what we call hurricane schedule, and it can be custom created for anything. But at the top of every hour for 5 minutes, all of my pumps kick on to 100% of their allowance. So that way, there's no detritus stirring up or selling at the bottom. Everything is getting stirred up for 5 minutes every hour. Create that motion, burst in the ocean, get it stirred up, mechanically filtered out, and go from there. Past that, we can have the flow turn up when phosphates are down. Whatever you want to do, the ice cap pumps and the wave engines can handle that. Yeah.
Awesome. We got another question here, which
Sure.
is Wi-Fi required for all the Hydros things? Bluetooth, how are we operating them?
Yeah, no, it's a great question. Wi-Fi is required for the initial registration set up, right? So we do have to register it to the cloud. We do have to have those uploaded changes, right? So for initial registration and setup, yes, we do have to be connected to Wi-Fi. A good tip for that, if you don't have Wi-Fi at the house or where you're installing it, an access point or your phone's hotspot, right? We just need to get it set up on Wi-Fi. So set that hotspot up on your phone, get it connected, walk away. Yeah, they disconnect from Wi-Fi, but the controllers still know what to do, right? Past that, we do have 2 options to access in those Bluetooth fashions, right? We have Bluetooth access, right? Which is in remote and locally, you have to be within 15 feet Bluetooth, and you're able to access via a read-only Bluetooth access. However, we also have emergency mode, which utilizes Bluetooth. It must be set up prior to an emergency. But once you set that up, if there is an emergency where your Wi-Fi is out, your internet is out, then you're able to access to full control via Bluetooth. But emergency access does need to be set up. So yes, 3 options: internet as we know it, full cloud capability, Bluetooth access, and emergency access, all 3 across the board.
All right, so this kind of shifts us a little bit away from Hydros proper, but it's something I wanted to be sure we talked about, which is the new ice cap drop-in UV. I thought that was a pretty cool design. I don't know if you have one there or not, but yeah, I think it's really convenient for people. You don't have to plumb something in. If you've got ick outbreak all of a sudden, if you're setting up like a quarantine tank, I think it's a pretty consumer-friendly product, and it's because plumbing can be a challenge for people that are beginning. So just to have it there, easy peasy.
So I wanted to show it, but I didn't want it to be the highlight. It is product of the year. This thing is, our demand for it has gone through the roof. So we're excited to be bringing you more of these. But yes, I do have one here. This is the medium one. No, this is the large one. So this is the 40 watt. We also have a 28 watt and an 18 watt as well. But fully integrated. There's not much to it. As you said, you drop this in a place where it can fit it in the sump. There's 2 plugs on it. There's one for the bulb itself and one for the pump. These can be plugged into Hydros, so they can be complementary of each other. So the light's not on when the pump's not on. But one thing that's really cool, I don't I think it's kind of glazed over a lot of people. Yeah, it's a UV sterilizer, works the same way as a standard UV sterilizer does. But no guessing on the plumbing, no guessing on where to put it, how to mount it, the flow, how much flow do I need to go through there, right? The pumping is included with it. We have a dial on the top, so you're able to manage that. It's easy to replace. I'm not going to really do that, but the bulb comes up right out of the top, nice and easy. But one cool thing is the cooling. One thing that we know about UV sterilizers is they eat away at plastic, right? So we've seen it from other brands, our brand and everything. UV is harsh. It's very, very harsh, and it starts to whittle away at that plastic, right? So you have to maintain it. You have to inspect that product. One thing that this is going to correct is that cooling, right? The outside won't get hot, and we'll keep this nice and cool because the water falls over the reaction chamber and internal of the UV reactor. So that one was really cool, and one thing that we were really excited about. Easy maintenance, right? You don't have to rip the thing down, take the pump off, and just unscrew it and put it right back on. But yeah, we're really excited to get more of these. We've loved the demand. Everybody is asking for it. We love when that happens. We can only fit so many on a container. So we've informed the manufacturer, which is us at IceCap. We've informed us and the people that make it for us. We need more, right? So we're excited to bring these to all the retailers.
Yeah, people are angry in the comments. It's out of stock. A lot of demand, it seems. Got angry faces.
So I am off. So I had that one in the back. I wasn't going to bring it out, but I kind of figured somebody was going to ask for it, so I left it there and didn't include it in the incorporation. But yeah, I mean, I have a couple of videos ready for that too in this new kind of home studio that I have, but I haven't released it yet because we don't want to rile everybody up, and they're not currently available right now. We don't have them at CoralVue. We're sold out. That doesn't mean your local retailer that doesn't have an online store. I know Ken is sold out as well. So SWA unfortunately doesn't have any, but kind of spreading the love, there may be one out there, but we do know that they are becoming hard to find, and we want to bring you more. Trust me, we want to sell you the products you're asking for. I promise you that.
We've got another question here, which is, does Hydros have plans to work on the Insight with Avid Aqua to make that compatible?
Not at this time. Not at this time.
Okay. Let's see.
But we do hope to have a physical interface. Jeff B is in the comments. Allow me to plug Jeff B for a second. He does not work for us. He is one of our beta testers, but love you, Jeff. He has the button box available. So if you are looking for that physical interface through a 0 to 10 volt port, you must have that 0 to 10 volt in port available on the Launch, the Wave Engine, or the X4. Then you can have that physical interface and buttons and switches available. Again, I'm not going to say anything about what we're working on, but again, we have a feature request list and a product development many years into the future of what we're going to be coming out with. Stay tuned. Have fun.
Okay, we've got about 4 minutes left here before our next segment. So for anyone that kind of, user account has jumped up. So if you're new, there's a QR code right there. And I've also put a link in the chat. The first 20 people this hour to buy anything from CoralVue or Hydros gets a free Hydros, the slim temperature sensor probe. So you can show off one of those, or I don't know if you have one or how that works.
I do somewhere. Yeah, right here. So slim temperature sensor, exactly. This is why it's slim. It's a nice little probe style. But on all Hydros accessories, you're going to notice that green wrapping on there. What color port does a green wrap go on? It goes on a green port, a sense port, because we're sensing temperature, right? So this slim temperature sensor is a sense port accessory. We only have a few minutes left, but I wanted to make sure I talked about it. Reef Octopus, doorbuster deals today. Varios pumps are 30% off. Octopulse Plus pumps are 30% off at all retailers, including SWA. So if you are looking for a Varios pump, now is the time to go look at that. I don't have one here. They're all installed on my tank. I've got like 4 of them installed on there. I love it. 5-year warranty on it. But what's new at Reef Octopus? It's the Plus controller. So still one physical button on there because we need to have that emergency power on off button for when times get tough, right? But this is the Varios Plus. We also have the Octopulse Plus controller. So maybe you don't want a wave engine. Maybe you have a competitor controller, whatever it may be. Maybe you just want to try Reef Octopus, right? They have their own smart app that can bring their pumps and make them smart, right? So we have the Varios for the return pumps, the Dash S for the skimmers. Make sure you get the proper one. The return pump one does not work for the skimmer one and vice versa. So make sure that you get the proper one. But we also have the OP Plus to bring those Octopulse pumps into the 21st century with the Reef Octopus app. Again, Reef Octopus Varios pumps are 30% off today only for doorbuster deals. And the Octopulse Plus pumps are also 30% off today for doorbuster deals.
There's a
Reef
link in the
Octopus.
chat to SWA for all the Reef Octo stuff. We've got 2 minutes and 2 questions. First question
Sure.
is, will there be an Octopulse Wavemaker option for nano tanks in the future?
That would be nice, wouldn't it? Yeah, well, what we're finding with that is, I mean, kind of a theme you're going to see a lot is people with large tanks are becoming rarer and rarer. Now, again, if you're watching this, we're very invested in our hobby, but a bulk of consumers are scaling down, right? So it would be beneficial to us and other companies to make products for smaller tanks. So hint, hint, wink, wink.
And then here's the final question, which is, any thoughts on creating an install team for Hydros and Ice Cap?
An install team, like a service team?
That's what I was assuming, is a designated CoralVue service.
I wish I had the time. I wish I had the time, my friends. Well, allow me to plug our customer support again. So yes and no. You know, a lot of the times during the day, I'll help our sales reps out with one of their installed clients, right? And I'll answer some Hydros questions for them. We can remote into your service tech's account or your account, see what's going on with Hydros and answer a lot of questions. I wouldn't say that a Hydros first party install team is in the works, but we really want to give the power to your favorite local fish store, your favorite online retailer, your favorite service tech, right? So incorporated a lot of the features and what we're doing behind helping the small guy.
All right, and that's noon, man. So I think you've got through the record of the number of products in an hour. I think you've touched on them all.
That was the only thing I was worried about, because I want to give that authentic trade show experience where we can have that back and forth, but I am also looking at a mountain of products around me, and I want to make sure we do this right and people can kind of get the gist. So this is a little bit more lackadaisical, but feel free to continue the conversation, reach out to Salem, reach out to us, ask the questions that you need to, man. Thank you for hosting this. Like, the digital trade show is a really cool concept because it's really hard to make it to the actual shows, let alone geographically, you know. So it's really cool that we get to do this, and I don't think this should be the first or last. So let's continue to do it and be a little bit more focused too. Maybe next time I'll just do Hydros, just do Ice Cap. Maybe I'll have 3 guest spots because I got enough product for it. So
absolutely, I think there'll be more. But thank you for your time today, and have happy holidays, man. See you soon.
Thanks, Salem. Happy Thanksgiving to everybody. Happy holidays.
See ya. Bye. All right. Next, we're going to have Jay Wilson from SICCE. So if you're new here, how this is going to work is I'm going to put a new QR code up here now. And if you purchase anything, and the first 20 people to from saltwateraquarium.com from SICCE, there's a couple different offers they have. First, they're going to be giving away pump cleaner. And then also the SICCE distributes a couple different brands. So Jewel Aquariums, newer brand, you'll get a free auto feeder if you buy one of those. Then Tico, Jay will tell me how to pronounce it correctly, chillers, the best on the market. You'll get a free matching pump. And then Jay, I believe, also had his own little giveaway he did. So without further ado, let's get Jay from SICCE on. How you doing, Jay?
Unusual to be loved, but what's going on, man? You doing good?
I'm doing good. How are you doing, man? Oh, a little bit of lag.
Well, just got back from vacation.
Well, that's fun. Thanksgiving time?
Little Thanksgiving action. So, how was your Thanksgiving? Good?
It was good, man. I ate too much, and then I slept, and here I am. So a little groggy today, honestly. Need to go to the gym or something, but yeah, it was great. Great time. So
Good. So everybody's here. Everybody wants to know about every product in the world. Is that correct?
that's what it seems to be. Connor really just went through everything, man. We could take that approach. We could talk about specific products. I mean, I think the biggest thing that everyone comes here for is to know what's new and what's coming. And I think that you've told me there's a couple things from SICCE that might be around the corner.
There are a couple things from SICCE that are around the corner. First, let me kind of preface what you had talked about earlier. So you buy any SICCE product, you're getting a free bottle of pump clean. You buy any Jewel product, you're going to get an auto feeder. And then if you buy any Teco or Tico, chill, guys. However you want to say that one, that's on you. I pronounce it Teco. You'll get a pump that works specifically for that chiller. But what does SICCE do? People go, oh, SICCE has a new brand. It's not necessarily our brand. So if we look at it, the way globally a lot of this stuff happens is SICCE manufactures product, pumps, heaters, filtration for ponds, fountains, you name it, the whole 9 yards. Been doing it for over 50 years. So they have a lot of relationships with a lot of different brands. Insert Jewel. In the US, we didn't really have this massive space because, well, we were just starting off with Steve Berlin trailblazing what we were doing. And you kind of fast forward all those years, which is, I'm coming up on 6 years, man. This is like exciting. We have a 30,000 plus square feet facility, and we wanted to change the dynamic on how folks got into the hobby, right? You either get a $10,000 aquarium, you get a, $1,000 aquarium. And the $1,000 aquarium, after you get all your stuff, it just doesn't feel as nice as the $10,000 aquarium. Well, insert Jewel. Jewel has a line that goes all the way from, I think it's like 15 gallons up to 130 gallons-ish. And it's all inclusive. And what that means is when you purchase it, you're getting lights, you're getting filter, you're getting heater. And then there's an ecosystem where you can add auto feeders right into the canopy. You can add more lights if you need. You can add thermometers. You can upgrade to more filtration if you like. So like really cool ecosystem of products that has never in full entirety been in Northern. And so SICCE has brought that in, I think it was like 3 months ago-ish. And now it's at a bunch of local fish stores. You can walk in, they're on saltwateraquarium.com. You can check them out. You can look on the website. We have social media. But it's really neat. I can't bring physically an aquarium with me. And this one is actually not mine because I'm visiting friends for the holidays. So luckily he is just happens to be really, really good at this thing. And it actually looks good. So
it looks pretty good. Yeah.
The BioFlow is that all-inclusive piece. So this will already be mounted inside the aquarium. And then you're simply going to follow the necessary steps to add your pump, add your heater. Then you're going to go ahead and add any more media that you would like that it did not come with, because it's going to come with its own standard set of sponges with, carbon, phosphate type stuff you can add. It's going to come with all the necessary stuff to get started. But if you want to adapt or, add your own, you can clearly see that you have those capabilities. So this has been, I want to say it's globally patented, and they were Global Brand of the Year, which is really cool. So Jewel is made in Germany, and that's how we had our partnership. We were manufacturing some products with them. We've had this really nice relationship for the longest time. It works out really well. It allows us here in North America to get folks a high quality product that will look nice, spouses the house, doesn't look like it's sitting on cinder blocks just so I can get some fish in there. And that cost of entry is way lower. And that's kind of the idea that we've always had is, how can we bring more folks in? We don't want to overcomplicate this. We just want to bring more folks in, enjoy this hobby, and they can enjoy it without stressing out that they need X, Y, Z. They're just going to Jewel aquarium. And then over time, if they want to upgrade, they can absolutely do that.
Yeah, I saw a lot of Jewel tanks on my little European tour, and I had never seen them in person before. And I was like, what is this brand? I'm like, oh, CJ distributes us now. I was like, oh, okay, well, that makes sense. But yeah, they were really nice, really high quality, good build quality as well. And they're really, really popular in Europe. So I'm excited to see some get into the States here. That the BioFlow you held up, so is that a skimmer, a canister filter, kind of an all-in-one? I couldn't tell. The design looks like a skimmer almost.
Yeah, so this is an internal filtration piece.
Okay.
So and it's, I'm gonna be honest with you. At first, because I've seen Jewel as well. I travel into the UK. I've been in and around Europe, and it is a pretty dominant system there. And at first I was like, oh, an internal filter. But the way they designed it, and you can look at, we just brought the brand on. I've been researching how all of this works, but it's the amount of room that they were able to create to get that necessary filtration. Your biomedia is holding enough, stable colony to keep that aquarium ecosystem stable. Now, I'm not telling you to throw in, 7 massive freaking, angelfish, but it'll definitely do what it's supposed to do. And it's really exciting to see that, because now you don't have all these, extra hoses. You don't have all this risk with your canister somewhere or your hang on the back. Everything is in one location, very similar to an overflow box. And you could just tuck everything right in. You can add surface skimmers right on the outside, redirect the nozzle of flow. It's just so many cool things. And I can't show everything because we only have 60 minutes, but you could definitely check out the website or look for us on social media. So on Facebook and Instagram, we're Jewel Aquariums US.
Cool. So that's kind of a good intro to Jewel. So, I mean, we could go the CJ route. You can talk about Techo if you want, whatever you want to cover, Jay. Yeah. So also, I'm an open book. So if anybody has any random question about CJ or their specific item, we're here to have fun. We're here to discuss products. I kind of wanted to discuss some CJ stuff. So we're giving away that quarantine kit at the end of this live stream. I'll double check to make sure who's got the most love from their aquarium post, and then they'll ultimately get a quarantine kit. And so I kind of want to talk about quarantine, not in depth, but just overall how important it is and what are some items we can use in quarantine that would be beneficial, and not to overthink quarantine, but also have, a standard plan, especially around holidays when things are on sale, we're buying extra things, and we're like, oh, look, I just bought 3 brand new fish, 4 frags, and I got a new cleanup crew. And they just dump it all in the tank. I don't want that to happen. If that's your style, that's your style. But I believe having a smaller aquarium running readily available, it doesn't have to be super pretty. This is just a temporary, really it's an inexpensive kit item to put together for preventing an overall catastrophic cost that could happen. At least that's my view. I don't know how you view quarantine. Yeah, no, the amount of cost and effort, if you're doing kind of you can really go down the rabbit hole with quarantine. People are quarantining snails for 60 days. But I think that honestly, that everyone should have a simple quarantine setup of just hold the fish or even a coral for a couple days, dip it there, and it really minimizes your chances of losing a lot of money, effort, and it makes the hobby not fun if you're having to deal with those issues. So a little bit of prevention goes a long way, and it's better to have a little 5 or 10 gallon tank with a hang on back and a heater instead of losing $70,000. And it looks like CJ's got the hang on back just for that. What a softball. Thanks for the setup, my guy. So we just launched the last couple of months Aquafilter. It's our brand new hang on the back filtration. Now, this only goes up to 40 gallons, so this is going to be perfect for those smaller aquariums and your quarantine tank. Anything that you need that's much larger than a 40 gallon, you're going to head right to the SICCE title. They're going to get you covered from that crossover of 35 all the way up to 110. But this is our smaller nano quarantine feeling hang on the back. Now, of course, it comes with our
I'm going to say this for the first time out loud. Our industry trailblazing, I used that word at the beginning, warranty. I'm noticing a lot of companies, which is exactly what we set out to do. We want to disrupt in a good way the industry so that we could take better care of the hobbyists. I'm a hobbyist myself. So, if I was going after a product, I want to make sure, the warranty's there. The product is definitely got to be quality. Nothing's ever going to be perfect. But if and when something does go wrong, are they going to be there for me? And then what is it like after all of those things? And that's what's exciting is we're starting to see more and more freshwater and saltwater companies jumping on that train. And welcome to the club. We love it. So 5-year warranty, you're going to get on this very, very wide spillway. Now, this is the 10. This is the smallest version. It's going to hang right on the back of that aquarium, and it does have some ridges. I don't know if the camera picks that up to help sit on those frameless tanks if you're trying to get pretty. Very easy adjustable flow. The top pops off, and then you're going to have, I just popped my piece off. So this is a demo unit, but we've got a cartridge system, which you can refill. I'm not going to do this on camera because it's going to fall apart. And I don't have enough table space, but you can add some more, carbon if you'd like. You can add some more pads. The 20 comes with 2 offset, and then the 40 comes with 1 large one. Cup comes out, you can do your cleaning. You got your pump inside, so in the event of a power outage, especially if you just got that quarantine set up, this will auto prime itself back up.
Nice.
Yeah, it's pretty cool that we have this ability to, there's not many that do this, right? They put it on the outside, it's a little bit louder, it's, some have this little ability to prime if there's still water in it. So it's having the pump inside the aquarium is definitely beneficial. We've got your heater attachment so you can add your heater. And then, of course, we add the intake. We give you a little sponge just for a little pre-filter. Again, goes up to N40. And it's, so far the feedback has been incredible. It needs to be clean. There's a little attachment that drops in here that'll pop up. And, most of us wait another 30 days because we're lazy to clean it.
No one will be using that button. Yeah.
No, yeah, nobody uses that button. But this is, I don't know if you can see it on camera with these cool lights that are in the background, but it's got a nice emboss to help oxygenate the surface of the water as it's breaking. So we're helping all of these little things. So when we're engineering a product, which is what we're doing for ourselves, we want to make sure that we're looking at all of the things that folks expect a product to do without overcomplicating it. And I know saltwater folks love the gadgets and gizmos, but we try to keep things simple but very effective in what they do. So that's going to be one of our newer products, the Aquafiltra. Again, 5-year warranty, 10, 20, 40. Perfect for quarantine. Very easy to maintain, especially with the cartridge system. Could you take the cartridges out and do something in there? Look, I've seen some crazy things done in this hobby from freshwater to saltwater. So it's on you, but you can buy replacements. You can buy just the media and keep the cartridge. You can buy your own media and put it in there, completely up to you.
I think that there's a comment here, this ER-Net guy, he's got a pretty good point, which is that'd be great for like a softy tank without a skimmer. People really overcomplicate and overfilter even saltwater tanks. You've got the water movement in there. I mean, that's you can integrate, it's got the little heater slots. You can hide that out of the way too. That's pretty easy to hide with rocks. I think it's got a lot of applicability besides just quarantine for sure. Yeah, I mean,
and if you were going to use it, matter of fact, this guy has one, and I believe he was putting GFO in it. He did a video on it. It's Bay Area Reef, and he just sat it on the back of the aquarium, or you could put it in your sump. I mean, it does have so many different applications that, somebody may create some really cool ones in the future as well. But softy tanks, you have a hang on the back. You've got internal filters, the Shark Pro, the Shark Pro Nano, which have Venturi built in, spray bars, even extra attachments, all magnetic, same 5-year warranty. So lots of products for smaller aquariums from SICCE in the last 1.5 years, 2 years, which has been great.
Yeah, the one I saw at Aquashella about a year ago that you had the prototype, is that the one of the sharks, right? It's got like the modular layered filters. That's pretty nifty for a small, like little pico, little macro algae tank or something. Yeah. Yeah, those are pretty cool to see. I think
it's pretty neat.
Yeah, SICCE is kind of cool because you do really like larger stuff, return pumps, HP 10 to that. You've really got everything offered.
Yeah. It's something that we've been working towards. We launched this all-in-one pond product called the filter pond. I know this doesn't make sense yet, but it will. And one cord, it's got the pump, it's got built-in UV, it's got all the attachment for fountains. And I believe it was already in the works, but Steve and I were sitting in Italy at this big table and they were going over this product before it launched. And we were like, how can we have this standalone UV as well? And they're like, relax, guys. We got this. Like it's coming. And you don't want to put out a ton of products all at once, which we did. It was last year and the year before. I think we put out roughly 15 new SKUs. And that's very difficult when you look at all of the things that you do as a manufacturer, and then we distribute them to the distributors. So SICCE does not sell direct to consumers. We don't have a website where you can do your any open box stuff, right? We don't do any of that. It's directly to distributor to stores. So that's a lot, man. And then you got to look at, we're not just in the United States. We're in 70 countries. It's probably more than that, but I'm just throwing it. Last time I looked, it was 77. There was a couple of countries that global things happened. But it's roughly about 70 countries that have SICCE products in them. It's very difficult to figure out a product that's going to work globally, and then be impactful, because you don't just want to make something just to make it, right? But talking about that UV, we launched the UVC clarifier. And what's neat is you can drop this in your sump. You don't have to run it, out of the water in line, which you can. You can hook this up with a canister filter. Another segue. You can do, there's a couple of different methods you can use with this, and it's very easy. You don't have to disconnect it to pull out, the UV bulb right at the top. I don't have one with me, but as you can see, the top has a screw locking lid, slides right out, and then bang, you change the bulb, you clean your quart sleeve, saltwater folks, clean the sleeve, please. So let's talk about UFC. Let's talk about UVC.
Let's get some calci betting going on, and UVC is super important.
Yeah, but I think there's a lot of misunderstandings as well. And anybody could correct me if I'm wrong. So I'm not an expert. I like to do my own research, and I like to utilize things in a practical, efficient manner. Sometimes that's beneficial. Sometimes I learn the hard way. But when I look at UVC, you can buy these massively long UVC sterilizers, right? And I believe a lot of that education and a lot of the information and, statistics come from drinking water, which is long UVC, long contact time, one pass. You got one shot, one opportunity before you drink that water. We're not drinking the water in our aquarium. Well, hopefully we're not. And there's law of reciprocation. I believe that's still a scientific term. So we're constantly putting it through. So you'll see these short throw, UVC bulbs. This is perfect. So when folks look at we've got 7, 9, and 13 watt, and it's all going to be different because saltwater has a lot of stuff cruising around in it, and you're going to want to clean it to keep it more efficient. You're going to want to check it often, but it's not really killing the things you're looking for it to kill. It's really just sterilizing them to hey, you're not going to be able to have another family, guy. You're this is it.
It's done.
And then you're done. It's taking away a lot of that free floating algae type stuff. I'm not a super scientific guy, so if I say stuff, that's all encompassing of whatever that lead word was.
That's what it is, man. It's stuff. There's a lot of it.
So, it's really cool because when you start pulling that stuff out of the water column, indirectly, you're boosting oxygen levels. So this is where UVC can be very, very beneficial in a quarantine tank, or even somebody's tank that's looking to clarify the water, maybe kind of give them a boost. But I think the failure is that you put a sick fish with a UVC and it's going to make them better. It doesn't do that.
It's
and I think that's just,
but it's, yeah, if you've got
very misleading.
Yeah, I think it's a tool for a job, and people understand what that job is. But I think if you do have a fish-only tank, it's pretty invaluable, because you at least are going to keep like ick and those levels down to where if you spent 30 grand on fish, you better have a UV, the same as you better have quarantine. Those are both really good insurance policies that like you're spending less than $100 in a smaller system on these things, and you're saving potentially thousands. I mean, that's
absolutely. And in cloudy water, it works. You get these blooms that happen, you know, time after time, not in the beginning, but time after time. You know, this is where these style of tools thrive. And you don't need all of these things. That's the other thing I noticed. You know, people are like, oh, I gotta have this. And, you know, they're neck deep in all this tech and all this gear. And they're like, well, crap, now I need a fish and coral. You know, it's like, I want you to make things as efficient as possible for yourself, but you don't need 100% of everything. And I think that's why SICCE has been around for so long, because we've implemented these things that, hey, look, you need UVC? We got that. You need a surface skimmer? We got that. Do you need all these things? We would love to say that, because then we can say every aquarium needs this, and this is what, but we are truly a family-run company. I mean, I think Italians have, making this up, but I think Italians have it written somewhere. It's like, hey, look, dad started the company. Y'all ain't, everybody that gets born in is in. Like, you have to take it over. So, you know, it being run by his four daughters, it's an incredible thing to see, you know, pioneering certain things that they've done back in the early 70s that have paved the way for what we use today and how we use them. I mean, it's just really neat what SICCE, you know, has been able to do, not just in the US, but like globally. And now you've gotten to see it as you were cruising around. You were in the UK, right?
I was in the UK, and then I went France, Belgium, Holland. So I was kind of everywhere, and SICCE was everywhere. We went to one of the largest stores in Europe. It was like the size of like a super Walmart, like 70 brands, pond, freshwater, saltwater, and they just had a massive SICCE section. I mean, it kind of showed me how big the brand was. And then you said 70 countries. It's like, okay, yeah, makes a lot of sense.
I think people forget that, right? Like, somebody's like, well, why didn't you put this on it? And you're like, because there's a handful of folks here in the United States that would use that, where globally, it's not even discussed. You know, there's a handful, and we're in an echo chamber, right? Being on the internet, we're like, yeah, this is the way, this is it. But it's not necessarily it, because when we're just focusing on those, you know, this core group, I'll call it, you know, the folks that are day in and day out at the trade shows or on these live videos, they're incredible folks. They're just bringing together this community. But there is way more folks that are not inside our, you know, core community that are not looking for a lot of the things that some folks will demand. Which, again, that's another segue. SICCE has some canister filters that we have made. One, the Whale has, dude, I believe it's been around 15 plus years with no change. And that was one of our biggest ones, was the Whale 500, which was 500 liters, 120, 119 gallon aquarium. Now, when a company says that, they're not talking about, you know, a heavily stocked aquarium. And I know folks in the saltwater side are like, those are nitrate factories. Got it. I understand. And I know all you don't sound like that. That's just what I sound like when I complain about saltwater stuff in my head. So canister filters are a fantastic filtration tool if you utilize them correctly. I think anything could be a nitrate factory if in fact you don't clean it. So, you know, that's completely up to you. But we had the whale canister, and then we had our Space Echo. And our Space Echo is one of those, like, not an entry level, but it's like that mid-tier canister, which does things very efficiently, super easy. It's a cylindrical canister, allows you to power whatever you want, and does the job really nicely. But we saw that we needed a larger, more powerful canister, but powerful enough to what? In America, we got 400-gallon aquariums. I got it. There's a handful of them out there outside of the United States, but there's not as many. So you're looking at what a sweet spot would be. And for us, it was around 200 gallons, right? 200 gallons and below, you're covering, I mean, I would probably say 90. Yeah, dude. I mean, globally, that's what you're covering. So it's not out yet. And for the folks that are watching, this is just going to be a quick glimpse because I'm not going to go super in depth with it. I'm probably going to get my hand slapped, but it is what it is. We're launching here very shortly a new canister. It's going to have 3 sizes: a 650, a 900, and then for those super techie folks, the 950 SDC. So I'll talk briefly on the 950 SDC, and then I'll show the unit, give a couple little quirks about it, good quirks, and then that's it. We'll move on to the next. But the SDC will monitor your water's temperature. It's not going to monitor the pump's temperature, the canister's temperature. It's going to monitor your water temperature. It's going to give you notifications, blocked rotor, disconnection, potentially a power outage. So that's all done through our Control app. It's a free app. You download it. We've got a bunch of products you can add on there, from dosing to you can add some heaters on there. And then we'll discuss that in a minute. And then soon to come, canister, skimmer pumps, and who knows what other products we'll add to Control. But what's really neat about it is you will get these notifications and you can build out all these different aquariums with it. And there's not many controllable canisters on the market. Ours, of course, will have a 5-year warranty. The 900 will be same size, non-controllability. So, of course, that price point is going to be much, much lower than something that has a power supply unit, because those things are absolutely ridiculous in terms of just like regular cost. But it's going to be a more industrial style. I mean, I don't know if you can hear that with my headphones.
Yeah.
We've done a lot of cool stuff with it. This handle can definitely take care of holding it. It's very durable. It's got easy prime. Look at under the aquarium, you got to take out the canister, which defeats the purpose of having a pre-filter to be easy to be clean. So we shortened it so that you don't have to remove the canister out from underneath the aquarium, which I kind of like.
That's really nice.
But we focused on some other stuff, and
You're breaking up a bit. I don't know if anyone can hear Jay or if it's my signal. Let me know in the comments if I'm good or Jay is good.
I'm back.
Okay, you're back now? Okay.
That's who's back. Back again.
I was like, we totally lost
technology.
Yeah. You're still kind of blurry.
What happened? Okay. I'll slow down maybe.
Yeah, if you talk slower, I think you're good. It's like not catching up with you for some reason.
Okay. So we did some sound dampening stuff to the canister itself. We added some resin inside the pump chamber, and on the bottom of the canister, we also added a vibrant sound, and then we had sound dampening pads on the bottom. So this thing's going to be, I mean, ultra silent, which is really, really cool. And to me, that's a big feature in a canister filter. So that's all I got for that. I don't want to give too much more away. I did just get a text message from Steve to move on. So
I thought you were going to just like show it and then take it down, and that was the extent of the
no, but I mean,
thing.
here's the box.
Nice.
So
Okay.
it's exciting. This is probably going to be one of the most exciting products for me, to be honest with you, because I'm a freshwater guy. I'm setting up another saltwater tank, but I just love freshwater. And so this is something that I've been really excited about.
When I worked at Petco, I mean, we moved a ton of whales. That was like what the go-to was for many customers in terms of canisters. But yeah, there was need for a larger canister for sure. So that fills a need that I at least noticed when I was working retail and doing a lot of freshwater sales. And I think, people say it's a nitrate factory, but that could be good in saltwater. We're dosing a bunch of nitrates now. Why not add a canister filter as a nitrate factory if you got a bunch of coral? You could probably save money long term instead of buying a ton of nitrate solutions and using an extra dosing head. So maybe canister filters can be for saltwater. Take the media out, put live rock in there, maybe bio balls, and you've got a nitrate factory and a cryptic sump you've just bought. Put your heater in there. I don't know, man.
Somebody said Steve throttled the internet. I mean, or Italy did. I mean, it's possible. I'm just kidding.
It was right on the pitch. It was pretty good timing.
I was good when you said, we're dosing nitrates. I find myself, I'm working different avenues of the aquarium industry, right? Like I do brand influencing, the marketing piece, digital media. So I'm on social media all the time. And I always find myself going, what? I got to catch up with a lot of this stuff in the saltwater world. Cause it's like, hey man, my phosphates, I'm trying to get them to 0. I'm like, wait, no, you need that to convert. No, please, no. And I always find this like, it's almost like two people fighting against each other. And they both have valid points, but they're not discussing it thoroughly to where they would be like, oh, let's not go all the way to 0. So we don't have to add X. So there's so many different things I always find myself going, wait, what? But that's what makes this hobby so cool.
Yeah, a lot of debate. I mean, it's like quarantine, right? So we could say, we've had the discussion of let's put just a hang on back and a heater on, just observe, feed heavy. If there's symptoms, use some meds versus I'm going to use a microscope and scrape the gills and look under there and like Alex Hall, reef vet, Andrew Sandler level of quarantine. So it's all a spectrum. But I mean, I tend to agree with what you've talked about SICCE really stands for, which is kind of the KISS method. And if there's a tool for a job, you've got it. It's reliable. You've got half a decade of warranty support. You've got a 60, 50-year-old company is standby manufacturing that. And I think that really gets people on the hobby more, because imagine going to your wife and saying, we've got to spend about 30 grand on equipment to get this whole thing going. Like, that's the list. Boom. Yeah, it's never happening. It's never happening. So the tool for a job makes sense to me.
Yeah, and I think you hit it right on the head. It's, there's a KISS method, right? But then, as a company looking at, should we be in this sector, right? Do we need a pump that does X? And, some may say yes, some may say no. Then you're looking on a global, market. So then you insert like our SDC pumps, right? We made this is legitimate information. The SDC9 is the largest SDC controllable pump that we have, return pump. And most folks don't need an SDC9. They don't. The pressure on it is so our pumps can produce a lot of flow if plumbed properly. I know there's a lot of Super Mario folks out there that love to get, buck wild with all this plumbing. But if you're plumbing in a very efficient manner for water to flow, our head pressure is insane on our pumps. And we will out pump folks that have way higher gallon per hour ratings with a lower gallon per hour rating from one of our pumps. And I don't think a lot of folks understand that. It's very hard to educate that as well. So it's kind of learned over time. But we never saw that the SDC9 would be purchased as much as it was, because there was never a thought that a normal home aquarium would ever need that SDC 9.0. could we go crazy and say, we need an SDC 10.0? Yeah, but I mean, are you really impacting the industry, or are you just, like sales? You're trying to bring on some other stuff. Are you just taking away the same slice? Or are you actually making a new pie for folks to consume? And that's kind of the idea of what you're trying to do when you're putting these products out. There are some things that we know we need to make, but we make them ourselves. We don't call anybody or send an email and say, hey, what do you got in the old catalog for us to fire up? We're actually a catalog for a lot of folks, with a lot of brands to manufacture their products. So SICCE in itself is, I don't know, man, it's just kind of a cool global company. And I don't necessarily think about it as much as I should until I'm on stuff like this. And I forget that, you could walk into an aquarium store in, South Africa, and there's a SICCE product. In Chile, there's a SICCE product. Brazil. I'm thinking of these things, but not in the way where it's like, holy cow. It's incredible. It's fun.
It really gives some oomph to the 5-year warranty too. Because I'm assuming every other country has that warranty or a similar one.
100%. Yeah,
so
it's the same.
To supply the globe and the amount of volume you guys have to stand behind that many products on the market and say, yep, 5 years. I mean, if it was a faulty product, you'd be bankrupt. You'd be paying out a lot.
So I'll tell you something very funny. I'm not going to mention any names, but I was having this conversation with somebody outside of the United States, and they asked me, how does SICCE continue to provide a 5-year warranty? We've tried it and didn't work out very well for us. And I never thought of it that way either. And I said, well, I guess, I don't know that company's full on operation, but I know SICCE is full on operation. So, I've walked, our manufacturing facility. I've walked through it. There's been some videos of it. We know what we're doing. They're testing the products before they go out. And while I understand things do have flaws, that's for anybody that says otherwise, yeah, we try to make the best possible product we can make. And the folks doing it there are doing the same thing. They're testing it. They're checking voltage. Boom, everything gets placed back in the box, case, shipped into a container whichever country it's going to. And there's still going to be something that happens. An impeller may, break, or maybe something happens with, a electronic piece that's on a pump, because our pump safety mechanism's built in. Some pumps just have a physical heat block where if the pump gets too hot for some reason, it'll cut itself off to protect the motor block. You wait some time, you plug it back. If everything is back to normal, you've cleaned it right, you don't have that bunch of crushed coral spinning around with that sucker, you're rolling again. Itself. We've got dry run protection and, the blocked rotor protection. We have all these different things built into all these different pumps. And us manufacturing them with our hands, that's how we're able to continue doing this.
Yeah, the dry run protection is something that I don't think enough people talk about. So when I was back in the day, a year ago, doing all that little pump comparison video, we did it
back in the day.
Yeah, back in the day, about 6 to 8 months ago, at another company when I was doing the pump comparison video. So we went and we're running the pumps. We drained the water below to see how fast the dry protect kicked in, if it even had one. And the Xtreme was instantaneous. It was faster than any other pump that we compared in terms of the, reactivity of that. So that was oh, that's good. Yeah. It won't burn down my house. That's awesome. So that was a great one to have.
It's really cool. There's actually a question. It says, what return pump would work for a 110 with a sump? It's hard on the wallet buying a new pump every 2 years. I can't believe you're buying a new pump every 2 years. I'm actually sad that people do that. And matter of fact, Colorblind Reefer is somebody that entered the contest. So Colorblind Reefer, just for the comment And just for entering the contest, private message us on Instagram, I believe is where you did it. I'll get you something sent out. But I would look at, depending, probably an SDC 6.0 if you want controllability, or just an ADV 5.5. But again, look at the SDC 6.0 and then look at the ADV 5.5 and see, do you want all these features? And the SDC has a lot. It could be connected to a lot of controllers if you're into that, or you could just get an AC pump, which is funny because I saw somebody that said in one of the chats, hey, this is 2025, AC pumps. What is this, 2012? Well, let me explain something to you actually, because I get the perspective, and I think that's what is really cool about working with SICCE. I may have my opinions, but I have to understand perspective of somebody else too, right? Before we do anything. So that perspective, I completely understand, because the misinformation that DC pumps are more energy efficient, they're more quiet, they last longer. I maybe, or maybe you just bought a pump that you're only using at its 30% capacity, and the perception that you're going to get. So SICCE actually made ADVs. So we have Syncra Silence, AC pumps. Then we have a Syncra ADV and a Syncra SDC. So we know the SDC is controllable. But what about the ADV? The ADV is an incredible innovation because it looks identical to the SDC minus the power supply unit and of course minus the controller. But that ADV will do almost 1,500 gallons per hour at 40 watts. Our Syncra Silent 5.0 does a little bit less gallons per hour, and it'll do it at just over 100 watts. So that's the old mentality of AC pumps. While that's still energy efficient, that 100 watts, that ADV just completely took away that old mentality of they're quieter, the DC pumps, they last longer, the DC pumps, and they're more energy efficient, the DC pumps. We just showed with the ADV that you could do all of those same things with the energy efficiency, with the quietness, and with the longevity. Just done.
So this is maybe a good segue into, I'm trying to think of how to structure this because you got a lot of products, which is the problem here. So, Pete, you mentioned how like the gallon per hour rating is not really conducive of the head pressure of what you could actually use for that pump. So lower gallon per hour, but better performance. And you mentioned there the perception of AC versus DC. So maybe what are some important pointers for someone looking at flow in their system, whether it be a power head or a return pump? What are some things they should consider that you feel people typically don't consider from your perspective?
This is actually kind of cool that you asked this, because I don't typically have a lot of like technical conversations with folks in the industry. It's usually with hobbyists. Last major one in the industry was the late Jake Adams. We were having this conversation about, gallons per hour, head pressure, et cetera. And him and I were just discussing, I was looking at potentially doing a talk on this. So what we discussed was, I don't care what you do inside your aquarium. If you want to put a wave pump in there, the coral's like, if that's what you want to do, and that's an acro doing that because that's how high the flow is. Okay. Like if that's what you want to do, it's on you. However, if you're starting this or you're realizing some things are happening where your pump's not catching up to your drain in your aquarium because you decided to go 20 times the flow rate inside your sump with your return pump. And then you're like, well, I can't figure this out and it's not working. This pump sucks. Well, actually, it's not the pump. It's you didn't look at all the information. That sump may have a specific flow rating that is way, way lower than you thought. So for it to be effective, you need to get as close to that. And I'm sure you could go a little bit over that. But for me, I don't even go 10 times. I'm a 4 to 6 times turnover person because I believe that is where for lack of all the other terms, the most stable you're going to be. 4 to 6 times. And that is going through filtration. I'm not talking about blasting your rocks and stuff like that. This is just going through. As a matter of fact, I don't know how big this aquarium is. I believe it's close to 200. Well, it's definitely a 6 foot. I think it's like close to 200 gallons. But there's only one SDC 7.0 running that. Most hobbyists would go, hey, I'm going to need 2 SDC 9.0s. And I'm like, whoa, no, don't do it. Like, I get where you're getting that information, but I think what we need to start really looking at is our sump rated for that? What are we really trying to achieve? That turnover rate at 10 times, I know it's an easy number to remember, but so is clearly 6.7 is an easy number to remember. So let's make it, you know what? Maybe you and I start this. 4.6 for filtration. I believe that's the sweet spot. That's where you should be at. And then when you look at gallons per hour, or you're looking at plumbing your own system, you have to remember 90-degree angles take away head pressure. T's take away head pressure. 45s take away head pressure. And I think it's about 6 foot linear of plumbing takes away head pressure. I see some of these folks plumbing. It looks beautiful for that one photo that they want to take for their picture album or whatever they're doing. But that pump is like,
please.
And the water is traveling all over that creation just to get a little at the end. And then I'm sure this happens to a lot of companies that do return pumps. Your pump's, it's not giving me the flow I need. Can you send me a photo of the plumbing? And then you look and you're like, oh my goodness. Like, how am I supposed to tell somebody that worked so hard, that made it look so beautiful, but didn't need to do all of that? And I get it. But my dad told me a long time ago, the fastest to get from point A to point B is a straight line. So I understand we're moving around equipment and things, but when you're planning this, try to plan for minimal 90s, minimal T's, 45s, and as straight of plumbing as you can get for any pump. This isn't just CICCE, this is any pump. And if you can do flex for at least the first 12 inches, you are going to put yourself in such a far better position. Overall, you know, I've seen folks send me videos and I can hear a hum. And I'm like, whoa, that's like really crazy that's our pump making that hum. Can you show me? And then they show me in the basement that they got the plumbing just against the wall and it's underneath the floor. It's incredible. And I'm like, well, the pump's got to push the water and then water makes sound. Some people can hear differently than others. So then you're like, oh my goodness. I mean, pool noodles ended up being the solution. I was like, look, I don't know what else to tell you. That head pressure will get it there, but you can't just screw plumbing through the wall and expect it not to vibrate, especially underneath an aquarium. If you've got stuff that's loose, any pump, any piece of equipment could rattle that other piece of equipment because it's just picking up vibrations. So understanding your gallons per hour rating for your filtration, minimizing all those twists and turns in your plumbing, and potentially adding at least 12 inches of flex from pump to where you start and not reducing so dramatically really close. I see folks are like flow sensors. They're like, hey, your flow is way lower than it's rated. And then I get a picture and the flow sensor is like right at the exit. And it's just, and it's not a dig at them. It's really not, because I probably would have did the same thing looking for that measurement. But these are things that perceptually make anybody's product look different than what it actually is. Head pressure, I would always look for at being a higher rating for me than, let's say, gallons per hour, because that gallons per hour rating for me is, at 0. And it tells you that. Like we even put, I don't have a return pump with me, But most of our boxes actually have graphs on them to show you the reduction in your gallons per hour rating as you go head height wise.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think I mean, it kind of comes back to that same thing of people want to overcomplicate things and make it look cool instead of just doing the KISS method, to where if you didn't have to have that manifold with 7 T's for 9 pieces of equipment you might not use, you could just go straight to the return, or like the return nozzle. I mean, that's like the one thing I see as like, pimping it out with all the gear. You have to have the crazy plumbing then. And then, yeah, I mean, people think that bigger is better, which I think, 10, 20x flow rate, but is any mechanical filtration getting enough contact time to work then? I mean, you're kind of working against yourself. People shoot themselves in the foot because they think they're doing something right. And I think it comes down to information. Yeah. It's just, there's not good information about these things out there.
Yeah, it's a tough thing to even sift through the right information. So, I mean, if we're on that piece of it, that piece of information, find one person, that, I influenced. I had a YouTube channel. I still do Instagram. I do a lot of family stuff and travel and all that. But like, I used to fixate on aquariums, and I used to tell people the same thing, even if it's not me. Find one person that you enjoy, watching their videos or listening to them, and follow a lot of their information. Because if I ask you and somebody asked me, and we asked 5 or 6 other folks, that's a lot of information overload that now we're confused, and we're almost nervous in a sense of, are we making the right decision? And now we start questioning everything we do because I'm getting conflicting information. There's so many different ways to do one thing in keeping aquariums. The best thing I could say is just buy SICCE products, man. And no, I'm just kidding. Like, yeah, of course I want you to do that. But, right now, of course, saltwateraquarium.com, go there, get your stuff, get some freebies. It's incredible we get to do those things. And at the end of the day, of course, I want to see a lot of folks with a return pump from SICCE in some form factor, filtration or heater or whatever the case is. I know that's, I know not everybody's going to do that. That's like the really cool part of this whole thing in a weird way. And of course, I'm never going to see it because nobody takes photos of their pump in the water in their sump. They're like, look at my plumbing, look at my lights, look at my cool fish and coral. But what's running all of that? Like that's the mentality I have, that it's, we're like the unsung heroes. Whoever's making return pumps, man, you're like the unsung heroes. You're just there keeping it going and get no love.
It's the heart of the reef, but no love. Yeah.
No love, man. I said I would talk about the heater, so I'm going to talk about 30 seconds. We have a heater that is NFC technology. NFC is tap to pay. You go buy a coffee, boom, tap your card. You can use your phone, your watch. NFC doesn't require power in order for it to work. From both products, it just needs one. So you could take our NFC, our contactless heater out, set it. So you're not going to use Wi-Fi. You're not using Bluetooth. I don't know whoever said that or whoever spread that rumor. It's not Wi-Fi. It's not Bluetooth. It's NFC, direct connection. You tap, literally you can get within 1.5 inches. If it's not working through your glass, we have a bracket. Reach out to us if you've already got the contactless. We'll send you one at no charge. It'll get you there. You put it in your sump. The idea is to set it, get it to temp, calibrate it to your temperature monitoring system, because I know you got one, and then that's it. Stop messing with your heaters. Not just SICCE heaters, all the heaters. You doing this, you go, oh man, I got to plug this, and then I got triple protection. The contactless has double protection. So if you're adding a tertiary protection, you're only actually affecting the heater by adding it to another controller to try to protect yourself. You don't need all of these things all the time. But if you do have questions, always reach out to us. We're here to help you in any way, shape, or form. And myself personally, if you have questions just about aquariums, I'm going to answer them, even if it's not a SICCE question. Like I'm not evil. I'm not evil like that.
Hey, how do I set up that new Tunze wave maker that came out?
Yeah, like I'll be like, well, let me get you in contact with Tunze. That's what folks do. But I did say before this was over, if you don't mind. So I have my iPad open. I was looking through the folks that had entered the competition to get a full quarantine set from us. The overall winner was Small Dot Reefer 1. So if they're here, Just reach out to CJ or myself directly. We'll get everything squared away and get you exactly what we posted. But I also wanted, I think it's Manyo 1986. You were the only freshwater entry, and I don't care. I'm sending you something because you're the only freshwater entry, man.
Last of the Mohicans, man. He did it. Hey,
Yes.
at least he did it. He took advantage of the opportunity. So
Thank you, Nathan, for your purchase. Seriously, CJ's family appreciated it. Whether it's a me mouse or it's a high flow 16, we appreciate the support to CJ.
yeah, there's still 2 minutes here, so I put a link in the chat and the QR code. So if you purchase anything CJ from saltwateraquarium.com, get a free thing of pump clean. Plus, there's all the promotional deals we talked about at the beginning. So if you buy a Jewel aquarium, you'll get a free auto feeder. If you buy a Teco chiller, the best in the industry, I think, then you're going to get a free pump that matches that as well. So if you want to do cold water, today's the day to invest in a chiller, because yeah, those things, when you sent me the specs on them and I had to research them, I was like, oh my God.
So
like,
I guess we'll
crazy.
end with that because I didn't touch on it. It's hard. I can't carry everything with me on vacation and then bring it here. Teco chillers are made in Italy, family-run company. They do a lot of other things when it comes to cooling liquids. Teco is going to be the very best of the very best. We don't make it, but we have pumps that work in tandem with it. They are extremely efficient. I believe they were the first to adapt the R290 so that it was ozone compatible way before anybody else was even discussing it because it was too much money. But Teco just said, you know what? Why wait till the end? Let's just do it now. And so for years, they've been R290. And I think the beginning of the year was the cutoff date. And they had been doing it for like 3+ years before that. You're going to get a quality warranty from them. They'll cool anything from, your smaller tanks up to your large systems. They've got patents on, ventilation and all these different incredible features. They even have built-in heaters. So if you just want to set it and forget it for cooling and heating, really, I'll say it, there's no other option in my mind than just buying a Teco. It's a great investment if you need something like that.
Everything else out of the water, I think. Well, like seriously, when I researched those, it was just like looking at the list of patents was just like an endless. I mean, they use like different refrigerant gases. I mean, it's really, really impressive technology. So if you're considering one of those or anything, CJ, we got the QR code right there for another minute or two. And Jay, that's the hour. So I've got to go on to the next guest. Sorry to cut you off. But, thanks for joining today. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, everybody that's here. Happy Thanksgiving, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays to everyone. And seriously, Salem, thanks for inviting CJ on here. We greatly appreciate it.
Yep, thanks for coming on. All right, I'll have a happy holidays. I'll see you later, Jay.
Follow the whale.
All right, so I've got about, I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick, give Joe some time to set up here. I've got a little link here, which I will put. So if you want to donate to me or buy some merchandise, that is very much appreciated. So that QR code right there, you can scan it. I'm going to go to the bathroom and we'll be back with Joe Caparatta, who is involved in about 50 brands. So we can talk about a lot. All right. So we're going to have Joe Caparatta on. He is the owner of Unique Corals, has ownership in Marco Rocks, is the U.S. distributor of Triton, Pax Bellum, Dalua, Panta, involved with a lot of different brands. So we've got plenty to talk about. Without further ado, I'll add him to the stage. Welcome, Joe. All right, I can't hear you, Joe. Don't worry, there's been technical difficulties with multiple people. You're not alone. It's like I see you talking, video's good, it's just an audio thing. So while you're getting that figured out, I will add, there's going to be a new QR code here, everyone, for Marco Rocks. So there is an exclusive offer from Ken at saltwateraquarium.com. The first 20 people to buy anything Marco Rocks during this stream get a free frag mount. I can hear when I talk, I think, now. Okay, now you're muted.
One, I think I got it. Is that good?
Yep, that's good. I can hear you now.
now.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, I think it grabbed my, I'm new at StreamYard, so it grabbed my phone. I just saw it was connected. So I disconnected that, and then I had to unmute the mic on the computer, but I think we're all good.
We're all good now. So yeah, Joe, you've been in the industry for a long time. You're involved in a lot of stuff. I mean, we could talk about anything right now. Maybe we start with your company, Unique Corals. So I mean, you've named the strawberry shortcake the Amaze Balls. Why don't you tell us a little bit about the history of the brand, what you're doing now,
Sure.
and your journey?
Well, first I want to let you know where I am. I'm in New Zealand, and this is a curtain behind me. This is not like Wizard of Oz or anything. There's nothing magical behind there. I wish I had products or an aquarium behind me because that's what people want to see, but got to deal with it. I'm just happy to be here from my hotel room before we check out. So this is going to be awesome. So Unique Corals, it started as an idea in 2006 or 7, I believe. When I first started seeing people selling coral frags, I remember getting my first frag, bought it from someone. It was like 2005. I was like, oh my God, you can actually chop these corals up. So we had Manhattan Aquariums at the time, which was on the west side of Manhattan. We're doing installations, maintenance. In fact, we still do it. And I had this big basement. I was like, you know what? We could start something here and try it. So we started Unique Corals in the basement, set up a bunch of raceways, and it worked very well. Had some staffing issues, so I was actually forced to shut it down. It was a life lesson for me to not put too much trust into a few dedicated staff. They wound up actually leaving. So I decided that the right thing to do was to do Unique Corals the right way. So I shut it down at the time, and I waited until the opportunity presented itself, and that happened to be in California. 2012 was when Unique Corals, that everyone knows, really got its start. Gave it a proper building, tons of raceways. Jake Adams was actually very instrumental. He helped find the building. He took pictures of me in the building with just the walls in it, and we designed the raceways and how we're going to do the flow, and we would shoot messages back and forth, and a lot of that was his inspiration. And so that was 2012, and here we are, 2025. We're still doing it. Now we expanded. Obviously, we do dry goods. We still farm and frag corals, and all that gap in between has just been a lot of fun. Naming corals, receiving shipments, working with corals. It's still my passion. I do find myself getting pulled away, running different businesses, and I have a family life and everything, so I don't get to spend as much time working with corals. But that all said, I still love it, and I love the passion that people bring to it.
All right, and I put a link in the chat here, which everyone can see. So this is Unique Corals. There's some Black Friday deals right now. I think 40% off on all the pieces on there. So if you want to check that out while we're talking, you can see some of what Joe has grown. But yeah, you mentioned dry goods. So you've kind of evolved Unique Corals into a distributor essentially. So why don't you talk about some of the brands that you distribute and why you chose to pick them up?
Sure. So Unique Corals does distribute Panta Rhei, and that's a phenomenal German manufactured pump design. In fact, my wife and I just went there this summer, and we got a full tour of the facility, and we got to really see and get intimate with the process and the mindset of the people there. It just made us fall in love with the products even more, and the quality and the engineering. But we employ them on a lot of our systems at work. So I try to only sell products that I personally use and enjoy, that work very well. So Panta Rhei is top on the list, along with Triton, Dalua, Pax Bellum, and then Marco Rocks is the other brand that we sell that I'm also owners of. So that one's out of Florida, and that one kind of runs independently, even though Unique Corals does distribute Marco Rocks. We really try to do that one independently.
Yeah, so Marco Rocks, I've seen, there's been quite a few newer products over the last year. I started doing the maricultured rock, talked about aquacultured as well. Maybe explain that product to people and maybe talk about what you do that's making live rock something cheaper and more sustainable.
Cool. So yeah, so the live rock is something that came about. Mark and I, the previous owner, who was my business partner there, we always dreamed of doing a Marco Rock product that could allow people to have basically a seeded option that would help them through the ugly phase. There's no secret when you start with a totally inert dry product, you are going to have some challenges as that tank matures and cycles, especially with the lights that we have nowadays. People running 700-800 par, and they put a dry virgin surface in there, and they wonder why they get some hair algae, some dinos. So this allows people to jumpstart their aquarium using Marco Rock, but getting the benefits of the inoculation aspects of the ocean. So it starts as dry Marco Rock that is put in the ocean in the Florida Keys. And then after about 2 to 3 years, it is harvested out, and you can't even tell that it was Marco Rock. It literally just looks like live rock right out of the ocean. And the chain of custody is very, very tight. We literally drive down every 2 weeks. We pick up in coolers, and we bring it back to our shop, and we put it right in our raceway. So it's only really out of water for a couple of hours, and then we ship everything overnight. So we let it sit for a couple of weeks. We monitor it. The stuff comes in really clean. Very, very, very few incidents of like Valonia. I've yet to see an Aptasia or a curly Q. There are bristle worms and some other, little critters that come in the rocks, but that's what you want with live rock. And so if you mix it in with the dry rock setup, then you can, you can get the benefits of both. You get that speed cycle as well as all the benefits of live.
So maybe talk about that some, because I saw the newer system at RAP LA where you were cycling it and kind of setting it up that way. So what's kind of a good ratio for people to do live and dry to get things accelerated a little bit?
We don't have an exact ratio. I mean, if you could do a 50-50, I think that's great. If you start with our Coralline product, it's a natural organic dye. So we take our natural product, natural like white, and then we make it purple. And so that really matches the colors of the coralline rock that you would get out of the ocean. So if you could do like a half-half mix, and we don't specify, foundation or shelf or stacks. When you buy live rock, you're basically just getting a mix. So there's places to put a lot of that stuff. So the few setups I've done personally with it, it's very easy to just mix the two products together. And then I don't recommend running the lights that intensely on any new system in the beginning. I mean, why pump all that energy and you're just asking for trouble? It's not like you're stocking with a ton of, high photosynthetic need corals in the very beginning. You want to ramp it up slowly, let that tank mature. So even just a minimal light, run your LEDs at 10, 15, 20%, just enough to sustain some of the photosynthetic animals' needs on the rock, but not enough to really invite a lot of those unwanted pests.
Yeah, it looks like Luis here has a comment saying the powder is a game changer for scaping. So maybe talk about that. When you're scaping with Marco Rocks, there's lots of different sizes and pieces, colors. There's, of course, the powder as well. So how do all those fit together?
Yeah, so the powder is something that the niche hobbyists or the people that are doing scapes using Marco Rocks were demanding. And I remember even Ryan at BRS showing videos of him taking hammers and putting on goggles and just smashing the rock to smithereens. And it's dangerous because a lot of those pieces will fly out. And if you don't wear protective goggles, they'll end up in your eyes. But the powder is something that people use to put over the joints when they glue it together, and it really makes it disappear. It also acts as like a mortar or binding agent. You see it fizzle as a reaction with the cyanoacrylate that just locks it all in. So some people take toilet paper or tissues and they mix it in with the powder and the glue, and you could really make these beautiful joints, and then just put a little bit of glue on the top and finish that off with some of the powder as well. But yeah, a lot of people said that was a game changer, just to be able to buy 3 pounds of the white powder or the coralline powder to make these crazy scapes. I mean, the stuff they're doing around the world. I'm kind of rambling on here, but I'm kind of in a little bit of a driver's seat, being owner of Marco Rock. So I see the different regions and their different designs. Like out of Asia, this one company builds these dragons and like Godzillas. They break the rocks. This one thing must be 4 feet long, and it's literally a Godzilla, and it's so cool. And then you got Chandler Aquascapes. He's doing skulls. He's buying skulls, like, you know, fake ones from Etsy or something. He's incorporating them into a lot of his scapes, and people love it. And he's building these little sharks. So all of that is done with the powder as well. So it's nice to have a product that allows for these types of things.
Yeah, that's actually interesting you bring that up, the different scaping styles everywhere else. Because, like, yeah, when I was in Europe, it's very just like minimalistic. Even some old school rock walls, like on the back wall I saw. You know, Japan and Singapore, I see almost like Takashi Amano, but saltwater version. And then here we got Negative Scape, Aquascape, kind of Kevin Berta kind of style stuff that's really big. So those kind of the biggest things that you see, or what else besides
Godzilla? And then in Brazil, they're doing a lot of the suspended, like floating reefs, almost like a bonsai tree. That's like, you know, it's got its roots down, but then it's just long and shelf and plating. You're seeing a lot of those. Just subtle differences between the different regions. You know, someone comes up with a killer scape, and then people try to emulate it and change it slightly, and that kind of sends the aquascape design to a new path, and people start copying that. So it is cool just to see the different techniques. But as far as you asked about other new products, we are working on our aquaculture rock, and that's very promising. That is just to dial it back a little bit. So we have our dry rock, and then we have our mariculture, which is grown in the ocean. A lot of pros, some cons. And then we have a aquaculture, which is going to be grown fully in a closed system, so we can tightly control the animals and critters that the rock is exposed to. And I think where we want to end up with that is a coralline looking rock. I'm sorry, it has the dyes, so the artificial coralline look, but then it also has live different colors of coralline, both on the top and the bottom, possibly some sponge, kind of the beginning stage to a full-blown piece of live rock at a price point that is a lot, you know, because buying live rock out of the ocean now is what, $18, $19 a pound. I mean, let's be honest, that's a lot of money. So we can have something that's half the price because, you know, we don't have to pay divers, and we don't have to harvest it, and there's no permits in the ocean. So there's a lot of reduced costing, and it also allows us to scale because we're in full control. So I think that would complement today's hobbyists really well. Give them something that's live, so they don't go through the ugly stages as much, but at a reduced price point. So that's kind of where we're headed.
So that would basically be, yeah, you can scale it so it'd be cheaper that way. Don't have to pick it up from the bottom of the ocean, which adds cost. And then it would kind of be, the benefit is you've got less live stuff, whether good or bad, but that gives you control where you're not getting like a bobbit worm in there.
Right, exactly.
That makes a lot of sense. So would that be shipped wet as well, like overnight, or how?
Yeah, so I think it would lack a lot of that like macro diversity that we're seeing in the live rock. So I'm not so to answer your question, yes, it would be shipped wet with like paper towels or newspaper, kind of like what we're doing now, not fully submerged. We haven't really tested the fully submerged model yet, just because of costing. When we ran some initial numbers, it was crazy to ship it fully submerged in water. So yeah, I think we'll just do it wet and definitely overnight. I mean, we want to ship everything overnight. Yeah.
So something that I've seen, you know, we've talked about this with a couple other guests I've had on so far, is the amount of people with big tanks is kind of starting to dwindle. People are really going nano. You know, it's a more affordable way. It's an easy way for new people to get in the hobby. If someone wanted to start a nano tank, you know, do you have options like rubble or something to where they get the benefits of live and dry rock, but they don't have to buy a whole piece of live? Is there anything that they could fill that niche?
Yeah, so we have an option now for like 5 pounds of rubble, which is basically smaller live rock that's been broken up. So you can inoculate your system that way. I've had many people, in fact, I see a lot of the orders that come in through some of the different companies that order that we fulfill for, and it's repeat customers. A couple of them I've spoken to, and, you know, they test it out with 5 or 10 pounds and they love the rock, and then they set up another tank. So they order another 10 or another 10, but you can seed your filter that way. So you could buy our rubble and just stick it in your filter or stick it in your aquarium for all that matters. And that life will jump onto your existing rock work in your aquarium. Yep.
So something else I've seen with a lot of other rock brands is branch. Have you thought about doing like live branch, like putting some branch down like underwater, or no?
You know, we don't have anything at the play right now. A lot of that feels like it's very, there's a lot of labor involved. Not that there's not labor involved in what we're designing right now, but the rock, our limestone, it's not branching. So you'd have to fuse it together. And that means either molds or using a lot of concrete, both of which we don't have experience with. We don't want to use have a concrete rock product like a lot of them that are already out there. So we want to stay within that natural rock work. We have seen some people like Charlie Shallow Reef. I give him a lot of credit. He took some larger pieces and he just grinded them down. I mean, he made them, it made his own branches, and then he glued them together, and it looks like this beautiful branching scape. But, you know, a lot of labor, a lot of waste with that. So you start with something and you're dwindling it down. I think if you took our double-sided cut, which has already got the double plane and it's already thin, and you extend that out, that can be done. And especially if you can build it on a skeleton that is reef safe, say like an FRP piece or titanium, but titanium's expensive. You can DIY using some of the double-sided cut, and that's something that we want to play with on down the road. But right now we're just trying to keep up with demand. We've had a great year, and just trying to get everything humming really well, and very, very happy with the support that the global community has shown Marco Rocks.
So something else with the rock that, you know, with the live and or maricultured and aquacultured, does that need to be cured, or could you just put it in a tank?
We recommend just putting it right in the tank. Very little smell. In fact, we've brought in multiple shipments of 40, 50, 60 pounds, and it comes in, for the most part, very, very clean. There's a slight ocean smell to it, but it's not putrid. It's not dead. There will be some worms that crawl out of the rock that unfortunately are going to perish and be in the bottom of the bag. And most likely that's what the smell is if you open the bag. But the rock itself, the bacteria and the stuff you're really buying the rock for, the different shades of coralline algae and sponges and some really desirable macroalgae, that stuff is all intact. So you put it in your aquarium. You'll probably get a slight blip on your ammonia or nitrite just from some die-off that's going to happen. So it's challenging because we want to see people buy it to help their system. But if your system is running, let's say it's 2-3 months old, and you're told by multiple sources that you need to put live rock in there, and then you go out and you buy a lot of live rock and it comes in and maybe there's a slight shipping delay, well, now you can introduce a little bit of ammonia or nitrite spike. And that's okay for the inverts and the coral. In fact, we dose ammonia for coral. But the fish, you have to be very mindful of. So if you put too much in an established system, you do run the risk of having a slight ammonia or nitrite spike that could be lethal to fish. Thankfully, we've really been getting nothing but positive reviews. So the people that I've spoken with that have put even quite a bit of rock in the tank haven't experienced issues. But it's always good to err on the safe side. And this product, I think, really lends itself to a new setup. Before you've invested and put the fish in, maybe a couple of starter fish, that's okay. But you don't want to have your Achilles tang and your purple tang and then all of a sudden go and buy all your live rock. It's kind of doing it backwards.
Yeah. So let's say that someone has made that move there to where they've got, a Regal Angel and whatever.
They couldn't resist. They went to the store and they had to have it because I've been there. Yep. Right.
So let's say that happens. God forbid they do have a shipping delay. What would you recommend keeping it like in a bucket, doing water changes? How do you do that then?
So yeah, that's a great idea. And I was going to suggest that if you have the ability to put it in a garbage pail and aerate it for a couple of days, that can't hurt. So any of the initial die-off is going to work its way into the water column where it can be dealt with separately, separate from the rock. And then you put the rock in the aquarium. You could also, break out the test kits and test. And if you see that your ammonia or nitrite is starting to get to a point that's a little scary, do some water changes. Don't feed for a few days. Don't add further nutrients to the water that will combine with the live rock. But again, typically I don't want to get off on a scare tangent here. By and large, if you're not adding too much to the aquarium, most established reef systems, and when I say established, 2 to 3 months, can handle a slight die-off of the live rock. Maybe a rinse in a bucket of salt water would be good. So if you're doing a water change anyway, the day that your rock arrives, fill up a couple 5-gallon buckets of salt water, take that rock and just dip it, and just get some of that stuff that might be on there off. The biome, everything that's really good is going to be locked in and on the surface, but some of the die-off might come off. And this is for any rock. This is full transparency. I mean, this is like not just for marker rock. This is any rock you buy, especially if you're buying rock overseas. Like back in the day, and I've been doing this for many years, we used to buy boat rock. I mean, ocean stuff that would come on like cargo ships, and it would be in the boxes for 2 to 3 months, sold as live rock. So that is way worse. Yeah.
Yeah, that'd crash a tank. Yeah. For sure. Yeah, so sometimes you still get Australian live rock, which you sell via Unique. I've seen a couple branch, and the Coral Sea was probably some of the best I've seen in a long time as well.
That stuff, the branch architecture on that was unlike what we've seen. Typically when we've imported from the west coast of Australia, like Batavia, those islands, and then the east coast, the branches are beautiful. I mean, gorgeous, thinner, typical branching rock. But the Coral Sea rock was almost like fossilized Caribbean elkhorn, where you've had, those flat grooves that just kind of come out at 45 degrees. You could just see those corals just coming up into the light. And that's what this kind of looked like. So you can create some of those dramatic displays that I used to see and fall in love with in the 80s. A lot of that stuff was everywhere. You could just buy Florida elkhorn coral, pure display. You can't get it now. But that to me was like a typical awesome reef tank to aspire to. So this rock has a lot of those shapes to it. It is a little bit bulky. So they're thicker. There's more mass. So the weight's going to go up a little bit. But we will be bringing some more of that in soon. That stuff is really nice.
Yeah, something else about rock and UC is you've got your big acropora grout, the 500-600 gallon tank there when you walk in. So you've got kind of these like almost like peninsulas of rock that come out the acropora on. How does someone scape something like that almost is jutting out like that? How can you stabilize that?
So the 500 gallon that we use, that's our main farm system. That one, I love talking about the rock work on that because it's so easy to do and use. We had that built by a local person, Mike Amekua from Reef Rock Oasis, and he uses exclusively Marco rocks. He'll start with a foundation piece, and then he'll build it up using a variety of our different products, some hybrids, some shelf, a lot of nano shelf, and then the crazy glue to fuse it all together. And I'm sure he has some of his tricks to make it more stable and stronger. But you can research a lot of this stuff online, how to build it. The benefits of this is you get the 3-dimensional support structure that is key to putting a lot of corals in there. Typically if you're just stacking rocks, you're a little bit limited on surface area. But if you can have tiers, almost like apartment ledges and balconies, where this coral now has got its own space kind of underneath this one, and they can grow out, the water passes through it. Obviously, the more mass you put in with a reef display, the more it's going to impact your water flow. So these very thin wafers of rock lend itself perfectly to allowing that linear flow to go through the aquarium. So we've got a Panerai pump on either side, and the flow is wicked in there, and it's got a lot of mass on these rock structures, but it also allows a lot of places for the fish to swim, and it also still allows a lot of water volume, which is important. You don't want to displace your water with a ton of rock. I mean, you don't need that much for surface area for bacteria, but what we needed is a lot of places to put corals. And being limestone, it's super easy to drill. So we used, I think it was a 7/16 mortar bit. And once all the structures were in there, before we filled it, I got in there and I just drilled it with a hammer drill, and it's like butter. I mean, especially with a new bit, you could just drill the perfect hole for a frag plug. And then you take your coral with a frag plug and drop it right on. The problem we've had is that the corals grow too quickly, and within a month and a half or so, they've already gone off the frag plug and onto the rock structure. So we switched to taking our frag plugs and gluing it on like a 2-inch flat disc. So we take a tile. We take that little ceramic tile, glue that on a frag plug, and then put the coral in that. So that buys us, 4, 5, 6 months, depending on the species of coral and its growth. But you could still take it out of the hole. So that's worked really well.
So maybe let's shift topics to flow, since we kind of talked about the importance of it there. Plus, all the acropora I've seen from Unique really have good polyp extension, and I feel like it's probably because how you think about flow. When I first came there and we had a conversation, you really changed my mind on what flow should be like in a tank. So maybe talk about Pantarai's philosophy and what the importance of that back and forth kind of tidal mimicry.
Right. So Matthias, the owner of Pantarai, was let me go back a little bit further. When we designed Unique Corals, Jake Adams had just visited someone and he was blown away by the gyre flow. Every sixth word out of his mouth was gyre. So our facility became a perfect test bed to create massive gyres. And he gets the credit for it. The flow that we wanted would be to take these raceways. We had 6 of them. They're 30 feet long, 4 feet wide, 2 feet high. They hold 2,000 gallons each. And he said on paper, he showed me, let's divide the entire raceway from top to bottom to create 2 channels. And we're going to move the water from the return pump underneath this plate. And then the water is going to come up because the plate won't go to the very end of the raceway. So the water is going to rush along the bottom, come up, and you're going to have this perfect wall of water that just goes through all the coral. The entire water column is moving. And that's genius, and it's what you want. And we had our challenges doing it. We first glued fiberglass angle strut to the sides of the tank, and then I screwed in threaded and tapped drilled and tapped acrylic onto that. But then when we filled the raceways bowed out about an inch. Ooh. And so the acrylic plates that were bolted to the sides were the only thing trying to fight that water pressure. And it started just popping off the epoxied 90-degree pieces on the side. It was just like pop, 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 pop. And we're like, what the hell? So we had to abandon that idea and go to a full support that sat on the bottom of the tank. Anyway, the flow was great. The corals did amazing. The problem was, because the flow was in one direction, all the corals grew weird. They all grew like into the flow because the flow was hitting them. Imagine you're a coral trying to grow and you're constantly being slapped on this side. You're going to start to shift like this. So our red dragons were all 45-degree red dragons. Our strawberry shortcakes were growing up. Our velitas were growing up. And so we would like turn the corals around, but then they'd start to do this. Just the flow from just shattering them. So these are the things that you don't realize until, you forward the clock 6 months and see. So then we're like, well, maybe we need to reverse it. But the system wasn't designed to do that. So we started using smaller pumps, and we were hoping to create some chaotic flow movement, but it was just too challenging. The system is already designed, the plates are in, and we just dealt with it. It was mostly problematic for the larger SPS, the big growing corals, stuff like blastose mushrooms. They're fine like that. So to answer your question about how does Pantarai view this, and now how to do the proper way to do it, in the ocean, you have corals growing in a coral reef. You have an influx. You have a tidal flow that comes into the reef, filling it with, cooler water, maybe from, with plankton and whatnot. And then you have a slack tide, and then the water moves out. So you have these two bodies of water moving in and then moving out. And that's what the corals are used to. There is random flow, obviously, as that water comes up. It's going to bounce off this bommy and send energy this way, and it's going to bounce that way. And you're going to get these random channels of flow. But by and large, that water is moving into the reef and then out of the reef. So Pantarai has amazing software in every one of their pumps. And the word Pantarai means everything flows. And their whole belief is get the water moving like nature, get the whole box of water moving. So all of their parts, all of their pumps focus on achieving that, and they do it very, very well. So we have our two massive pumps, and there's only ever really one on at the same time. During slack tide, they'll both be running, but this pump, like on our 500-gallon tank that's 10 feet long, the right pump is running and the left one is off. Actually, that's not true. We run it in reverse. And so the water is flowing, in clockwise motion. And then 6 hours later, it reverses and goes in the other one. So the coral polyps respond because now they're getting their energy from a different direction. And the growth is very typical of a natural reef. So it's just a great way of doing it. Plus you save electricity. When you don't run a pump at 100% all the time, you're saving some power that way. So yeah, so that's the beauty of Panta Rhei, getting everything to really flow. And that I said linear, I meant laminar flow. Having laminar flow is key. And the design of the Panta Rhei, all of the outputs are based around creating laminar flow, meaning that the waves of water flowing, they're laminally stacked. So they get everything moving. So when it hits a coral head, it doesn't just stop. Because it's not tumbling chaotic flow. It literally goes through or around the coral and then keeps going. And you can see this by pouring a little bit of like dye or something in the water. You'll really see everything mixing perfectly.
So is that, I mean, how did they really achieve, is it the body of the pump itself like a hydro wizard, like the diffusion of it, like the pattern, or like what, how does that happen?
The shape of the output, and even as the water's coming in and the mixing of it, the honeycomb style, having it very three-dimensional to smooth out that water as it exits the pump. Everything's done on these flow benches and with 3D. If he cranks up the flow of the motor, then, he's got to enlarge where the water's coming in, or he's got to restrict it here. And he's constantly testing everything. I know their 42 motor, it took a long time and a lot of iterations and micro adjustments to get the water. Because when you have a lot of water shooting, getting sucked into a pump and then shooting out, sure, it's very simple to just say, well, just design it, make a 3D print, and it looks the same. But if it's not smooth and doesn't create that laminar flow, then the wave energy that's leaving the top of the pump is now going to crash into the energy that's leaving the bottom of the pump. And those energy waves are going to crash and deflect, and you're going to lose that power that you're basically paying for. You're paying to run this pump through your house electric bill. But if you can get that water to kind of leave and work together and not fight each other, now you get it really moving. So these adjustments, the Germans are just on the next level with that stuff. they really are.
So then
Yeah,
so that's kind of the hydro wizards. Let's talk about, the surge, which was a cool one that everyone's really liked. So what's the, that's also laminar flow, but really why use that instead of a hydro wizard, or what's the tool for the job?
So the Panta Surge is really cool. It incorporates the same motors that are available in the Hydro Wizard ecosystem. So you've got the 42, the 63, and the 75. Those are their standard motors. And now you can purchase it in a Hydro Tube, which is an inline pump, or now in these surges that we're talking about. The surges allows you to put the pump, kind of hide it, make it disappear. So imagine a black box, or now, as you saw, they offer it in white. That sits into the corner of your aquarium. You can hide it behind the rockwork, and it's a fully filled chamber of water. So the water is getting sucked in the bottom as the pump, which is vertically positioned, shoots the water up. The water then exits 90 degrees out the top. And again, the design of the honeycomb at the top allows for laminar flow. So that water is coming down and it's kind of shooting diagonally across your reef. And then it's got to re-enter the pump intake, which is on the bottom. So the further away you have the output and the bottom, you get more of the tank water to react at the same time. The way I think of it is as if you have a room with a door on either end and you open one door, immediately the other door wants to move because the vacuum in the room is being moved by one door. Everything moves as one. So this is kind of like what's happening inside a surge box. As the water comes out the top, it's immediately sucking water to replace that vacuum inside the pump. So if you play with the intensity and the ramp up and ramp down speed, because that motor is going to go forward and then it's also going to go reverse based on your settings. So we would run it like on our showroom tank at Unique Corals. We run it, I think, for 30 seconds in a forward position with like a 10-second ramp up. And then we hold it there again, 30 seconds. And then we reverse it pretty quickly and then keep that for about 20 seconds. And then the water comes out the bottom of the rockwork and goes in the top. And so as water's coming out the top, it's immediately sucking in the bottom. So all the corals are bending this way. And then they slow down. And you can have like a 10-second pause between the reversing. So the corals kind of just chill. And then they start going the other way. And very hard to do with a couple of pumps in your aquarium, with random flow modes. I mean, don't get me wrong, the hobby's come a long way. Gorgeous tanks running, cheaper pumps. I'm not saying you need to spend the money to have a nice reef, but what this software and what this design allows you to do, it's like you're sticking your head underwater on a reef. That's the difference.
Yeah, so I guess
And the corals are
Panerai
fun.
was really the solution for what you and Jake were trying to solve, to where you get the back and the forth, not just the 45-degree red dragon. So
If we were designing it today, the hydro tubes is what we would have done.
Hmm.
Put a hydro tube either externally or internally. You could do either with it. And then that giant motor, first of all, it uses way less electricity. So for 42,000 gallons an hour, you're pulling 650 watts. You know, any RK2 or MRC external pump, you know, back then at least, you know, even a 1 horsepower pump, you're going to use, I don't even know, 1,500 watts, 2,000 watts. So you're burning up your electric meter just to get even less flow. Now that's system turnover. So sure, there's a head pressure factor there to deliver water from a lower chamber, which is your sump back up to the aquarium. But if you're not trying to use all of your turnover water for water movement in the aquarium, which is not an efficient design, then you can employ something like a hydro tube that would go right in the aquarium underneath those plates. And imagine that 6 hours in one direction, and then it slows down and then reverses. We wouldn't have had, I don't think, of course, you never know until you try it and see what new variables you've created, but I don't think we would have had those growth issues because we would be able to reverse it. What I think the only possible downside would be is the settling of detritus that was easy to manually remove every quarter. You know, we take a couple of plates out and vacuum clean the detritus. All that detritus would likely be constantly in suspension or end up in the overflow where we'd have to deal with it there. And you know, that's a whole separate conversation. Is detritus that's laden with bacteria a perfect organic food for corals? I think it is. But if you shower them with too much of this marine snow, then you could kind of choke them or create dead spots within like the valley of corals. So even if you have a lot of good flow, let's say you've got a cupping chalice or turbinaria, it's hard to get the flow out of the bottom of that valley. And that's where the acids and the pH drops as that organic waste starts to decompose. So it's very important to have fish or to have very strong flow occasionally to really lift that waste out.
So I guess the perfect way would either be, you probably need some really heavy mechanical filtration with that, or you would then need to have, you know, you've got your hydro tube underneath as a kind of a closed loop, and then maybe some additional hydro wizards pushing this way and that way to stir things up occasionally, I guess is how you would really achieve perfect flow.
I think a farm setup is different than a home aquarium setup. You know, in a home aquarium setup, you can put a bunch of fish in, I think, to really handle that, and employ some pumps unique to that design where needed, because you're not going to have a whole tank filled of these turbinarias. It'd probably just be a couple. And, you know, again, we're creating a solution for a problem that's kind of imaginary at this point.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
Yeah. But, you know, that's why it's also nice to have a pump that's capable of performing more than what you need. It's like having that extra horsepower on tap. So when people purchase the 63, or they ask me, should I get the 42 or the 63? I said, well, your tank probably could run on a 42, but the benefits of the 63 would be great because you can only run it at 60, 70%. And then for maybe 20 minutes a day, turn it up to 100%, like Greg Carroll. He would just have it at 100% for a short period. And he said, Joe, we kick up everything. Any stuff that's settled anywhere, it's like putting it in a wash cycle. And it just kicks it up like crazy. And I think there's a real benefit to that. I don't think you have to physically remove all the detritus. If your system is balanced and you're not seeing a constant, you know, escalation of phosphates and nitrates that need management, let that detritus stay in there. Let it become food. You know, let's not over filter our aquariums, especially if you've got a lot of corals and sponges and inverts using it.
Yeah, so maybe, you know, it sounds like the hydro tube could be a good solution for a lot of people. But obviously it can get pretty big. What's the smallest size, and what's kind of the size fittings you would need to plumb that?
So there's been a couple of changes with the hydro tubes, and that's why we've been very quiet with it lately. The design shifted. Well, I don't need to give you more info than you need. Right now, the 42 is offered in a 2-inch inlet and outlet. So 2-inch would be the minimum, which is large. But when you start to restrict a pump, you're going to have to overcome the loss of circumference in that pipe with power. And power means a higher electric bill. So for those reasons, Panerai doesn't want to go to a stronger motor to overcome. It's far more efficient to maintain a larger circumference. So 2-inch for that little pump is what's needed, inlet and outlet. And then it goes to the 63, which is actually also 2-inch. We've reduced that one down because no one's really running 2.5 or 3-inch plumbing in the US and putting bulkheads in a standard aquarium. They do custom offer a 4-inch version of the 63, but it's custom. We're not going to offer that for now. If somebody wants to put a 4-inch bulkhead, then we can run it in 4-inch, and you will get probably 30% more flow out of that same pump.
Looks like there's a few questions here. So Michael asked, any idea when the Surge 63 will be available?
Yeah, we're waiting on the motors. I'm embarrassed right now. I wish we had the motors. There was a production issue, so we've been very patient, and I kind of missed the deadline to get a big order in. They do a lot of other motor manufacturing for all different types of applications, not aquariums. So the short answer is I'm hoping within a couple of weeks. We have everything on site. We just need the actual motors for them. We have the controllers, the power supplies, the actual structures. And when you order the Surge, you want to measure the height of your aquarium from the inside bottom of the plate to right underneath, to your water level. And then you want to purchase a Surge box that is just below that. So if your tank water, say, is 27 inches, then order a 26-inch tall box. 25 is fine too, but again, the bigger the box, the further away the two water inlet and outlets are. So keep checking back. Thank you, Michael. I don't know if you've asked this before, but I'm very appreciative of your patience on this.
Then another question, can you buy the Surge separately from the ECM?
Yes, I don't believe we have it as an option on the website right now, but if you message us, absolutely. We've had a few people convert their Hydro Wizard to work with the Surge. So they've already had the pump and they want to just add the Surge. It's a little bit involved, and we're not converting so many of them that it's beyond our reach to do. So what I recommend is they buy the box and then let us and send us the pump. And we'll take the shell off the pump and we'll install it on the Surge box, test it, make sure everything is good, and then send it back to you. We don't charge for that labor.
And then what is the largest tower size for the 63 Surge?
The largest standard right now, I think, is 28 inches on our website. They start at like 15 inches and they go to 28. Anything taller than that, we can do. We would just have it made in Panerai. So if you had a 4-foot tall tank, actually, we just ordered a 75 ECM Surge 75 for a 4-foot tall aquarium. So yeah, if you're running a tank that's 3 feet high, we could definitely get you a Surge box for that.
So then the difference between the 63 and 75 would be the additional foot. So if it's 4 foot, you would go to a 75, 3 foot, stay with the 63, and then win the 42.
I think the overall tank dimensions would dictate when to go to the larger motor size, because the footprint of the 75 is large too. I believe it's an 8-inch square box. So if you have even a 4-foot tall aquarium like I have at my house, the 75 would work well in there, but it's probably a little bit overkill. Like I have a tank that's 6 feet by 3 feet by 4 feet, and that one I'd probably go with 2 63s if I was doing the Surges, one in each corner. You could do a single 75, but that's a lot of flow for that size aquarium. So yeah, look at the overall gallons of the tank, and that would dictate whether or not you need that extra flow from the 75. And it's also quite a big price jump. You're talking 3,000 up to, I think it's 8,000 to go to the 75 Surge. So it's quite a bump.
We're tapping you right now for consultation, Joe. Are 2 63s large enough for a 450-gallon tank?
And $99 right now, and I will consider. No, I'm just kidding. 2 63s large enough for a 450. If it's a full mixed SPS, yes, I would say you'd be really good with that. We run 2 63s on our 500-gallon, and it's wicked flow. It's really good. You don't have to go with the Surges. I mean, you're actually restricting the flow slightly. I think there's a lot of benefits to using the Surge, like we discussed, but the Hydro Wizard is a phenomenal pump even by itself. And it's a little bit easier to employ. It's a smaller design, so the footprint in the aquarium overall is smaller. So I wouldn't, just jump past the Hydro Wizard as a viable option for flow, because you can do wonders with those.
So you mentioned in terms of Hydro Wizards, the 63, usually it's, maybe better to have that output and run it at like a lower rate. Like you gave the Greg Carroll example. Would you always recommend a 63 over a 42, or when do you decide between those two?
So like on a coral flat, like we run, I think we have a couple of tanks that are 6 feet, 3 feet wide, and 12 to 14 inches high. The 42s are perfect on that. We only run one because we're constantly out of stock on the 42s. As soon as we get a dozen in, they sell. But if you had one on either end of that tank and you had one in reverse and one in forward, you could create that reversing gyre in there very easily. You don't need the 63. It'd just be too much power. But on our farm tanks that are 84 inches long, they're 200 gallons, 250 gallons each. So they're sorry, I'm getting my numbers mixed up. They're 76 inches long, 26 inches wide, and like 28 inches high. And we run a 63 on those tanks. We also have a 42 on the other side up on the top, but we don't see 100% on those. If we do, it starts to push the water out of the aquarium. So even though it's a very usable flow because it's a large diameter orifice, it's not like a fire hose or a garden hose that you're pinching to push the water out. This is coming out of like a 4-inch diameter. So just pushing that water across. But even at 100%, it starts to just ripple up and you'll see a little bit of splashing up over the lip. So to answer your question, I would oversize the pump. It'll probably allow it to last longer. You know, no piece of equipment likes to be running at 100% constantly. So we run ours we ramp up from 20 to 70%, and it's a slow ramp up, and then we hold it at 70% for 15, 20 seconds, really stimulate those polyps, and then we slow the flow down. And you save a ton of electricity that way too. The corals don't have this constant flow on them, and the average pump speed over a 24-hour time frame is probably only 40%. So, you know, that pump is only 110 watts. It pulls about 98 watts at 100%. So we're probably at 70%, 60 watts, 70 watts to move 10,000 gallons or so. It's a highly efficient setup.
Germans.
Yep.
All right, let's see. Another question here, switching gears a little bit. Are you still doing Triton ICP out of Unique?
Yes, actually, it's funny you said that because I'm like, I want to talk about Triton too. We can talk about hours. There's so much to go over. Yes, Triton is doing very, very well in terms of what it's doing for our corals. We run it, exclusively on our corals. One tank we play around with kalkwaster as well, but actually the corals look even more colorful in the system that's only running Core 7. We have the ICP machine in our facility. So all the samples come in and they're tested every day. In fact, Abraham is there right now on a Friday. He took Thanksgiving off, but he's there running the lab today. And we've kicked off the subscription plan as well, which kind of ties it all, brings it all together. So if I could talk about that for a sec.
Yeah.
Is that cool? Yeah.
Yep.
So what we've been doing at Unique Corals for couple of years now is we take the data from our ICP and we custom mix our bottles into one mix bottle for each system. So we have our Core 7, which establishes a very good baseline. So we've got our calcium, our magnesium, our potassium, all the major ions matched to the needs of that particular aquarium. And everything is dosed in 3 or 4 bottles, depending on how you mix 3A and 3B. But then the traces, while you are getting traces that are going in with your Core 7, every system is a little bit different. And the way to fine tune your traces is through the data provided by an ICP machine. So again, we take this data and we mix our bottles into a cup. But it's hard for the average person to do that. And they've got all these bottles laying around. So Ehsan came up with the idea of just having a monthly subscription, which is about basically you send your water sample to us, we test it, and we custom mix a trace element solution for you. It's a 1-liter bottle, and we send that to you, and you dose it every day in your aquarium. And I think we're about 3 months into it now, and people are liking it. Corals are growing, and it's just a great solution.
So what's that cost for someone, and how long it lasts? A month, or how long does it last?
Yeah, the bottle is designed to last 1 month. And so far I haven't heard any, well, it's calculated. So if it knows that you're going to be adding, say, 10 mLs per day to your aquarium, then it's going to last 30 days. And I believe we give a slight buffer on that just in case there's a mailing delay, or maybe you're out of town, you haven't mailed us the next sample. So the next bottle that we'll ship you is based on the results of the next test. So as the tank fluctuates in its needs and the corals are growing, they're pulling on this ion bank differently all the time. So it allows us to constantly fine tune that bottle. And in terms of pricing, it's based on the size of your aquarium. So it starts, I believe, at $79 a month, which is only $20 more than the price of our new premium shipping label test. So if you were to buy the ICP with priority shipping, it's $59 a month. So for $20 more, you get the bottle as well. And then and that's up to, I believe, 150-gallon tank. And then as you add 100 gallons of tank capacity, the price goes up approximately $20 on top of that. So 79 turns into 99, 119, 129. All the prices are on our Triton website to check out.
Yeah, if you want to sign up for that, I put a new QR code that has a link to that subscription, so you can sign up there. So we've talked about flow, the rock, and the biome, and how you get the tank started. We've talked about the chemistry now and how you do things with an ICP upstairs. Now, what about lighting? What are you doing to grow your corals that way?
We're using the Dalua X4 lights. We were proud to bring one of the first people to bring them into the country with Anthony. I saw these lights and fell in love with them, and we wanted something to try that was a little bit different. And these lights have been great. The stuff that comes out of Taiwan is very well engineered. The app went through a couple of iterations. In the beginning, the app was not that good. He'll even admit it. But that has solved a lot of problems now. So, being able to run a coral farm and have the complexity of, say 100 lights, and then grouping them together and being able to program them as needed and hold the settings. Some of the most basic things, well, I just want the lights to not go on in the middle of the night. And with the other brands that we ran, I would check the security cameras, and 3 a.m, I'm like, who's at the shop? Someone stealing jawbreakers? What's going on? And then you find out that a light just decided it wants to have a party at 3 a.m. And that's why now you've got a sheen of brown algae and the corals are looking all weird. So these lights don't do that. We've never, knock on wood, never had an X4 light suddenly just turn on. And I can't tell you how important that is to have your lights stick to the program that you design. So I know a lot of time and a lot of money and resources was spent on designing the back support through the app and the programming that, it's like, it doesn't get a lot of credit because it's something that should just work, it should just work. And in this case, it does. And the light quality is really well. It uses a silicone lens. So we're hitting all the peaks to stimulate photosynthetic, the radiant. It's just perfect. Corals respond really well. We do have to use, quite a few of them. The lights, especially with the X4s, you don't want to keep them too far apart. Some of the other lights on the market have a little bit more horsepower in them, a little bit more wattage, so you can get away with spacing them. But if you tighten the groupings on these, like on our 500-gallon, I think we're running 12 lights on that tank. And I've shared some top-down videos, and people said, "Oh, you can't grow corals sometimes under LEDs." Well, I'm a firm believer in that's just not true. So that's what we run. We run the Dalua X4s.
Yeah, there's a mention here from the NYOS about the old blazes. So I've seen one of those too. I mean, are they still made? The one tank you have looks really nice with that too, honestly.
They're probably, I don't know if they're still made. That's a good question. We don't import them anymore. That platform has been abandoned, but all of the good tech that was in that has now gone to what I think is a much more aesthetically pleasing light. This UFO style puck, thin black. I mean, that's what you want over your aquarium. The blaze looked like one of those old fluorescent fixtures that somebody just kind of hammered flat. It weighs like 40 pounds. Hold it up over your aquarium. They work. And when I went to Australia 10 years ago and saw the coral farms running them, and they're like, dude, these lights just don't fall apart. You put these other cheap ones that are made overseas, you put them over your system, and the salt just finds its way into the seams. Within a year or two, they're all corroded on the inside. But the quality, the durability of the blaze is really robust, and that's extended onto the X4 platform. They're just high quality lights.
So I'm putting the link to Unique Corals in the chat right now and changing the QR code to it. We've got about 5 minutes. The one brand we've not talked about, which is not talked about much, is Pax Bellum. I think they're pretty cool, but just not a lot of people know about them anymore. It kind of
it was a unique design, and it hit the market hard. God, I want to say 7 years ago. The design is just awesome. I mean, when you've got a Pax Bellum running and it's cranking, you're seeing a much higher pH. You're seeing the benefits of phytoremediation, which is something a lot of people don't talk about. You know, using up some of the available toxins in the water and kind of holding it so it can't cause harm, and just creating a stable environment where your chaetomorpha that's growing in there is putting pressure on the system to feed it. So it allows you to keep a larger bioload with less risk of elevating those nutrients to the point where you'd have unwanteds in the tank. So the chaetomorpha's got such a bright light and close proximity to the water, to the algae, with perfect flow through it, that you'll just prevent unwanteds from growing in the aquarium when that chaeto is dialed in.
And it's like, can't you plumb it into like the effluent from like a calcium reactor to get like CO2
there's a part that you order, and it's a CO2 it's a calcium reactor injector, and it's got the Venturi line that you can feed it. So you've got that CO2 excess coming out of your calcium reactor, which would typically lower the pH wherever it's going into your system. But to run it through an algae bed, which is just craving that CO2, it's just like, nitrous in a motor. So you're getting the benefits of stripping out excess CO2 and also boosting the growth of that algae within it. And then you get to harvest the algae and either sell it or whatever, do what you want with it. We have one running. Actually, we just took it down because I'm moving a system around, but that thing would just grow chaeto. I mean, every week and a half, you'd have to just take it out. And I remember pictures of the first Pax Bellums that we would run. You just pull the chamber out, and it was just massive, very thick. They looked like sponge, but it was just chaetomorpha, just grown so well.
All right,
just to say why they've gotten a little. I think the popularity and the marketing hype behind the scrubbers have really kind of pushed Pax Bellum to the back, and also the Pax Bellum was a little bit more maintenance involved. Taking the screws and having it in a place where you can actually get the unit out, pull the top off. So I think people favor things that are just easy to work with. The scrubber is a little bit easier. You can just pull that screen out, and so people kind of migrated towards that.
Ryan says, my Destaco is connected to my N18 using that fitting. Super slick.
I haven't heard that sentence in a while.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Distribute Destaco too? That's crazy.
Destaco, yeah. Those are great. And that company just went dark about 4 years ago. They just went silent. Never even just goodbye. Yep.
Yeah, so we're still waiting on Julian to join, so we have a little bit of time. So just a reminder, everyone, if you use the QR code in the chat or on the page right now, and you buy anything from Marco Rocks from saltwateraquarium.com, the first 20 to do that will get a Marco Rocks frag mount. And then we also have a link in the chat. Yep. So yeah, anything that we've not touched on, I feel like we've got a good about everything you're pretty much about, but there's probably something I'm forgetting.
Well, I do want to talk that the coral sale we're running now, I think, is the most aggressive coral discounts we've ran in a while. I don't recall ever doing 40%. I think we did 40% for like a day when we started our website back up after we had it crash because we had to change themes. So as a thank you for everyone's patience for messaging us, we just did like a 40% off overnight. But so this is like a week-long 40%, and it's allowing us to move out because we're moving a couple of our raceways. So I really need to clear some inventory. And so this is helping us do that. And it's also giving back to the community. So happy to discount some prices. For
I think there's some great corals you guys have that people always want. So like the Koji Wada, that's one. You've got the colonies there. There's a really cool Cyphastria, the branching, what do you call it? The Eternal. I've never seen it anywhere else.
Yeah, that's a really cool piece. For Cyphastras, first of all, to have them just growing up like that is not I mean, I won't say not typical. That for that species it is. For that that morph it is. But yeah, if you can get a red branching cyphastria and a blue one, and just create a branching cyphastria bomby with a couple of other of the more plating and crusting types below it, I think that'd be really cool. And that just brings back, Jake building like a species specific aquarium. That's one of the things he wanted to do when he moved out of UC and built his studio. He wanted tanks that just have like cyphastria. That's it. Or an elegance coral. Nothing else. Just an elegance coral. Just break the boundaries of what people were doing. But yeah, the two branching cyphastrias are really awesome, as is the Koji Wada pink nepthia.
Yeah, maybe tell the story of how, because you got the Koji Wada into the country pretty much. Maybe tell that story. That's always pretty funny.
So it was like 2012, and Koji had messaged me, and his English is better now, but back then it wasn't as good. And he messaged that he would be in town, and I was importing fish from him occasionally, not corals. And he showed up, and he pulled out of his bag his suitcase, this little bag with a little pink thing in it. And he handed it to me, and he says, pink coral, pink coral, loves light, lot of light. I was like, well, it's a soft coral. He goes, lot of light. I said, okay. So we put it under our 400 watt metal halide and left it. And the thing just bloomed up over the next few months. And it was the most gorgeous purple, like dendronepthia looking, hard to keep, just purple coral. So we didn't have a name for it. And so, like anything, I just named it what it was. It was Koji Wada pink nepthia. And yeah, so that stuck. And it's a great coral. You need one in every reef tank. In fact, we've oversold, and now our mothers are a little bit too small. So it's very hard to say no to people when they want it. So we get better at saying no, which is a bad thing to do in retail. No, you can't have it.
Not great for sales, just like dangling
No,
over them. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's like the closest coral you can get to dendronepthia, though. I mean, that's if you want the look, but don't want to add 50,000 gallons of phyto a day.
Sure.
There you go.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right. Well, yeah, I mean, that was an awesome one. I mean, we can keep going. So you have Julian coming on now, right?
Yeah, Julian should be popping on. He was here in the secret room, and then he walked away. Okay, now he's back. So
Okay.
that'll be all we
have to
can
check
do
out.
today.
You've got to go. So
I know you've got it. So that works timing wise. So thank you for
Yep.
coming on today, Joe. And
Okay.
I'll talk to you later. Have a
It
good
was a
rest
lot
of
of
your
fun.
time in New Zealand.
Enjoy. Yep. Enjoy the holiday weekend, everyone. Thanks for having
All
me.
right. See you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, our next guest will be the man, the myth, the legend, Julian Sprung. So I'm going to do what I've been doing. I'm going to switch the QR codes now. So the deal we're going to have this hour with this new QR code in the corner, if the first 20 people to buy anything from Two Little Fishies will get a free veggie mag, one of the quintessential products from Julian's line. And I will now have Julian on. How are you doing,
Hi.
Julian?
Doing very well. How are you, Salem?
I'm doing good. Have you caught up on sleep from your world travels?
No. I don't know how you felt when you came back. I mean, you didn't go quite as far as I did, but yeah, I came back and had to work immediately, and that all went really well. I had a nice day at work, and then had a good night's sleep. But then the next day, it started to creep up on me. By the late afternoon, I was feeling it, and it's been that way the past week. But I'm getting there. The holiday helps.
Yeah, I'm sure all the nice food. Yeah, that was the same for
Yeah.
me. It was like I felt good the first day, and then it creeped up, and it took a while to get
Yeah.
back to normal, like a week or two. So
Yes, yeah, it's normal. A little bit of jet lag, but you know, I tell people that I'm always jet lagged, so it doesn't really make a difference. You know, comes a point, Salem, where you know you're getting 4 hours of sleep a night, not because you know you're necessarily working so hard, but because you know when you go to bed, then 4 hours later you're up and you got things to do. It just happens.
it's starting to get like that. So, but yeah, that's thanks for coming on today.
Yeah.
Let's say I don't think that you really need much introduction. If
Yes,
people
I
don't
do.
know
You got to
Julian-
go on and on and on and on. There you go.
well, that's our hour. Yeah, it's
Right.
But yeah, you know, I wanted to do something. We've talked about coral and all sorts of things previously having you
Yeah.
on, but the goal of this was to talk about different products. So, I mean, you've
Yeah.
got a lot of new offerings that you've came out with the last year alone. I mean, there was close to
Yeah.
10 new SKUs, I think, last year.
Yeah, and we have a few new ones even still coming, but right, it's always good to bring out new things. It makes things fresher, and people always are looking for what's new. We certainly have a lot of products that remain very popular that are not new, and by developing something new, it draws attention to everything. So I've been in business over 30 years, so I know that it's important to work on the new things. And yeah, we're naturally always excited when there's a new baby in the house. That's
One of the biggest wow factor, almost body horror-esque products you had was worm bits. So
yeah,
I did not know there was freeze-dried polychaete worms you could buy. Maybe talk to
yeah.
us about that product.
Yeah, I've been feeding worms of various types to my fish for decades. I don't know if you are in the black worm camp. Black worms, people who are relatively novice in the marine aquarium hobby think about black worms and think, gee, that's a freshwater food. Shouldn't feed that to marine fish. Well, that's a sign of being a novice. Live black worms are wonderful food for marine fish. And I was taught that by the late Merle Cohen, who had the company Aquarium Products. He grew lots of discus and angelfish at home, and he showed me how he fed them the black worms, and also showed me how he fed his marine fish them. And that was just like a moment, suddenly realizing, yeah, of course, worms are really important for fish of all kinds. And when you see how finicky fish go crazy for worms, you know how important they are as a food ingredient. So anyway, when I visited Kojiwada back in I think it was 98 when I visited him, uh, he took me to a couple of the public aquariums in Japan, and I saw that they were feeding marine polychaetes to their fishes. And I thought, wow, what a cool food, you know. But it wasn't at that time. It wasn't really available in the hobby in the United States. Between then and now, there have been a few companies that have had frozen marine polychaetes available, and that is a really good food source. It tends to dry out in the freezer and becomes less appetizing. It doesn't hold its condition if you're holding it too long. But I thought about, if I can find the people who are harvesting this or farming this, let's see if we can, do a freeze-dried version. And lo and behold, it was possible. And the freeze-dried version holds up really well over time, and it retains its attractive features. So fish love the smell of marine polychaetes. There are presumably amino acids and fatty acids that give it a certain aroma, and it's just a great food for feeding finicky feeders. I mean, everything eats it, from the fish that you would expect to eat it and fishes that you might not expect to eat it. They all like it. I think I mentioned to you one surprise was that Banggai cardinal fish, which are an easy fish to keep, easy to feed, but if you've ever kept one, you know that basically you got to feed them mysis or brine shrimp or other frozen foods, and that's it. They only will go after meaty frozen foods. Well, they will eat freeze-dried marine polychaetes. So they'll take it right off the surface, just like any fish eats flake food. The Banggais will just come up and suck it down, and they don't spit it out. So, and it's a high protein food with good lipid composition as well. I wouldn't say that it's the only thing you need to feed your fish. Any food is always part of a balanced diet, and it's just another product out there to include in your food repertoire.
Yeah.
If you look at our food offerings, generally they are single ingredient food offerings, like the sea veggies and sea veggies flakes, and now this one, the worm bits. in the future we'll have some more formulated things, but there's something to be said for a simple ingredient, no additives, nothing diluting its potency.
Yeah, I have a friend that's got a lot of angels and butterflies, and he started using worm bits, and he said the feeding response is very, very aggressive from all of them. And
Yes.
usually it's only clams on a half shell, or maybe you can get a
Right.
little mysis. So it seems a lot of fish really seem to like it that don't like a lot.
Yes.
So yeah.
Correct. We show the copper band butterfly on the cover, just like you're on the label, I should say. Just like a Bengal cardinal fish, copper bands are typically, only eating a live or a frozen food. You can feed them worm bits as well. So, I have not had the opportunity to try some of the coral eating butterflies with worm bits, but I have a hunch that just like some people have been able to convert them with oysters or clam on the half shell, that the worm bits would be enticing enough to them. So when I have the opportunity, when I see a nice healthy specimen, I'll do that. I did when I was in Hong Kong on the way to the SICCE show in China. I saw that there were beautiful larvatus butterflies on display in some of the shops in Hong Kong. When I say beautiful, they're always kind of pretty, but they had some full adult size ones that were absolutely perfect, flawless, no cryptocaryon. And I was just thinking, I wish I had the worm bits here to try to offer and see. But seeing them offered for sale, aside from the fact of knowing that, you really need an expert hobbyist to know what foods to offer them. But it did, on the other hand, show me that somebody is collecting them now. And maybe, I could talk to one of the importers like Quality Marine. Maybe they're able to bring some in good condition like I saw. And then I might see whether they would try that.
I think we've got the perfect candidate. Andrew Sandler just commented in the chat. So Andrew, if you heard all that and you want to try this, you might be able to figure that out. Yeah.
Right. The Austriacus butterfly and the Larvatus, and there's a few Myri. These coral eaters may be able to convert over. I know, over the years I have seen hobbyists who have been able to get them to feed on clams on the half shell. I don't think anyone's been successful with blackworms, but I just have a hunch that the aroma of the marine polychaete could be the trick. And I hope to see that be true.
Yeah.
Sometimes, you never know. You have to try it. So, Andrew, if you're interested to give it a shot, I'll be happy to help out.
Another question from Anya in Australia. Anya wants to know when she can get some worm bits at her shop.
Yeah, well, Australia is a special case. Whenever we've come up with a new food, we have to get permits to be able to get it imported into Australia. So I did meet with the owners of Aqua Blue at the show in China and spoke to them about it. And they are interested in the product. So it really is just the matter of getting that permit applied for and getting the permission to import it. So you can push them on you, tell them you want to buy it.
So shifting gears here from worm bits to another new food product. Talk to us about. Oh yeah, go ahead. Yep.
Show it. Why not? There you go.
There's worm bits.
And I don't know.
Yeah, people haven't seen it. They should definitely see the little worm. Yeah.
Yeah. Will the camera show you? Yeah.
Yeah, you can see pretty well.
In focus. Yeah. There's about half a worm right there, and it's really very dry, so that it's crumbly. You can break it up. So if you have a big fish like a puffer or trigger, he's gonna love the big long pieces. But clownfish, Bengal cardinals, you just crumble it, and they'll eat the smaller pieces. So you can use it just like flake food. Let it go into a feeding ring. You can put it into an automatic feeder, or you can soak it in a cup of aquarium water, let it get soft, and then pour it in. Either way, it's fine. Okay.
All right. And then, yeah, another new product you had in terms of food was Polyp Power. Maybe talk
You know
to us
what?
about that.
Yeah, I forgot to bring that package with me. I think I may have some over there. I'd have to walk over to it. But yeah, so Polyp Power is a very, very finely ground freeze-dried zooplankton. We've been selling for decades blends of different zooplankton that are fairly finely milled, but Polyp Power, it's milled to a super fine powder, and the result of that is that when you put it in seawater, it stays drifting around for a very long time. That means, you know, you can just hydrate it and put it in there, and it's great for feeding any corals, but especially non-photosynthetic corals that are feeding on a continuous basis. So you can use either Julian's thing or a baster to target feed it. But you know, the main purpose why we developed this fine milled version was to have it floating in the water for a long period. We do offer a similar but different blend that is Nutrigorg, that was developed by Justin Grable. And that was something he developed for different types of gorgonians. But this Polyp Power is a different ingredient. And it is even more finely milled.
So have you done experiments with NPS and had success with them?
Well, future.
Future, yeah.
I look forward to having people use it, and I just know that it, you know, it's nutritious, it's easy to feed, and it remains drifting in the water. So it should be a nice thing to add in addition to rotifers and phytoplankton for the NPS type aquarium. You know, we saw a beautiful exhibit at AAC in the UK. Remember?
Yes.
Yeah, it would have been nice to do a demo video and show them feeding that tank with Polyp Power. I'll have to talk to Paul and see whether
I'm sure Paul would be all over that. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. So speaking of Europe, you know, we had a conversation where I learned something really new I was not familiar with, which was about your calc reactor or calcster. Maybe explain how that design is different, the patented nature of it, and what makes it pretty cool.
Sure. And I did bring one here. I'll just have to think about how to incorporate that into my description. I'll start off explaining that, I mean, this goes back, I think it was 2011 when we introduced that, maybe 2010. So it's been around a while. And at that time, there were other calc stirrers. That is kind of a reactor that mixes the calcium hydroxide with reverse osmosis water and using it to dose to the aquarium in a controlled way. The reactors that existed generally had a motor on the top and a bar that was turning slowly to kind of stir it, but not too heavily, so that you would have saturated calcium hydroxide water, but clear water dosing into your system. Now, I had already figured out what more or less a maximum dose of calcium hydroxide is for a reef aquarium, and that maximum dose is printed on our jar of kalkwasser, which I can grab one here. Calcium hydroxide powder from Two Little Fishies. And what I found was if you take 1/4 teaspoon of powder, the calcium hydroxide powder, and mix it in, you know, a small volume of water, and it can be milky, you can add that directly to a tank. You don't need to let it settle and decant. You can add that milky solution someplace where the water flow is strong in the tank. Quarter teaspoon per 50 gallons of aquarium. So if it's a 100-gallon tank, you can put half a teaspoon all at once, no problem. You can, ideally you mix it in fresh water, because in salt water it doesn't dissolve quite exactly the same way, and it precipitates out the alkalinity that's in that small volume of salt water. So you mix it with a small volume of RO water, pour it where there's a strong stream, and you can add that quarter teaspoon per 50 gallons once per hour. That's kind of maximum dosage. So you can just keep doing that every hour, 24 hours a day. And that concept was in my head, thinking about, well, can I come up with a dosing system that, just works with the powder? I think that even Alf Nilsson had thought about that, and he used some kind of an auto feeder. It's possible, but a little bit risky, because if you're not dissolving it in the fresh water first, then the undissolved powder could land on something and hurt it. So I realized that, look, well, maybe I can come up with a way to produce super saturated solution, but not risk overdosing it. And so I started playing around with some ideas. I had seen something also in Japan, so get inspiration in Japan. Koji Wada showed me a reactor. I think it was called SK reactor or something like that. It was a hobbyist who came up with it. And it was a tube, and they put kalkwasser in it, and the water was feeding in from the bottom and then overflowing at the top. And I thought, well, gee, something like that could possibly work. And coincidentally, Two Little Fishies has a partnership with a company that manufactures valves. You've seen our little micro ball valves and the larger, half-inch, 3/4, 1-inch valves. And they also make rotating sprinkler heads for the irrigation industry. And I had a sample of the sprinkler head in front of me when I was thinking about the kalkwasser dosing, and I thought, gee, if I pump the water into a sprinkler head at the bottom of a reactor, then I don't need a motor. The turning of the sprinkler head will mix the kalkwasser, and then the water can overflow just like the reactor that Koji Wada showed me. And I built one. As soon as I thought about that, I built it and tried it, and it worked. And there was an additional benefit, that the movement of the rotating sprinkler head provided some momentum to the actual, the pipe. So it didn't just rotate on the bottom, it made the whole thing move. So it made the stirring really, really effective. By that time, I had already done a couple of patents. And so I got really excited, wrote the whole thing out, and then as we developed the patent, had some other ideas that I spoke to you about in the UK of using that design maybe for a feeding device, which we have yet to market. It just needs a little bit of time and experimentation. The kalkwasser invention was pretty straightforward. It was clear that this was going to work well. I built it mechanically, it worked well. Then I had to solve the issue of, okay, when you pump water in, how do you prevent back siphoning? Well, a check valve is a simple solution. Well, go find yourself a reliable half-inch check valve in the marketplace. That took me a while, and I did find it. And so, then, once we had the check valve and all the parts, we had to come up with, let's see, I'll pull it out. Open this thing here. There's the reactor. It uses our Phospan reactor 550. And then we already had that when I was thinking about it. So we needed a pipe that would provide the right diameter. Lo and behold, rigid airline tubing, 3/16 inch. It's a funny story with that. I knew of a manufacturer in the United States who makes this. And after we had already produced the KW reactor with parts in China, some parts from Australia, some from the US, and we had this tube made in China, I thought, well, why don't I have that made in the US? And I gave them, an idea of the volume. It was, pretty good. I wasn't looking to buy just 100 of these things. I was looking to buy some more. And the answer was no. I was like, why? You make this? Well, no. So anyway, sometimes, you have to source things away because you just can't get it done in the US. Anyway, and it didn't matter the quantity. Very strange. So there's our little rotating sprinkler head. We had to come up with this is look at that, an adapter that goes from 1/2 inch down to 3/16 of an inch. It existed in the marketplace. I didn't need to make the tool to make that. So found it, and there's the ball valve, or excuse me, the check valve. Then just some little silicone hoses, simple, easy to put together. And one remaining detail was, how do you dose this? And that seems like a no-brainer for the average hobbyist. Everyone figures, okay, you get a level switch and a dosing pump. And I knew from decades of using kalkwasser that was a bad idea, that you did not want to use a level switch and a dosing pump. So I, from the beginning, used a simple power head as my pump, which would go into a freshwater reservoir. And, I saw you had, you were talking about SICCE pumps earlier this afternoon. And, you can use the SICCE pump is an easily available one, but there are a number of other power heads in the approximately 100 to 200 gallon an hour range. And I don't know the statistics because I haven't interviewed all the people who've bought our KW reactor over the years, but I would guess that probably 99% of them do not do it the way that I designed it. They probably all buy a dosing pump that costs them a lot more. They connect it to a level switch, and they run the risk of overdosing kalkwasser, even though my instructions clearly state, no, don't do that. But why? Because people just figure if I'm topping off my aquarium and I'm topping off with kalkwasser, I'm going to use a dosing pump and a level switch. And I can't even blame the hobbyists. It's probably the pet stores are telling them that as well. So I'm glad you're, taking the moment to give a little attention to this product, because it does require some attention. I have not done the YouTube video showing it, which I will do that. Way back in the day when we first introduced it, Jake Adams did an interview of me at, it was at Interzoo when we first introduced it, and he showed it. I don't think he fully understood it at that time. But you probably can find that interview on Reef Builders. Should be, I think, probably 2010, because the Interzoo at that time was always on the even years. Anyway, so when we first started offering it, I had suggested in the instructions to people to buy a programmable digital timer, which at that time you could buy through agricultural supply houses or at Home Depot. Typical cost was around $15 to $18. And you wanted one that you could program down to 1 minute intervals. So you could come on each hour for about a minute at a time, maybe up to 2 minutes maximum. Why that short of an interval? Well, when you take 100-gallon-an-hour pump and you send that water through 3/16-inch line like this, you'll find that in general, the actual flow rate is going to be close to 5 gallons an hour. The original 100 gallons an hour is providing the pressure you need to be able to get through this. So approximately 5 gallons an hour, do the math of how much liquid you get in 1 or 2 minutes. My thought was that was a way to be secure, not exceeding the 1/4 teaspoon of powder to be dosed into the aquarium, or even to overdose the saturated kalkwasser solution. And in practice, it turns out to be true. In whatever size tank, it's safe. So what can you do? Nowadays, you could buy one of those programmable timers. You could use a computer like the Apex or Hydros. Or, for me, much simpler, and where did I put it? I had it. I think I brought it into my office because I thought I was going to do the interview there. A Casa timer. It's not a timer. It's a smart plug.
Oh yeah, those are nice. I've used those before.
Kasa. There are other brands, but you can buy them on Amazon, really inexpensive. So you connect it via the internet to your smartphone and program it. I have, show you right here with the Casa app. I think that'll be easy to see. Can you see it there? Does that come out?
Yep.
See the little
Yep,
two little Fishies logo? That is the programming for my kalkwasser reactor here at home. There's the freshwater tank lights. There's sea balance dosing above that. You know, it's very easy to program these timers, so you don't actually need a digital timer where you have to enter all the times and the days of the week. That has become a dinosaur. Now with these smart plugs, it's super easy. We could offer a smart plug with the kalkwasser reactor, but that would increase its cost. These things are so readily available. That's why we haven't done. We could offer a pump with it, and that would have avoided people buying the wrong pump. And I've thought about that. It may be something we would do, but I just wanted to keep the cost down. I figured people could find their own pump and do it. So let's see, was I forgetting anything else about the kalkwasser reactor? I think that about covered it.
That pretty much sums it up. I think, yeah.
When I do eventually a YouTube video, you know, you'll see the whole process of installing it. I mean, I have one right here, but it's kind of dark in the cabinet under there. Basically, once a week, you unscrew the lid, put in several spoons of calcium hydroxide powder, and it goes through that during the week. If you don't have a lot of evaporation, then you may not use up all the powder that goes to the bottom. And in that case, after several weeks, that calcium hydroxide is going to be converting to calcium carbonate, and it's not going to be dissolving. So you can use the kalkwasser reactor that way, but you'd have to be taking it off and dumping it out about once a month or so. But for most people, they have enough evaporation, and the topping up with the powder is necessary because it does go away. There was something else I was thinking about with it. Yes. If you're using a smart plug and you have it programmed down to 1-minute intervals, then you should be able to use a level switch and a dosing pump. That provides you the safety that is missing. If you're just using the level switch to tell the pump to come on, then the interval of dosing of kalkwasser could end up being too long if the level switch for some reason stays on. If the interval is controlled by the smart plug, your risk is dramatically reduced. So you can use a level switch and a dosing pump together with a smart plug and do it the way everybody has
Think
thought of.
do it. Yeah.
But you could also, you don't necessarily have to use a dosing pump. You could also use a simple pump like a SICCE Model 1 or 1.5, and it'll do the trick. If you use a dosing pump, typically those have a smaller diameter hose than a power head. The power head's going to be 12 millimeter, ½ inch, and that's what our check valve is. But if you use a dosing pump, you're going to need to buy an adapter to adapt up to ½ inch. And ideally, you want to have the check valve placed as close to the pump as possible. You want the pump to be upright and sending the water up that way. You don't want to have it sitting sideways and having the line twist. There's little caveats, but I tried to make this as bulletproof and simple as possible. I have seen people make it much more complex than I had intended.
So here's a question from Tim Johnson. He said, so is the idea to intentionally dose a milky saturation to get alkalinity and calcium versus a clear supersaturated solution? In
practice, what you see when the pump comes on is that it really mixes up the calcium hydroxide on the bottom. However, what typically is dosed in the 1 minute interval is still a pretty clear solution based on the height of the reactor. So when it settles, the kalkwasser is all the way down at the bottom. When the rotating sprinkler head is sprinkling, you'll see it rise up maybe about halfway in that 1 minute interval. Then you know that it's really thoroughly mixed and that clear solution above is really super saturated. The old style reactors, and they do still exist in the marketplace, the stirring is really slow. And so the kalkwasser just stays right down there and it's all clear the rest of the reactor. You're getting maybe saturated initially when you first put calcium hydroxide in there, but later it's not as saturated. So the idea, no, it's not to have milky go in there, but it could. If you went 2 minutes, you may end up getting some of the milky solution, but not much.
So while we're on the topic of inorganic chemistry, since I came back from Europe, I went and visited a couple LFSs, and all of them simultaneously switched to using accuracy instead of any other salt in-house. So maybe let's talk about what you do for salt and what makes it special. I certainly really like the small packaging and pouches of it. That's, I think, very good.
Right. Well, I mean, we offer Accuracy 1 in 2 different sizes currently. The small packages, it's a 50-gallon box with 10 bags. Each bag makes 5 gallons. Now, if you're looking to have your salinity at 35, specific gravity of 1.026, then in reality it's 4.5 gallons. You might say, well, why didn't I just make it for 5 gallons at full strength? Well, to be competitive in the marketplace, if you look at other salts in the marketplace, they generally mix up even lower. For the stated gallons, they typically mix up to maybe specific gravity of 1.023. Ours mixes up to 1.024. And, I just, needed to be able to give it a cost that was competitive and, continue to produce a product that had the high purity levels that we have. So that's why on that. Now, the other size we offer is a 50-gallon bag. I know you saw those at the studio.
Yeah.
Right. Well, I didn't know that about the shops that you visited that were switching over. That's great to hear. We've really been gaining a lot of market share. Anybody who tries the product are very happy with it. And my main bottleneck now is our production capacity. We do the best we can to keep up. Our lead times right now are a little over 2 weeks. When people place or our customers place an order, they have to wait because there's that many orders in the queue. In the future, 2026, we have plans for a move, and in that move, we will set up a new production facility that should help us deal with that. So, yeah, I'm glad to hear the positive feedback. Were there questions about it, or?
Well, yeah, I was going to say, maybe explain why you chose to put them. So, like, I use the 50-gallon pouches, and I really liked that idea because of the trace element kind of gravity sorting argument. Most people I explain this product to, they've not heard of that, and they hear it and they're like, kind of light bulb moment for them.
Well, okay, the process of manufacturing a dry synthetic seawater mix, to do it well, you need to have good blending machinery and a good technique. There's various ways of dealing with the problem of segregation. One of the most important is sizing of the ingredients. You have the bulk ingredient is the sodium chloride, but then the calcium, magnesium, strontium, and the various minor and trace elements need to be sized in such a way that when the mix is done in a blender, they get homogeneously spread throughout it, uniformly mixed. There's another part of that in that, some of the minor and trace elements are such a relatively small quantity. I think pretty universally people have what's called a premix. You have one blend that really has your minor and traces in it, and then you have your majors that are done in the regular salt mixing. Either way, you need to have them sized properly to have a homogeneous mix. And I think some of the manufacturers add the traces as a very fine liquid that's added with salts. Others, myself included, do it in the premix with completely dry powders, which requires very, very careful mixing technique. When you've got a properly blended mix and then you put it in a bucket or in a bag, if you then transport that bucket or bag, it's going to be vibrating, and there can be some changes in the homogeneity of the mix. Not necessarily huge changes, but some. So if a hobbyist buys a bucket and then that bucket makes 150, 175 or 200 gallons, whatever it is, and they need to make 20 gallons and they use a scoop to scoop it out of it, they add another level of demixing when they do that. It may not be that big of a deal if the salt is well blended to begin with, but it does present the possibility of having each mix you make be different. Whereas if it's properly blended and then packaged immediately without any processes that are demixing it, and you use the entire bag, whether it's the 5-gallon bag or the 50-gallon bag, your solution should be pretty consistent over time. That was the idea behind Accuracy One, was to focus on that. So I think that by and large, the salt manufacturers do a good job of blending their salts. You do hear about occasional hiccups with magnesium levels or alkalinity. These things can happen. There's surprises that happen where alkalinity can come from some of the ingredients that you add, that you're using, so that, if you're just strictly doing formulation and knowing you need to add this much alkalinity, you may end up having more than you expected because you brought some in with other components. And that requires, just careful batch checking to make sure where you're at. We've seen that on occasion over the years. So the amount of ingredients that make up the alkalinity in a batch of salt is relatively small. It's small amount, and then it doesn't take a little bit coming from other ingredients to have an effect that is measurable.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
This is
Yeah.
shifting gears a little bit, but Andrew Sandler commented that he is really liking the GNC lights. He's going to do a cube with them.
Yeah.
So I know you distribute that brand. I got to speak with the owner over in Europe, and
Right.
they certainly seem pretty interesting. And I've not seen them have a ton of market penetration in the States. Maybe talk about some of the features of those lights.
Yes. Yes, we do distribute them, and you're right. They haven't quite penetrated the market yet. There are so many LED brand options in the marketplace, and a handful of brands really dominate the market globally as well as in the US, but more so in the US. The GNC is kind of a niche manufacturing brand, and they make this really beautiful waterproof light that has no fans. It has a aluminum heat sink, large spread of lights. So a lot of the lights that need the fan have a really small grouping of LEDs, whether it's multi-chip or even just high output LEDs in a small space, or that concentrates the heat in a small space, so that requires the excess cooling. In the GNC, the LEDs are further apart, and the heat sink is right above them over a broad area. So if you put your hand on the light when it's at full power, it's only slightly warm. It's not hot at all, which gives it a long life, as well as the power consumption on the GNC is really efficient. There was a Reef Builders article that Sanjay Yoshi wrote comparing the Gen 6 Ecotech light, Radion light, with the Blu-ray X, and you can see that the output of a Blu-ray X was almost as much as two of the Radians, but the power consumption was much less. It's only 140 watts. So, of course, the fixture itself is larger, so you get this broader surface area coverage and a more uniform light, not as directional light. It has a different look. But if you're considering, like a coral farm setup, the power consumption savings is really enticing. It's significant when you've got multiples of these, or you're comparing it to multiple Radians. So that's something that we've been trying to promote out there. And don't get me wrong, the dominant light sources out there are dominant for a good reason. They produce a beautiful spectrum. They grow corals very well. So, to convert people over to something new, you need to offer the alternatives, and what are the reasons why you would make the conversion. We've got some wholesale facilities and public aquariums that have taken on the GNC Blu-ray X, and they're very happy with them. The light is different from some of the dominant ones out there, although when I see people running Radiant lights, they do tend to run them more on the blue side.
Oh,
so if you want to make a comparison, the GNC Blu-ray does look like the way people tend to run their Radiants. I also like the AI lights, and I have them on a few tanks at the office. Personally, I like a wider spectrum, but there's no escaping the fact that the Blu-ray X spectrum makes LPS corals just pop. Beautiful color. and obviously you can keep and grow SPS corals under them, and the fluorescence is pretty. But for me, when I look at SPS corals, I like to see a little bit more white in the spectrum.
Yeah.
You can adjust the Blu-ray X spectrum in the NYOS app. So you would just have to cut back a bit of the blue. You won't achieve the full 140 watt strength, because there are more blue LEDs there. But you can get that whiter look with the Blu-ray X. But if you want to have it go full bore, and one of the different modes that they show that you can pick, whether it's for a deep or a shallow tank, it's going to be bluer, and the corals are going to be fluorescing like crazy.
I think the efficiency and the waterproof aspect, like you said, make it pretty attractive for farm settings or public aquariums. So, a couple comments here. Than from Untitled Gardens is saying he appreciates the waterproofing, and he had issues with the controls at first, the app, but after talking to people, then it kind of got figured out. Didn't the original, before the Blu-ray X, the model they had prior, it was a little bit more of a white spectrum, wasn't it?
Correct. And I really liked that wider spectrum. I have to impress on Mario, who you met, that it would be useful to have that as another line. He had it. He moved to it had a different name, but he moved to the Blu-ray to emphasize the fact that the marketplace in the US and in Europe prefer the bluer spectrum. So he made that decision to say, look, this is what people prefer, and that's what we're making. To me, I'd love to see both options.
That's what I was thinking, because there was one of those older models at the studio, and I really liked the spectrum of that. So, but the X in person, the hardware has definitely been upgraded to a large capacity.
Correct. Yes.
A Pro and a blue version, I think, would maybe help a little bit, but also, how many people like whiter light besides like me and you?
You have to bear in mind what people are wanting, but sometimes you need to show people what they want. They don't know it.
True.
But the tide is very, very strong toward blue, and some of the farms and shops have utilized, I don't mean to pick one brand or another, lots of the brands that have the fans in them, and working around aquariums, you have the salt spray and quite a lot of dust in some circumstances, and the fans are kind of a Achilles heel. They do eventually get plugged up, and then the light turns off and you have to get a repair. So not needing that Achilles heel is a good thing. It makes the light more robust for most situations. Maybe the home hobbyists take better care of their lights. They have fewer numbers of them, and they don't have as dusty an environment as a shop or a farm. But that was one of the features.
Yeah, we've got about 5 minutes left here for your section.
Okay.
So I think a good way to end this is maybe talk about the future. So at Vivarium, I saw you had some new products that had not really been shown off yet. What are you planning on releasing next year?
Well, there's a number of things that I've been working on, and there's always irons in the fire, right? And there's always surprises that create a hiccup where something I thought would be easy to bring to market, some component is for whatever reason difficult to obtain. So I don't want to talk about things that aren't yet fully baked. What I did show at Vivarium was the relatively new use of liquid cyanoacrylate and a powdered version of the oolitic rock. And that's something that for several years has been utilized for building amazing aquascapes. It works fantastically instantly. So we started by offering what we called Coralscape powder and Coralscape bonder. I have them here, and we have coming soon a little kit where we combine the liquid cyanoacrylate and the powder in a single pouch, and that's called hardscapers. We'll be offering that in the typical off-white color oolitic limestone, as well as a purple oolitic limestone for artificial rocks that are coralline colored, and a gray one for freshwater aquascaping. So, and that's called hardscapers. The white one is WS, the purple one is CS for coralline sand, and the gray one is GS. So they will be available in about 2 weeks. We're waiting on one label right now. But the Coralscape bonder, that's been available for several months now. You've probably seen a few videos of that. And the powder, I can reach over there and get it. But that's the Coralscape powder. We have it in a 4-pound size. Initially, we had offered it in 4 kilos, which was really too big. 4-pound is appropriately sized for use with the 1-pound cyanoacrylate bonder.
So perfect stocking stuffer then is what it sounds like.
It is. Yeah. Yeah, I'd love to be able to share with you some of the new things that are coming in 2026, but until I'm sure on the availability of certain parts and the date that I could release it, I don't want to disclose it. One thing that is relatively new, Two Little Fishies has a new website. I recommend checking it out. And on that site, you are able to place orders, but I should say you will be able to place orders. At the moment, the shop is not open, but you can browse the whole site and see what it is and what it will be. And we are working on it and developing it every week. The shop should become active within the next couple of weeks. We're not looking to compete with our customers. We're just going to be setting the retail price, and our customers will be able to log in. Our wholesale shops and distributors will be able to log in and place their own orders. That's something that is, obviously not a new idea. We've wanted to have that work and have it sync together with our accounting system. That's been a multi-year wish list for me, and we finally have it where it's about ready to go live that way.
So it will be direct to consumer then, at least
the direct to consumer is just something I'm offering. If there's people who have no alternative but to order from us. I mean, we have plenty of online distribution, and I encourage people to go to our online distributors to buy. But we imagine that there will be people, all over the world who may not have a ready source and they can buy from us. Direct to retail is not something that we're set up to do at Two Little Fishies. We do the manufacturing and pack into cases and put those cases on pallets and ship out to our distributors. That's our main operating. But we will have the direct to customer for, those people who can't get it, and for small parts that are not commonly available in distribution, for some of the bulk items that are not commonly available in distribution, they'd be able to get them from us. And merchandise, t-shirts, the t-shirt that you helped inspire.
Oh yeah.
My mullet
holographic bullet,
is going to be there. Also our stickers, things to make life fun. It's there.
We need more of that. So, well, thank you for your time today, Julian. I've got to cut you
Thank
off.
you so much, Salem. Pleasure.
And happy holidays, and hopefully people
Happy
learn
holidays.
some new things. And I'll talk to you later.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, everyone. Our next guest will be Anthony from Dalua. So I'm going to switch over the QR codes right now and go to the bathroom super shortly. I'm drinking way too much coffee right now. So this QR code right here, if you are someone, one of the first 20 people to purchase anything from Dalua from saltwateraquarium.com during this hour segment, you will get a free Illumagic Dalua keychain that looks like their lenses. So I'll be right back and then we'll get started. So get your questions ready for lighting. Okay, I'm going to put on Anthony now. Hope everyone is ready to talk about lighting. Welcome to the show, Anthony.
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
I'm a bit dusty, but I'm okay.
So why don't you share briefly what the day is today for you and how crazy you are for doing this?
I'm getting married tomorrow, so I'm in my girlfriend's room that she grew up in. I'm in Auckland, New Zealand. So is Joe Caparatta, actually. I had a Bucks party last night, and I'm getting married tomorrow. But there's always time for Salem, so it's all good.
I offered him, like, dude, if this time he doesn't work out, don't worry. This is a pure active dedication to the brand and some content. So I thought that was pretty crazy. You're at your wedding, basically.
always available.
Everyone's saying congrats. Okay, so Dalua, you do lighting, you got some wave makers, you've got skimmers, you've got an assortment of lots of different things. I think you're most known for the X4s and the Pixels, had the blazes in the past that you were doing from Illumagic. Why don't we talk about the X4s? What were you hoping to deliver to the market when you decided to come out with this product? What's the goal there?
The goal has always been for Illumagic, the software. That's always been their problem. And you can see other brands having similar problems in the past. So my whole idea 5 years ago was to build a software that was stable, easy to connect, easy to control, idiot-proof in every way, because every other checkbox was ticked by Illumagic for the hardware side. So literally 100% of my brain power went to software.
All right. And yeah, I mean, I've not had any problems with it. I ran the X4 for a little bit and no lights turned on at night. So that was the number one thing that I noticed was really good. It's also very intuitive and easy to use. So connectivity was not an issue or anything. So, how long did that process take to get the software hammered out on it?
2 years during COVID too. So it was long days. Nothing like if we had to do, so we're doing another app now for the wave pumps, skimmers and return pumps. And that's nearly at 2.5 years. So 2 years during COVID is like a normal 4-year process because we did have to start from scratch. All we had was the hardware communication, but the whole software, the whole infrastructure was built from scratch. So 2 years and thousands of labor hours.
Yeah, I feel like probably like in the last years when the X4s and the Pixels have kind of taken off in the US, last year and a half, 2 years.
Yeah.
I mean, I've really seen them on a lot of systems now, a lot of really good systems. So I'm at Joe's in person, and I mean, the color and everything is really solid on them. But let's talk about some of the features hardware-wise of the X4 and then, the Pixels later on. So, I mean, the lenses are a really, really big aspect there, and you've got the lifetime warranty. Maybe talk about that a little bit.
Yep. So the hardware hasn't changed in 12 years. These lenses came out 12 years ago, and we just never marketed it properly. We just never realized what we had or we took it for granted, I guess, until we really sat down with the X4 and thought, okay, if we're going to release a product and it's going to have a good app, we need to basically sell other features as well. And most of the features were staring right in front of us for 10 or 12 years. So nothing's changed with the lenses, and everyone's always worried about, the next generation, there's going to be upgrades. So your whole lifetime warranty is only going to cover you for this particular unit. And I don't know what's going to happen in 10 years time, for instance, but the current X4, it's mostly the same hardware from 12 years ago. Obviously change in efficiencies of the LEDs themselves, but it's the same actual cluster hardware. So you can upgrade. So if you've got a Blaze from 12 years ago, you can upgrade the lenses and the LEDs and the Wi-Fi chip from a LED device you purchased 12 years ago. So the X4 is much the same. So a long-winded way of answering your question is we had to market it better, and we had to really put it in obvious words what these LEDs and lenses do. And I think the easiest word or phrase to use was lifetime warranty. That was it, and that caught everyone's attention.
Yeah, that'll do it. Yeah,
that'll do it. That's right. So something simple and eye-catching, and it was there the whole time. Nothing's changed. We haven't done anything magical to the units over the past 12 years. It's just all framing, and we've already had the technology.
Yeah, so another aspect that when I talk to people about this brand that they're not familiar with, which I'm not sure the correct terminology here, but the ability to change the degree output of the optics, maybe explain that feature a little bit, like wider or narrower angle.
Yep. So we have a YouTube video on that as well that people can check out later. But basically, all of our LEDs come with stock standard 2 different settings. One is your normal lens that comes on every unit, but then people don't realize you can actually remove the lens and just go full no lens. You just have the LED optic. You do lose half the par, of course. You do lose a lot of penetration because the lens magnifies everything, but you gain double the spread. So straight out of the box, every Illumagic light comes with 2 inbuilt presets, I'd say, with lens and without lens. But then we also sell a wide angle lens, which isn't as wide as the no optics, and we sell a narrow lens, which is very niche. Probably 1 in 10 people choose the narrow lenses. WWC, for instance, has some on the front of their tank where it's 4 feet from light source to water, and then 4 feet of water, and that's how they use the narrow lenses. So yeah, a few options.
So it's able to penetrate 8 feet then, basically, with the narrow
4
lenses.
through air, 4 through air, and 4 through water, and they've got them at 70%, I believe the last YouTube video was. Yeah.
So was that like what type of par on bottom is that? Is it?
I forget what it was now. I think it was like 150 at 8 feet with the narrow lenses, and running at 70 or 80%. And that video was about 4 or 5 months ago. So I don't know. So one of the features of the X4 app is that you can see reefers' schedules. So we've got some of our most famous users on there, and you can actually see their schedule and upload it to your device instantly. So you can just, if you have the app, you can just check the WWC schedule and see what they're running at. But from every time I check, they don't really run them that hard. It's usually 70-80%.
Yeah, I didn't know it was could really have that much output. Like when I've talked to Joe, for instance, about them, he says, well, they might not be par machines, but I mean, with the narrow angle lenses, maybe so. Could probably mount that pretty high. So
easily, yeah. Well, that's 8 foot right there. And Polo Reef as well. His drop off section I don't think he's using the narrow lenses on the drop-off section. It is more of a mixed reef, but I'd have to ask him actually what he's doing, because that would be nearly 8 foot as well.
Yeah.
Or at least 6. Yeah.
This is kind of a switch of topics, but I don't know if you want to talk about it, but when we were in the car, it was me, you, and Julian from Triton. And you mentioned that with Julian, you ran this experiment at, was it the Cairns Aquarium or something at one point? On
Cairns Marine. Yeah.
Yeah, a Cairns Marine. What was it about photo inhibition? You basically did, like, the thought is like 300 par is about the max. And from my understanding, you all kind of disproved that a long time ago. Is that accurate or no? Yeah.
Yeah, it's very accurate. Yeah, I'll send you that document. I said I would, and I haven't got around to it. And that was back in September. I've got the document. I'll send it to you, and you can post it. But basically, it was a Cairns Marine study. Nothing paid for, not sponsored. It's literally just data that they were testing, because they were choosing what LEDs to go over their systems. And I think it was 3 raceways they ran, or 4 raceways, same coral species. And they had egg crates measuring it, and they measured coral growth and color every week for, I think it was 6 or 8 weeks. And it's like a 50-page document, and it's really cool. So I'll send you that. But yeah, there was no huge findings, like differences between super high par and medium par, and also UVB was tested as well, with no immediate changes to coral that we could see. But I'll send it to you, and you can send it to your followers to. Yeah, it's public knowledge. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that was a super interesting conversation, because everyone's always debating par and UV, and you were like, "Yeah, we figured it out like 10 years ago." It's just like, what?
It's 2 months. It was a 2-month test.
Yeah.
I think we figure it out like every day. You see some tanks on Instagram and social media now, and no one's running like super. Like, you got your 0.1 percenters that double stack X4s and turn radions vertical and double stack those, and they're trying to drip every ounce of energy they can, and that's cool, and that's the fun part of the hobby. But it's the 0.1% for the mums and dads, and the 99%. I think pretty much most LEDs out there are gonna get the job done. I think spectrum's more important, and flow as well, as opposed to just brunt power.
Yes, let's maybe talk about the spectrum of the X4, because it's not, I mean, it's still, you've got the blue in there, but there is still a white presence when a lot of other LEDs in the market are only blue. So how did you all decide what to make the spectral output of the X4?
That's all Illumagic hardware testing. We do obviously send it out to different people and try and get results, and see what visually works well as well. But a little, I guess, nugget for you: we are releasing a more blue spectrum around Q2 or late Q1 next year, and people can choose, I guess, the pro version or a blue version. But the difference with ours is you can change the clusters, so you can mix and match and have all sorts of different colorations and playing around with that.
Okay, so I guess here's a consumer question now, which is, are the pixel pucks the same pucks in the X4?
No, and we get this asked all the time. It's the same cluster technology. It's like a LED cluster, so it looks the same, but it's not. It's about, so cluster per cluster, it's only about 70% of the power of one cluster of an X4. It only has 11 LEDs, not 12, and it's very specific to a certain range of the spectrum. So we have a Fragger, which is the super blue, and the Reefer, which is balanced, a freshwater, and a Refugia macroalgae one as well. But no, it's not. It's about 70% the power, non-controllable for spectrum, but it is controllable for brightness and dimness. So no, it's not the same cluster.
So you mentioned this modular nature coming in maybe Q1, Q2 next year. So is that going to work, of like you swap out the whole little puck and then you have almost like another kind of pixel that goes in there that's a defined spectrum like that? Or what's that going to be like?
Yeah, so the X4, when you turn it over, those lenses, you just turn them anti-clockwise 4 screws, 4 Phillip head screws. Take the LED out, plug a new one in. You got a brand new Spectrum.
So are you thinking of offering the Spectrums that the Pixel's currently in, or just the Pro and Blue kind of versions?
It will only be for the X4 at the moment with the Pixels, because they're so small. If people do want a bit of blue and a bit of white, they can just purchase a second Pixel, which is why we price the Pixel at $99. But it doesn't come with a power supply or anything like that, because we didn't want to force a power supply on everybody. That's why Pixels are sold separately. Pixel, power supply, and the mounts. You need to buy them separately. You can buy bundles because people add to their Pixel collection to get a different spectrum, and some people do like 3 blues and or 3 fraggers and 1 reefer, for instance. Some people do 2 fraggers and 2 reefers. Some people do 2 fraggers, an aquascaper, and a reefer, just to get a broad spectrum of things. So this upgrade is only for the X4, because the Pixel, you kind of get that anyway.
Right. So for the X4, what spectrums will be available? So like this Pixel comes in 3, 4 spectrums. Would all of those spectrums that are available to Pixel be able to be plugged into the X4? So if I'm Danny's aquarium, I can have a Fuge light over my land thing, or like only a white and a blue?
No, it's already available now. But the freshwater market is, I guess, lighting is not as important. High-powered lighting is not. It is as important for growth, but it's not at the top of the list for aquascapers. So we do have an aquascaper for the X4, and we have obviously a Reefer Pro for the X4. And next year it'll just be an extra X4 coming out, which is a more blue version. But you could always swap and change. So you can go from a aquascaper X4, and then you want to start a reef tank. You don't need to buy a new device. You can just change the 4 clusters, and you now have an X4 Reefer Pro. And Danny's actually has that. Danny has 2 or 4 X4s.
That's what he said.
Pro.
Okay.
Yeah, he's got the aquascaper up top. Yeah, and I think he's got wide angle lens or something, because it's super high, or maybe the narrow lens actually, because he's doing that mangrove or that one plant. But yeah, X4 is available in all the spectrums.
So the more blue X4 would be a similar spectrum to the Fragger Pixel, then, is what I'm assuming.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Just super powerful. They're still whites. Obviously, you don't get that with the Fragger. It's a very narrow spectrum on the Pixels. X4, it's more broad because there's more power, more control, and you can move power around to different spectrums.
We've got a question here from Reef Retail Therapy. Are you able to say how much the clusters will be on the reef side, or the blue X4?
Yep, not 100%, but probably around the $50, $60 mark.
And then Greg Carroll wants to know, he said you hinted about this in previous lives. When are we going to get more power out of the X4s?
It is possible. Everything that we do at Dalua is upgradable. So even our skimmers, wave pumps, and return pumps, when the Wi-Fi becomes available Q1 next year, if you already have a device, you can upgrade the controller and get access to Wi-Fi. So our whole MO with Dalua is to not be wasteful of the product. So yes, there may be an initial buy-in that hurts, but it hurts once to pay the price, and then you have a lifetime warranty, lifetime LEDs, and with Illumagic, there will be an upgrade in the future, and everybody that has an X4 will be able to upgrade their X4 if and when that time comes. When that time comes, but not anytime, not even next year.
2 years. Andrew Sandler wants to know, what are the new custom spectrum differences? I'm assuming for the X4.
Yep, correct. It's mostly in the blue spectrum. So we've reduced the UV amount. I personally love the current spectrum of the X4. I was listening to your talk with Julian, and I'm more of I love the white full spectrum LEDs. Everything on 100%. I just love that. But obviously, we're trying to sell a product, and we can't dictate the market. We can guide people as to what we like and work with people that can show off the strengths of the unit. So it will just be a shifting of the UV channel A at the moment, which is basically 100% UV and violets, and we're shifting that to the C channel with the whites. So you can control the whites and UVs together, but you've got the blues on two separate channels. Because we have the beast mode feature where you can get the most efficient, you can run your X4s wherever, like at the spectrum you want and not lose any efficiency. And at the moment, we're looking at everyone's spectrums, and a lot of people are, they're maxing out their blue channel, and then their UV channels are like 50 and their white channels at like 20. So it's not 100% efficiency. And that's what we want to try and achieve. So we're going to push the UVs and daylights onto the same channel and just have people two solid blue channels.
So you're actually basing this on user inputs. You can see the global data of who's using what then, huh?
We can. And the funniest thing is, we build an app, it takes 2.5 years and lots of money. And then 95% of users don't log in after the first week of playing. So we see all that data. And we see spectrums. We see what people prefer, and it's skewed heavily blue, and that's totally fine. It looks great, and it's everyone's own opinion of what they want. At least with this feature, you're going to get, or with this spectrum, you're going to get maximum efficiency. So people are saying, oh, when's the upgraded spectrum coming? It's definitely not an upgrade. It's just a different opinion, a different style of spectrum. There's nothing special with this new spectrum. It's just more blue and separate from the UV and whites.
Got it. So let's maybe talk a little bit about the upgrades, the Wi-Fi upgrade coming to the other hardware you guys offer. What type of controllability is going to come through the app? What kind of ecosystem are you building here?
Wave pumps, return pumps, and skimmers. Our skimmers are actually what got us started in the US about 10 years ago, 2018, the great white skimmers, and nothing's changing except the controllability. It's like with lighting, there are a lot of intricacies to lighting and efficiencies to gain, and there's always stuff coming out, spectrums and lenses and all sorts of stuff. With wave pumps, return pumps, and skimmers, it's a lot harder. And we need to try and balance, like we don't want to put endless features in a product and have to sell it for a silly amount if it's just a skimmer, for instance. For lights, no problem. We can do that, and I think there's value there. But for a skimmer and even a wave pump, there's not too much you can do. What we are bringing out for the return pump, though, I think it's very cool. So working with Joe and at Marco Rocks and Panta, we had a good talk with Matthias, the owner of Panta, and how much confusion there is in flow and output. So in our return pump and water turnover and all those things and efficiency as well. So with our return pump in the Dalua ecosystem app, what the user can do is they can input their pump model, the flow rate, the head height, how many angles and turns in the pipe, the pipe length, and the internal diameter of the pipe. And then the last button is to choose your display tank turnover. And the app will pump out all the different options available to you from 3 times to 10 times with the click of a button. So if you say you want 5 times turnover and you don't want to have to think and measure everything, you use this peak performance mode. You answer the questions and it will match you with the right settings for that pump.
That's pretty game changing. I was talking to Jay from SICCE earlier, and we literally had that conversation of people get so confused of what to do with their return pump and which one to buy because you've got all those different variables, and they hear they think bigger is better, 20x turnover, larger pump, 60/90s because it looks cool. So yeah, having just an app that can tell you what to do, I think will really help people from making mistakes. That's awesome.
We hope so, but also it's a double-edged sword because a lot of people are going to, at the moment, they're buying oversized pumps for the plumbing they have. And number one, it's a waste of money. And number two is you're killing your pump. There's a lot of pumps that come back, not just our brand, other brands as well, and you get massive cavitation from the back pressure. So we really, really want to educate people on what plumbing to use for the right pipe, because a lot of people are going to, and it's always oversized. Everyone oversizes everything. They buy a 4,000 gallon pump or something for like a 4-foot tank because they're running it as a manifold or something like that. And it doesn't work like that. And there has to be a lot of education on pump and flow, but it's all about plumbing. So the app, if the flow rate is not available with your pump, the app's going to say this is not available. So we are going to get a lot of questions if people use that feature. But every problem is solved with a wider pipe. Even if you can go 1 foot wider from the pump, it doesn't have to be wider all the way to the output, but the more distance you can have of a wider pipe plumbing from the pump, the better.
So I think this is, before the app comes out, maybe it'd be really interesting to hear your take as a manufacturer. What are your tips for someone choosing a return pump? So you just gave a really good tip there. What are some other things they should consider? What type of turnover you think is ideal, how to plumb it best, etc.
I'm a huge advocate for flow, but I'm actually more of a 3 to 4 times display tank turnover. I think the sump needs a slower run through. And if you want to create a high flow system, do it with wave pumps. Do it with random flow generators, do all that stuff, but keep the pump nice and constant. And me personally, I like 3 to 4 times max.
I completely agree with you. Yeah, I've seen like 20x from some people. Like I've seen that online, and I'm like, what? What's the filter roller catching? Is carbon even like? I mean, I feel like you're not even using the sump as a filter at that point. I don't know.
Exactly.
Yeah, so let's shift gears a little bit here. Something that I thought was good to know for people was that Dalua is manufactured in Taiwan. So you're at least, I think as of now, I'm not completely caught up, but I think you're circumventing or avoiding a little bit of the tariff kind of price increases. Are you able to comment on that some?
Yep, absolutely not. It started with 10% and now it's 20% tariff to Taiwan. Currently, so we've managed to hold off at the 10% for 6 months now, but as soon as it went to 20, it really started to hurt. So there will have to be some change of price. It won't be much because it's 20% on the import price. It's not 20. Everyone thinks it's 20% and 20% and 20. It doesn't really work like that. It's on a smaller scale. Because the LEDs, they are expensive even for us. It's not like a 10x margin or anything. Like it's tiny margins in aquarium tech. So the good news for the consumer is that the import price and the price we manufacture for is not a huge gap to the retail price. So 20% won't mean 20% for the end user. But at the moment, we are hurting a little bit with that 20%, unfortunately. But I think there's worse countries, and sales are great. We're just happy to get the brand out there more and more. And it's, now we're on saltwater.com and saltwateraquarium.com. Ken's been great, and it's been a fantastic 2 years. So we don't want to increase the price if we don't have to. We want to keep growing to gain that trust. But eventually something will have to change. Yeah.
So it's better than China's tariff. That's you're at least in a better boat there. But So when do you think that those price increases would affect the consumer? What kind of timeline?
Probably Q1 next year, I'd say, when we release that blue spectrum of the X4 along with the skimmers, wave pumps, return pumps. We'll give people a lot of notice that this will happen. We kind of got an open book policy at Dalua. And even if there's any upgrades coming, we always tell our stores about any upgrades coming so they don't overstock on a particular item. So I'd probably go shopping now, because even if you do buy a wave pump, return pump or skimmer, even if it's not Wi-Fi, it will be Wi-Fi in the future. And same with the X4s. If you buy an X4 now and you want the blue spectrum in the future, then you can just upgrade to the blue spectrum. You don't need to buy a new device. So I don't know when it's going to be, but probably Q1 next year is yeah. But the tariffs could change as well. It's a very fluid situation.
Yeah. So how much do you think the upgrade kit would cost for existing hardware, lights, pump, wave maker, etc.?
So for the LEDs, I think it will be approximately $60 an LED, but again, I'm not sure at the moment because we need to mass produce and then see what the different price breaks are when we print more LEDs, basically. And then same with the controllers. So the controllers are cheap and Wi-Fi chips are cheap, but the software is not cheap. So whenever we sell something like a Wi-Fi upgrade chip for, say, $200, people think they're buying a little 30-cent chip. They're not. They're buying the running costs of that server in perpetuity because we do have a lifetime warranty as well. So obviously it's going to be, not expensive, but it's going to be more than just if you were to buy the unit on its own, like relatively, but it's not going to be crazy high. And we'll do an intro special for all existing users, all VIPs, things like that, until it's in mainstream market, and then it'll be priced as per normal.
So it sounds like, as a user, I can upgrade the X4 at home just by doing the swap with the screwdriver you mentioned. For everything becoming Wi-Fi compatible, do I need to send that in for the upgrade?
Nope, not at all. For the wave makers, pumps, and return pumps, it's a controller. So you'll have to put your current controller in the top drawer, keep it for a rainy day, and you can just jump to the Wi-Fi controller. So it'll be in a separate box as a separate upgrade if you already have an existing product. And a good point is with the X4s, not just the LEDs and the lenses can be replaced by the user at home, but all the internals as well. So Julian was talking about fans and maintenance and things like that. The reason why Cairns Marine and a lot of coral wholesalers use our products is because obviously lifetime warranty, LEDs and lenses, but the changing of parts can be done at home. Everything's plug and play with little clips and USB cables inside the X4. So if you jump on our Instagram, you'll see the internals of an X4, and it's all just clips. So if we have to change a board, then we have to send it in if it's like huge saltwater damage. But everything else is plug and play by the user.
So if I have to replace a fan, where do I order a replacement fan? Do I call you or? Yeah,
just call us, or the website, and even stores call us and we can send to the customer straight away. We try not to profit off spare parts, and same with labor. If we do have to bring a unit in, we just pay the cost price of labor to fix any devices. But Julian was right. The sore spot of an LED is the fan. And that draws in salt water as well and moisture. So at least if you can replace the fan yourself, it makes it a lot easier.
Yeah, I think the hardware is really good and proven for the X4, but there have been more and more fanless designs on the market. Can you see a fanless version coming sometime?
Not of the X4. The Pixel we have is fanless.
Right.
And that's been great. But you do with the Pixel, the caveat is it does need to be installed flush to aluminum. That's why we have to sell it with a rail or a mounting system touching the light. Many people want to hang it like a pendant and angle it because it is so small and nifty, but you can't. It does need to be on some sort of aluminum or at least a heavy cold breeze flowing on it. As for the X4, to get that power without LEDs and keep the lifetime without fan, and keep the lifetime warranty and run beast mode, which is overexerting the LEDs. Yeah, it's tough. The Blazers did have fans and they turned on when necessary, and they didn't always turn on because the heatsink was so thick and so long. But the X4, it's so compact and everything's so close together, it does need those fans. And it's a huge difference. If you touch an X4 with no fan, you burn yourself. So
yeah.
Fans, they're not just little noisy devices in your room. They do work. They really drop that temperature down.
And a question from Greg Carroll here. Is the new app for the pumps incorporated into the lighting app?
Yep, the Dalua ecosystem. Yep, all the same app.
Okay. What was the other? I had another question. We talked about fans. Yeah, the
Sorry,
blazes
just-
are the
That's why.
blazes. Oh, yeah, hydrate, man. It's your wedding.
Yeah.
Can't be passing out. Are
Yeah.
the blazes still manufactured, or are they not made anymore? Because that's kind of a cool
They are.
like peninsula or
Yeah.
something.
Yeah. I've always loved the blazers. However, again, for the market, stores, they like it, but it was hard to stock and hard to support because they need to stock a 2 foot, a 3 foot, a 4 foot, a 5 foot, a 6 foot, and then the remounting arms, RMS, hanging kits. It's hard enough with the X4 and the pixels. So that's why we moved away from it for that particular reason. But there are select distributors in different countries around the world where you can still purchase the blazers. Again, the hardware is the same as the X4. It's just a different spectrum. But you can get a Blaze Wi-Fi. You can get a Blaze with the X4 spectrum. The lenses are the same. The technology is the same. So if you are interested in the Blaze, you can still get them, but just either email us or email Lumagic, and select distributors have them around the world.
So beast mode, we've been talking about it a lot. You've mentioned it a couple times. Maybe explain that to people unfamiliar with the X4s, and does it shorten the lifespan of the LEDs running it constantly?
Heat does kill. However, our fans, our heatsink, and our LEDs themselves are all overrated for what the power output is of the actual devices, and that's same with the pixels as well. So yes, you are putting more strain on the LED, but even at beast mode, it's well under the maximum output of the LED. Hence why our numbers of efficiency, our wattages are lower, but our efficiency is at the peak of what you get per watt of LED power. So instead of pushing the number higher, which unfortunately, again, double-edged sword, people look for watts, and that's fine as a starting point to, have a range of watts you want to go for, but it should not be the decision you make, because there are some big efficiencies and wasted wattages as well. And that goes for pumps too,
This has always been a phrase. It's a favorite one in the hobby that's kind of always like, what do they mean? Is a watt is a watt. What is your take on that phrase?
A watt is just a measurement of energy. So even par, like par is just a measurement of photons, but you need to go deeper than that. Is it heat energy that's just wasted and turned to heat, which a lot of brands have? And spectrum, is it a shitty spectrum that corals don't uptake? Is it too much of a spectrum and corals aren't uptaking? They can only uptake so much of that spectrum, and they have a rest for the rest of the day. So these numbers are good to get like a filter to narrow down your short list of what to look for, but then you want to really look at the numbers individually from there.
Yeah, I feel like it's a kind of outdated understanding of things for sure, because people will say that and be like, oh, it's got 600 watts. That's going to give me so much power or whatever. But yeah, 600 watts of what? It could be a fuge light. It's like, that's not going to be great for Acropora. So it's, yeah.
And then you got burn issues, burnt lenses, 600 watts the day you open it, and you get maximum efficiency the day you use it. But if you're burning your LEDs, maybe not even visually, but running them, every day, and it's got poor heat efficiency, spectrum changes with heat too over time. So your unit out of the box today is very different to your unit running 10 hours a day in a year time. And the more heat there is, the more that changes your device.
So what would you recommend for users wanting to get the longest lifetime out of your LEDs? I guess the X4s, because you can change the intensity really easily. Would you recommend running them like under 50% and opting to buy more units to get par up, or should they feel comfortable, ramping it up higher?
So with the X4, they don't have to worry about longevity because we do have a lifetime warranty on the LEDs and lenses. Even running beast mode, it does not matter. It's all good. So go crazy. with other brands and with the X4 as well, keep your fans clean, make sure they're working. That's number one. Number two, keep the glass on the LEDs clean as well, so you get maximum clarity from the LED source to the tank. They would be the main things for longevity. As for par and as for numbers, I guess every user is different. You need to understand what you want to achieve. So a lot of the users that we have worked with, they're as I said before, the 0.1%. So you may see a 4-foot tank with 4 X4s. This is the 0.1% reefer that can handle that power, first of all, versus a mum and dad reefer at home where 2 X4s and a 4-foot tank is more than enough. So you don't need to double stack X4s or any lights for that matter. Just think about what you want to keep and what's aesthetically pleasing for your tank. And that's the easiest way. I personally like our beast mode bundles. So you get your X4s, but then you also get the vitamin-y strips on the side. That usually covers up any dark spots and adds like a blanket look to the tank. It adds about 30% more par to the tank. Not huge, but enough that visually to the eye it's just a blanket of coverage. And yeah, just don't chase numbers. Do a lot of reading, but don't chase numbers, and don't try and copy, Polo Reef or WWC because they have, or for instance, Reef 3.01 Gabriel in Mexico. He's like building a race car. You know what I mean? You don't need a Ferrari to go to the grocery store.
Here's the typical response to you telling people that, though, is go hard or go home. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's what it's about, right? Like every hobby has that crazy 1% crowd that takes it to the next level. And we need those people. We need those people to test and break and blow stuff up. And so it's just all about what you're comfortable with.
So you got about 2 minutes. So I want to get you out of here early because you have to get married today. Yeah. So yeah, if anyone's been following along or tuned on, if you buy anything Dalua, for that link right there, the QR code, or this link I put in the chat, which I'll highlight here, you get a free little keychain that looks like the lens kit. It's pretty nifty. So that's the little promo. For the last 2 minutes, we really didn't touch on them until now. Maybe talk about the vitamin strips.
Yep. Simple, on, off. People asked about Wi-Fi and sunrise, sunset, and features with the vitamin E, but we don't have it. We tried to get a cheaper price. It's all about blanket coverage, and they come with these cool angles, so you can hit corals that are maybe shaded on top of the tank or below the tank. Blanket coverage, nice and simple. They click in very cleanly to our rails and arms, and if you buy the beast mode bundle altogether, everything comes with the X4s, vitamin E's, all accessories ready to go.
All right. Well, I'll let you get going. You're a very, very busy man today, so you've got important thing to attend.
I'm actually getting married tomorrow, but
okay.
We're leaving today to like pack the car and everything. I'm actually going to meet Joe now. We're going to a winery.
I should keep you then. What the hell, man? Yeah.
Well, yeah, I've got to spend the next hour with the girlfriend now because I'm not going to see her till tomorrow at the wedding. But then from this afternoon, I'll be with Joe and we're going to go visit some wineries. But it's go time now. So yeah.
All right. Sorry. Well, enjoy and no, dude, take your time. Enjoy. Congratulations. Thank you for coming on. I really appreciate you doing it, especially on this day. And hopefully people learned a lot about Dalua and Dalua Magic today.
Thank you. And a big thank you to you and Ken at Saltwater as well. It's great content you put out. Ken's at every show. You're doing the rounds now too. You're on 7 hours now.
Yep.
On the live. A big thank you to Ken for putting this on, and you and Mark Callahan, all the team at saltwatercream.com. Buy from them. They're fantastic.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for coming on, Anthony. Won't keep you any longer. Have a great day.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye. All right. So Ken from Hydrospace will pop on. He's going to come on shortly. I had texted him and told him, he just showed up. So I'll answer this question really quick. Brandon, so if you were one of the first 20 people to order anything Dalua during that time frame, then that automatically gets added to your order and shipped with it. So I'm sure you could send an email to Ken and say, hey, am I going to get this? And if not, you could add it to the order if you still want it afterwards. So I'm going to do the same thing we have been doing, which I'm going to switch over the QR code really quick. So this is now a new QR code up here. And essentially what happens is if you are one of the first 20 people to buy from this link from saltwateraquarium.com, anything from Hydrospace, you will get a free bottle of PNS ProBio. And that also stacks additionally on any of the existing discounts. If you want to stack up right now on purple non-sulfur bacteria or any of the other products there, which we'll talk about today, then right now is the time. I'll also send a link in the chat. And you can use this link as well if you don't want to scan the QR code. There's also the new gallon jug available. So if you really want some bulk, now is the time. All right, Ken, if you're ready, just give me a thumbs up. I can see you, but I can't hear you. And I'll add you to the stage.
Let's go.
All right.
Hey.
Thanks for coming on early, man.
Thanks for having me, man.
Yeah, Anthony had a wedding to get to. So I was like, oh, man, I'm not going to keep you for like 3 hours. So yeah, gave us more time to talk about bacteria, which if anyone knows me, that's going to take some time anyways. So worked out well.
Awesome.
Yeah.
How's it going?
It's doing good. How are you doing? How was Thanksgiving for you?
Well, yeah, it was nice. Spent it up in NICU.
Oh, nice.
We still have a little girl there, a few days old now. So.
Oh, well, I didn't know she was already due. So you got a girl now?
Yep. My first, I held my first girl for the first time today, and then down in Denver, and then rushed up here for the show.
Oh my God, dude. Oh, well, congratulations. I feel like the bearer of bad news now, destroying Anthony's wedding in your first meeting of your child because of a damn event for Coral. Oh my God. Well, no. I thank you for coming on, though. I appreciate it.
Yeah, again, thanks for having me.
All right, so I guess we should get started. So, everyone knows Hydrospace for purple non-sulfur bacteria. You've got ProBio, you've got the red bottle, and I mean, we can have plenty of time to talk about that, and a lot of people know about it. It's popular, but I thought that we would spend this time together to speak about some of your other products that people might not know about, but I think are equally as important as ProBio. So I think maybe we should start with Deep Cycle, which, in my opinion, I think is the best bacterial product in the market in terms of at least what I'm looking for or think about in terms of looking at it from a scientific angle. So with that, I'll let you run and maybe explain what Deep Cycle is.
Wow. Well, for the uninitiated, Deep Cycle is a consortium of microbes. So it's like a group that might be put together by humans, or it might be a natural community. In this case, it's the latter. We collected these microbes together from the same habitat, which happened to be a healthy coral reef in the South Pacific. So they are naturally coral associated. And beyond that, they have a syntrophic relationship. Syntrophic meaning that they feed off of each other's metabolites. So instead of competing with each other, they actually support each other's growth in a cyclical fashion. In so doing, they help to cycle phosphorus and nitrogen and carbon, of course, but also sulfur.
Yeah, so I think that's a pretty good. So these were isolated from a reef, like you went somewhere, is my understanding.
Yeah, and we picked, in a certain way, I picked, so we went to Moorea, which is an island in the Society Islands, so more specifically part of Tahiti. And literally since I was a kid, I've always wanted to go there and just was never able to, partly being impoverished working in the aquarium industry. But I was always attracted to the crystal clear waters and the white sand beaches, which to me was like quintessential, like pristine reef, which is exactly what I wanted to see. Growing up in North Dakota, all my life, by the way, like as far away from the ocean as you can possibly get. So it just seemed so exotic to me. And anyway, it turns out those very features, like the clear water anyway, are indicative of the sort of environment I was looking for, specifically an oligotrophic environment, nutrient poor. That's generally where you're going to find these organisms, because they tend to be nitrogen fixers, meaning they can take nitrogen from the environment, so just nitrogen gas, and convert that to ammonia. So that's their nitrogen source. Not all microbes can do that. In fact, it's somewhat rare among the microbial world. So that gives them an edge in places like coral reefs, which tend to be nitrogen limited. We went down there and collected some samples, mucus and sand, and water samples that were taken as close as we could to the nearest the corals as we could, assuming that the microbiome may even be different near the corals in the open water than it would be like inches away, right? We tested everything when we got back, and in terms of identifying the microbes through aquabiomics, and attempted to cultivate them in our own saltwater medium. Needless to say, we were successful, but kept growing them over and over again for 2 years, for the reason being that if I was going to have like an entire community of microbes, I wanted to make sure that this was a stable population under quote unquote captive conditions, so that I could repeatedly grow them. In other words, produce a consistent product. So it was actually a couple of years later, we finally decided to go for it. And the original culture lasted about that long. It finally just petered out a month ago, which would have been almost, it would have been exactly like 2 years old that it was kept without ever opening it, refeeding it, anything, just on light.
Wow.
So that's pretty remarkable. But the syntrophy in there is pretty strong, where they feed off of each other. So presumably because they like these types of conditions anyway, the aquarium conditions, and also because they kind of tend to support each other, my assumption would be that there's a very good likelihood that they survive in the aquarium quite well.
Yeah, I mean, they were isolated. The reef that you were on, you mentioned it was kind of similar inorganic chemistry, like nitrates and phosphates, to where a lot of people keep their reef tanks too. So it seems like a really similar environment. Maybe talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, so the pristine environment that I imagined when I was young is not exactly it's not exactly the same as it once was. It's a little bit dirtier in some parts due to intensive pineapple cultivation, the tourism industry, specifically like the dumping sewage from the boats. And then according to a biologist I spoke to there, only less than 10% of their sewage is actually treated, like the residential sewage. So the nutrients were actually somewhat elevated on the reef, and it would depend on who you'd ask, but to me they pretty closely resembled like average aquarium conditions in terms of nitrates, phosphates. I would also guess like organic, dissolved organics, though we didn't test for that. So yeah, there was a little bit of algae. The water was a little bit murky, not quite as the nice crystal clear waters. But in the end, I thought, well, you know what? This is actually more ideal, because these microbes are more suited to a habitat that's slightly disturbed. You heard me say this in my last talk, Salem, but I wouldn't necessarily want to get microbes from a severely damaged reef, because that may be like a dysbiotic assemblage of microbes, and not really appropriate for an aquarium if you're trying to raise healthy corals. But in this case, these samples were taken from healthy corals in a slightly disturbed environment, so that would indicate that these microbes support resilience in the corals, at least the ones that we sampled from.
Yeah, so if you've not done a water change in a little bit and you add deep cycle, you might have a pretty good likelihood of it persisting in your tank and continuing to grow, which I thought was, I mean, this is the only product in the industry that I have heard confirmed that has bacteria from a reef environment. So it's coral associated, reef associated, cultured in a bottle that you can add, and the rest is not really like that. Maybe let's talk about, there's 3 kind of primary species of bacteria in deep cycle. There's a lot of evidence about each of them, but what are some of the key features that each of them can do or potentially help with in a tank?
Well, the PNS and the product name, the PNS Deep Cycle, obviously there's a purple non-sulfur in there, and that would be rhodovolum, which is pretty well represented in most reef environments, and often identified as a member of the core microbiome, particularly in the earlier life stages of corals, like acroporids. I've seen they actually dominate rhodovolum and other members of that group in one study for sure. So we know that they have, they confer some benefits to corals. This is all pretty new, even in field science. So we don't know every single interaction, and certainly for every species under every context. It's just way too complicated to make broad generalizations about right now. But it does appear that it's by and large a beneficial microbe on reefs. Not just in nutrient cycling, but also in sulfur cycling, which is a little bit more rare in the non-sulfur bacteria, as their name would imply. These guys are apparently able to utilize sulfides, unlike most other non-sulfurs. And so they, for the person that is just like, well, what's this going to do for my aquarium? Well, they are excellent at degrading organic matter, in many cases organic matter that other bacteria can't degrade, like cellulose and different polyphenols that may discolor your water. They've been known to inhibit Vibrio, and they have health benefits for animals that actually ingest them. They're a natural part of the gut microbiota. In fish, shrimp, and presumably other organisms. So the kind of wide-ranging uses there. They're just nutritious as a food. They're already being used as like a microfeed in Japan and maybe elsewhere. But that's they've done quite a bit over there. One company in particular, making aquaculture feeds out of this particular species. So actually a really nice one to have. And then there's actually a purple sulfur bacterium in there, and that is Merichromatium purpuratum. That one we've identified to the level of species. And aside from being really pretty, it a nice violet color. It that one too is known to be a good probiotic. So, including in studies of cultured fish and maybe shrimp as well. I'd have to go back. There are already so many papers looking at these microbes. It's hard to keep up almost because a lot of it is recent. Last 5 years is when most of this stuff came out, and it just keeps pouring out. But Merichromatium is pretty neat in that it can oxidize sulfides. So they are capable of turning sulfides again. So like if you have a deep sand bed or, just real big anoxic pockets in your biomedia, or even if you have like a ton of rock and you just have like lots of rubble and stuff packed in somewhere, and you could get the sulfides, that black stuff that smells like rotten eggs. These guys are kind of they're kind of a measure of protection against accumulations of that stuff, where it could start to become noxious and directly injure corals, or maybe even indirectly by altering the microbiome, right? Because those sorts of things happen too. It doesn't always have to be a direct influence on the coral. So the last one would be a green sulfur bacteria, and that is Prostechochlorus. That one's really interesting because that is more specifically a coral symbiont. Now that one, widely known, accepted, it's a coral symbiont. It occurs in the tissues even, and certainly in the mucus. And in some cases, it inhabits the skeleton of the coral. So that's an endolithy is what that's called. So when they live down there, they're actually utilizing the tiny bit of light that actually passes through the coral. They're incredibly efficient at utilizing light. And while they're down there photosynthesizing, they're using up CO2 that the coral is producing. And then they themselves are generating ammonia. So they're feeding the zooxanthellae. They're a source of nitrogen for the zooxanthellae. So, yeah, just kind of a nice assortment of Deep Cycle just kind of has like this, wide ranging group of microbes that kind of do a lot of stuff. So it almost sounds too good to be true, but that's really how syntrophy works in the wild and presumably in captive conditions.
Yeah, and after we had talked last time, the sulfur cycling angle was really interesting to me because obviously DMSP. And I certainly did some background research and was able to find quite a few papers that seemed to support the idea that Prostechochlorus and Rhodovolum both could likely metabolize DMSP. I think there's one paper that shows Prostechochlorus can. So, for everyone at home listening, if you've not heard the rant before, basically this is a really important chemical when it comes to coral disease. So what happens is a coral undergoes stress, and zooxanthellae will produce these sulfur compounds as an osmoregulator. So they use them as a stress buffer. And usually it's a good thing. They're like an antioxidant that helps prevent the coral from basically nuking itself with the stress response. But coral pathogens have evolved to sniff it. So as soon as enough of it's in the water column, coral pathogens will swim directly towards that sick coral or stressed coral and then cause them to become diseased. So a really profound or kind of cutting edge idea in coral disease research with probiotics is, what if we culture microbes that can just eat that? Because there's a lot that do that are part of the natural sulfur cycle. And if they do, then that could decrease the chances of stressed corals getting infected by coral pathogens. So I'm not going to say there is proof that Ken's product does this, but there's a lot of evidence in the literature that suggests maybe it can. So something that would be interesting to try out is if you're someone that's struggling with coral disease in a tank, brown jelly, RTN, STN, it would be interesting to dose Deep Cycle and see if that could maybe help it. Additionally, like Ken said, a lot of these strains can inhibit Vibrio. So if it is shown that they can inhibit Vibrio and they eat the signal that they respond to, maybe Deep Cycle could be something that could really be a good tool in the toolbox to helping with coral disease instead of using an antibiotic. So in my mind, it not only is it a food, not only is it something that kind of cleans up the waste and the gunk in your sand bed, it could be something that really could help with coral disease treatment. So, and not a lot of people know about Deep Cycle. When I first heard about it, I was kind of geeking about it because, like Ken said, there's hundreds of papers about each of these strains, and I feel like people just haven't tried it yet. And it's, do you culture it in saltwater, or do you grow it in fresh, or have you got to adapt, or how are you culturing it, Ken?
Oh, we have to grow. Yeah, most of them are obligately marine organisms, so we definitely grow it in saltwater.
Yeah. So that can help too. There's not really like an osmotic shock, a difference in the fresh and salt water, to where you could add this to your tank, and I would feel pretty confident saying it's likely going to grow in that system if the conditions are right. So, you talked about this in your talk as well, Ken, but maybe repeat some of that. What are some good ways if someone wants to get these bugs to grow in their tank and they buy a bottle of Deep Cycle, how could they increase the chances of it colonizing their tank?
Yeah. So the one, I guess their Achilles heel would be their sensitivity to oxygen. Prostacochlorus, I think, would be the most sensitive. Merichromatium could, survive some pretty serious exposure, and then Rhodovolum may be able to live in freshwater, though not well. But if you're going to use this as a food, primarily, just dump it right in. Or even if you want to inoculate it, but you're kind of lazy, we're talking about billions or trillions of cells in a 16-ounce bottle. I mean, something's going to find its way. But as Salem indicated, you could probably promote colonization by directing them right into a more appropriate habitat. And you could do that simply by injecting them into your sand bed, or maybe even into like your biomedia. And you cut the flow for a little bit, shoot them in there, let them sit for an hour or so. And kind of colonize that rather than getting blown around in, the aerobic open water column. So the easy is just taking like some kind of syringe, like a plunger type syringe, and putting a piece of airline tubing on it and sticking that tubing in under the sand or into the, what you suspect to be some kind of anoxic pocket in the back of your rock work, your hardscape or whatever. And just squirting it in there and letting it go.
Then you also mentioned the idea of biomedia. How could that work for someone?
In that case, I would probably just take, ideally, fresh biomedia, so something that hasn't already been colonized by a bunch of other bacteria to minimize competition, and maybe rinse it with some salt water, and soak it with these guys for, maybe overnight. Really only just takes a few hours. They do their business pretty quick in terms of attaching to a substrate. All of them, but for Prostacochlorus or motile even. So yeah, they really get around, but and they're soaked in there anyway. It's, they're going to be, it'll be easy for them to find it is the point. And you can maintain an anaerobic environment simply by, just flooding the media with the contents of the bottle. So you don't really have to add a lot of salt water or anything. Maybe a little to top it off if you need to completely cover the biomedia. But if you just put it like in a small container and then cover it so that it doesn't, you don't have any oxygen getting in there. Really just a few hours, which should be all it would take. And then you could just chuck it in your sump or wherever you put your biomedia. And that's all there is to it.
There's a couple questions here we'll shift to before continuing this. This is from Acrokiller. Is purple non-sulfur bacteria effective itself on nutrients, or is it the medium used to grow it that helps with the reduction of nutrients? So is it the bacteria or carbon dosing from the bottle?
Probably not carbon dosing, because you're not just dosing carbon. You're also dosing nitrogen and phosphorus in the appropriate proportions to grow bacteria, right? Which isn't too different from growing algae or anything else. So no, it's not like carbon dosing, because you're also adding the nutrients in equal measure. Whether they're locked up in biomass or not, it's not equivalent. So I would say yes, they're effective on the nutrients. I mean, that's what they do to grow. If you put them in the aquarium and they grow, that's exactly how they grow, is by taking up nutrients. So they'll utilize nitrogen if it's available. If it's not, all three of the main species in our product are capable of nitrogen fixation. So they will just make their own source of nitrogen. And of course, they'll also use phosphorus and iron and all the other stuff that they would otherwise, take up. But if there's excess phosphate, for example, they may use up, a lot of the phosphate, and then as if the nitrate starts to go low before they use up all the phosphorus, unlike a lot of other bacteria, a nitrogen fixer can continue to sequester that phosphate, because then they just start to fix nitrogen. They take nitrogen gas and make ammonia. So their ability to take up phosphate is not hindered by the amount of nitrogen that's available, if that makes sense.
Got it. Second one here. So seeding never seemed like the goal of these products. I guess I think yeah, but I guess in terms of this conversation, I think deep cycle is unique because it comes from that environment. So I think even if traditionally bottled bacteria besides nitrifiers has not been about getting them to live in the tank, I think if there is any product that could live in a tank, it's deep cycle. But I'll let Ken comment on that some more. But that's kind of my take on that, is it's about if it could, not if that's the primary use in my mind.
Mm-hmm. Well, and the funny thing is that's kind of what it was primarily intended for when we came out with it. And I guess you could say it still is, but increasingly I've been finding evidence in the scientific literature that it is all like PNS ProBio, very effective as a probiotic in captive conditions, with captain fish and invertebrates. That it is also, that the rhodovolum in particular is an incredibly nutritious microplankton and so on. So yeah, you could use it for a food, or even if people, I can't make any claims about diseases or anything like that yet, but if someone wanted to use it to experiment with various treatments of like brown jelly or STN, whatever, that would be I would say a legitimate use, and at least if you're just trying to find out what it might do. It's kind of early for everyone yet, even in the scientific field. So you're on the cutting edge here. Nobody is laying out a blueprint and giving you like step by step instructions and clear cut expectations. That's just how it is when you're standing at the cutting edge. But to this day, I would still say that if I was to distinguish this product from PNS ProBio, I would say that PNS ProBio has all these other abilities to bioremediate and act as probiotics, but it's primarily a food, whereas this product can be used as a food, probiotic, and so on, but its primary uses is for bioremediation. So
yeah, that
part's still sticking as far as we're concerned about this product.
Yeah, so Acrokiller says maybe clouding the affected coral with deep cycle. In my mind, that's probably how you would do it, even if you could dip the affected coral. Like, let's say you've got brown jelly, maybe you have 2 containers, you've got some tank water and then one of tank water with a lot of deep cycle, as long as you match the pH. And yeah, maybe you do the first dip and kind of get off all the necrotic tissue and rinse it off. And then maybe do a dip in deep cycle for a little bit. The only thing would maybe be oxygen. I don't know.
Yeah, the difference, the redox differences between the two solutions are, you could stress the coral simply by exposing it to the culture media. Not that the culture media isn't itself toxic, but it would be such a shocking difference. I think the better thing would be to maybe drip it, like do a drip feed.
Yeah.
While you're exposing it to whatever else you're using, whatever types of chemical or antibiotic treatments or whatever you're doing, you could drip it through, and that would be a little bit easier on the coral. I think it's not the bacteria that are bad; it's just the culture medium is not like the parameters are very different from your saltwater tank, so that would be just shocking, in terms of the difference of pH, for example.
Yeah, probably not good as a dip. You're right. Maybe because even clouding the coral, turning out the flow and adding like a whole gallon of it, that could probably do the same effect in tanks. So maybe let's say you've got affected coral here, power head here. Maybe drip it into the power head so it passes by. Maybe something like that would be good. Yeah. I'm not sure that's one to experiment with, because if it's a DMSP thing, then that's just going to be added to the tank and it should consume that in the system reasonably, especially if you put it like on a substrate somewhere. The Vibrio inhibition stuff, I don't know the literature on that. Is that like a postbiotic they're making, or do they eat them? I don't know what way they're inhibiting that, if the literature suggests that.
Antibiotics.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's a situation where you want them living in the system. So maybe even at that point, just inoculating a ton in the sand bed around that coral would be a good strategy. Yeah, because you want them to live.
If I was going to compare like how I found these bacteria in the wild to, it was really interesting. It's like we were taking them from Porites bommies, right? So it's just like a humongous mound of Porites and SPS, like incrustation, like big boulder size thing, and then all around that it was just sand. So it was an abrupt change. The corals grew right down to the level of the sand bed, and we took our samples from the sand bed. These sand beds were not like a sand bed in an aquarium necessarily, where it's all soft, right? So anyone that's been on a reef where you've had that wave action where the sand grains roll back and forth for years and eons, there's some compaction, I guess, and it's very, very. It's almost like someone went and tamped it all down tight. Like I was kind of stunned, like how hard it was to scrape up I was trying to get a deep sample, right? Assuming that that's the only way I'd get anaerobic critters, and I wasn't able to do that. That's how tight that was. But I obviously was able to get these microbes at just on the shallow surface level. And I think that's just because, it's anaerobic, not very deep down, at least in these circumstances where the sand is, compacted. But they were right next to the coral. And the one thing I didn't do, and I even think of it right now, I'm like, why didn't I take samples like from the sand away from the coral and compare those microbiomes? But right, these are things for our next expedition, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I think you probably did the right choice of getting it close to the coral, because then you got Prostachychlorus probably from that, right? So to have coral associates for the first time on the market, that's pretty exciting. But maybe from a chemical or nutrient angle, maybe it's better farther away. Yeah, got to sample again
there to see, if it's if it's even in the sand bed, if it's coral associated.
Yeah,
or more so than further away.
That'd be cool.
Because even in the water column, I'm sure you've seen some of those studies, and they're pretty awesome, actually.
Yeah,
like a few millimeters away from the coral, it's a totally different microbiome, and in the open water, and it's like, wow, it's just incredible.
Like every millimeter they sampled away from a coral was completely different, up to like 3 centimeters. Like it's the mucus, the deeper mucus, the water all the way out. I mean, it's crazy the amount of stuff that's around, I think. So yeah, maybe so I think that's a lot about Deep Cycle. So people are not familiar with that product. They probably should be now. Probably helps clean up the sand bed if you got a deep sand bed. Maybe could help with coral disease. You should experiment if you're a curious person. And maybe it's probably likely a food too. So it's kind of a versatile all-in-one product, and it's more likely than other products to live in your tank and colonize and continue having those benefits. So something to try, something to experiment with. Let's talk about another product that's not really talked about, which intrigued me recently, which is yellow snow. So yellow snow, maybe explain how it's made broadly and what the goal of that product is.
Well, so one of the things these purple non-sulfur bacteria are insanely adaptable. Like our palustris, for example, the one that we've probably studied the most because it was the first one we grew, and it's widely known. They're often referred to as the most adaptable organism on Earth. They could just switch to all these different modes of metabolism based on their environment, dark, illuminated, salt, fresh, with or without, a nitrogen source or even a carbon source. I mean, they're just awesome in that way, even terrestrial, all the way down to deep sea sediments. The only thing that that's kind of their weakness, I guess, and this is a lot of microbes, is that they have different B vitamin requirements. So these are growth factors. In other words, things that they require exogenously from, so outside of their bodies. They can't synthesize that themselves, but they need it to survive and for growth. So you generally have to add one kind of B vitamin or B vitamin precursor or another to these cultures to get them grow, depending on the species and even strain. Well, because, you know, we started adding on different species of purple non-sulfur bacteria, and not in every case, I think we really knew which B vitamins are absolutely required or which ones just promoted their growth. We wanted to come up with a product that kind of supplemented the B vitamins because they're so important anyway. The more I started researching that, I realized that, oh, wow. So corals, for example, require cobalamin for growth. They can't make their own. Oh, wow. Even zooxanthellae can't make their own cobalamin and require it for growth, you know, something produced outside of them. They get that from microbes, certain types of microbes, in fact. So I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. So maybe we should just make a product that is like a supplement. It could be a coral food, but a supplement for B vitamin. And then further research indicated that the best way to deliver a food like that would be in like some kind of marine snow product. So we just set out to reverse marine snow, how it's made, like just looking at like the biogeochemical processes, you know, that how it's formed, going backwards and then create a product based on that. And basically that's what it is. And, you know, it's chitin based. So that's a commonly, not the only, but a common seed particle, if you will, like a poorly digestible particle that bacteria can grow on, that floats around in the ocean. And the bacteria grow on it. And then as they grow, they produce biofilms, which are sticky. And as those particles stick to each other, they clump together until they become negatively buoyant and then sink. And that's when they're referred to as marine snow. But it's not like the chitin that's nutritious to the coral or clam or whatever kind of filter feeder is eating it. It's actually the bacteria that are growing on it. So that seed particle is really just the package upon which the nutritious microbes grow. So yeah, one cool thing is there's a paper that came out not too long ago, and somebody was trying to make it in a lab. It was like they're trying to like simulate marine snow in a lab, and they were not only focusing on B vitamins, like that was kind of intuitively, they were like, oh, that's like a ecologically important pathway for the movement of B vitamins and especially cobalamin through marine food webs, but also they even use like chitin, and so it was kind of reassuring to see somebody else, you know, a group of competent people getting together and deciding to make this stuff essentially the same way we did, which is kind of neat. But basically, yellow snow is just a companion product to our PNSB products. So it helps them grow, but it's basically just a reef food because these B vitamins are required by all kinds of stuff in any reef system, but are often limiting for growth because they get used up so quickly, cobalamin in particular. And we're talking even in like new systems, you know, so nitrite oxidizing bacteria, like some of your cycling bacteria, like nitrobacter, actually require cobalamin for growth. So it's just one of those things. You're more like feeding your reef more than just feeding your corals per se, because everything will utilize it from other microbes all the way up to copepods and all the way up to corals.
Yeah, I can see it probably being one of the best or closest things we would have to keep NPS alive, which I know John Goff recently started dosing it on his system. So I'm excited to see long-term. He's got like a basket star growing already. So that's already pretty crazy to see in captivity. It's got like new growth edges and it's been growing. I don't know if that's from the Yellow Snow edition, but I know he's adding on that tank. So it's helping something. But yeah, it'd be really interesting to see someone do an experiment with like Dendroneptia, these impossible corals, and then dosing yellow snow, because it's really similar to what they're eating in nature. I mean, it's a lot of like T isocrices plus marine snow, and that's Yeah. I mean, maybe that's the combo is you need live Fido or a Fido paste, yellow snow, and a bacteria plankton. And yes, Luis. That's so Acrokiller had a good point. This is exactly what I thought of when I saw that thing at Wrap LA. If you had one of those, the IND frozen food auto feeder that does the liquid suspension, you could reliably dose that like 30 times a day to mimic how much food they're getting. So if someone's really wanting to try NPS, you should probably pick up some yellow snow. I think it's a pretty good candidate to try to grow them. Chitin is not what we're for. So yellow snow is chitin is the seed molecule, and then you culture your bacteria around it and then pasteurize it, right? Is how it works.
Yeah. So so chitin in a marine environment, some could come. There could be some fungal sources, but fungi aren't all that prevalent in like a marine environment. Most of that would come from crustacean sources. So we're talking microcrustaceans generally in this context, like the fragments of the exoskeletons of like little tiny copepods would be like the most common source there.
There was another question here. This was about deep cycle. How deep do you need to seed it or inject it in the sand bed?
It's not a matter of how deep, but how far, how anoxic or anaerobic. I guess anoxic tends to carry negative connotations, but anaerobic. So it may depend on your sand bed based on the composition of the substrate itself and flow characteristics, stuff like that. But I would go as deep as you could, to be honest. But it doesn't have to be that deep if you're going into a sandy substrate, because that seems to restrict penetration of oxygen through osmosis pretty well. But even if you have like a more coarse kind of substrate, what happens then, if they're big enough chunks, is that you have anaerobic areas within the actual chunks of coral rubble. So even if you have like a crushed coral, like the traditional crushed coral kind of substrate or something, you'll still have plenty of anaerobic space because they're actually growing within the grains rather than on them, but deep down, if that makes sense. I've actually seen a paper that, and the authors were a little surprised. They were looking at rates of nitrification in different kinds of substrates in the wild. And they found that now it depends, like it can't be too rubbly, but there's like a sweetheart spot where the chunks were just the right size, that you had plenty of anaerobic space within the grains, or in this case, we'd say chunks of gravel or whatever. And also good water flow from between those grains, because you still have to wash away the waste products and bring in new food for those bacteria as well. But they found that nitrification rates were roughly equal in like that ideal size, like gravel, as it was like in a sandy substrate. So I may be a super long answer to your question, but it just kind of depends on the characteristics of your system. But to ensure that you get into an anaerobic area, I would just go as deep as you can.
Another question here. I'm not sure on the answer to this, from Frank. Hello, Salem and Ken. Who distributes your products in Canada?
We've had a lot of stop and go in Canada for some reason, and I know some of it may have come from some disruptions in trade relations between our countries and things like that. But my distributor finally just decided to take some other actions, and we're working on that, and we're going to make it just more widely available to everybody, including our friends in Canada. So I'll wait to talk about that until we're closer to implementing it. But we're definitely going to have a bigger presence in Canada fairly soon.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, could Ken ship it? I don't know if you can ship that over the border or not. if they
I
wanted to
do
order
think some
some.
places, yeah, BRS, maybe Premium Aquatics, and they're certainly not the only ones, but there's some that I've seen that do ship internationally. So it may just be a matter of buying enough of it to offset that extra cost that would come along with having it shipped across borders.
Yeah, Frank, I would message Saltwater Aquarium or even just try to check out and see what happens and see if they can just ship you like a normal package even. So
Buy a
probably,
gallon.
yeah, or buy like a gallon to make it worth it. That could maybe be something to try. Yeah, I don't see why not if it's not controlled. So yeah. Yeah, so that's kind of yellow snow and deep cycle. Let's talk about the home grow kits. You said buy a gallon. Maybe that would be a good option for these guys in Canada, actually. If you're having trouble getting hold of it consistently, something you could do is culture it at home. So maybe segue into that and how the home grow kit works.
Yeah, PNS home grow is it's not the exact same thing, but it's essentially the same as PNS Pro Bio. But it resembles roughly like the phytoplankton kits you might buy to grow phytoplankton at home. The main exception really is just that you don't have to have air. You just seal it up, and it's obviously an anaerobic process, so you just let it go for 30 days, sometimes a little more. But the main thing is keeping it warm. So it's a little bit longer than phyto, but yeah, just about as easy, and we have a really high success rate on those. It makes 2.5 gallons, so that treats, I think, 16 or 18,000 gallons. So obviously not, most people don't think of that as a single dose. But you just work on it, over time. It comes with a spigot, so you can dispense it really precisely and just kind of, feed it every day or every other day, however you want to do it. But especially if you keep it on light, I mean, they're good for at least 8 months. So you just set it up and then just use it as you need it. They have a pretty good shelf life and shelf stability, and with respect to getting it to Canada or something like that, certainly like it's very cost effective because most of the weight would be the water you add. After you get it, you essentially get the culture vessel, which is like a collapsible clear cube that has the cap, and then, as I mentioned, the spigot. You'd start with the cap. It's just easier to handle. And, you sterilize that with just, household bleach and boil the growth medium that's included in a few gallons of water, and pour it in there, let it cool, add the inoculum that comes with it. There's a little bottle of bacteria in there, and basically just wait 30 days. So it's almost as easy as making ramen.
Yeah, bacterial ramen. Here's a question also from the Canadians. What if it freezes in shipping?
Well, the bacteria seem to fare well. We've actually tested that with our Rhodopseudomonas. And I had particular concerns about them because in one paper it said our strain, TIE1, didn't have the hopanoids in its cell membrane to resist freezing very well. So I took a couple bottles and 16-ounce bottles and froze them solid for 2 days, and then used them to grow new cultures. And both of those cultures grew as if nothing had happened to them. So I'm assuming they don't care at all about freezing. The only problem is sometimes like the bottles the cap can crack when the fluid inside expands if it freezes rock solid. So that's the only thing I'd worry about, I guess. After you thaw, just make sure the bottle doesn't leak, but otherwise the bacteria should be just fine.
Let's maybe talk about.
Conversely, they handle heat really well too. So if you get a package in the summer and it's like, on a day where it's like 100 degrees outside, it's been on your porch for a while, I actually wouldn't worry about it. These guys they have a pretty impressive thermo tolerance. They're even shelf stable at like 112 degrees or something like that Fahrenheit.
So let's talk about maybe dosing. So PN, I guess all of them can be used as a food, all of your different products. How much would you be adding for the different roles? So for, PNS ProBio, you talk about nutrient phosphate reduction as a claim there, as a food, as yellow snow, that's a food, as deep cycle, that can be a lot of things and probably a food too. How much would you be dosing, and how do you determine that?
That, like any food, right? This would apply to any food, but like any food, it really depends on your tank and the stage that it's at and what your what you're trying to achieve. And not everyone wants maximum growth rates, right? That's worth reminding. Some people kind of get their tank where they want it, and then they don't want explosive growth rate anymore because that just equals maintenance. So that would depend on the individual user. But we have what is an admittedly kind of arbitrary starting point. So you're not like just lost in the dark. That's the dose of 1.25 mils per gallon, both products. That's just based on the density of the bacteria in each product. So it's pretty arbitrary, but you can move up and down from there very safely. We've tested these products to see if we can overdose with them, and it's virtually impossible. Even ProBio, which is made in fresh water. So that one, we've done like a 40-time overdose. And at that point, I'm like, okay, I'm adding so much fresh water, presumably from the product, that if I see any stress in the corals at this point, it's probably more from that than from the bacteria. So it's one of those things where you can feed as much as you really want to, without the expectation that you're automatically going to have a bunch of putrefaction like you would if you fed a dead food, right? So you may actually see an improvement in water quality by bringing the dosage with these bacteria, as it would be with a lot of live products.
So what I'm hearing is you have an ATO reservoir filled with ProBio, and then that's your top off every day for your fresh water. As you dose that amount instead of calc.
Could be, but you might be off on your sodium. There's, actually I say it's fresh water, but there's some salt in there per se from the ingredients, but it's a vastly disproportionately high amount of sodium. So, but we're talking, the dosages are so minuscule, even if you feed it maximum daily dose every day. I mean, it's not really going to skew your salinity unless you're, you maybe grossly overdose and you never do water changes and so on. But you're not likely to overdose. But the thing is, you could expect to, obviously, if you're feeding your corals more, you can see better growth. And unlike most other foods, especially dead foods, you could see an improvement rather than a reduction in water quality by increasing the dosage.
So maybe let's talk about that. So one of the central things since Taras and Meckley did their little study at ACI that has been talked about with ProBio is phosphate reduction, or using it as an alternative to something like lanthanum chloride. So I guess, how much weight do you put behind that? What does the literature say about that? Some conversation I've seen on Reef to Reef, for instance, talks about the idea that maybe Rhodopseudomonas can only really do it anaerobically. So if you're dosing in a bottle, is that really happening as effectively as it could be? And there's a lot of kind of questions that the community has around this idea. And I kind of just want to give you the floor to talk about it. So.
What would be the first thing I'd say? Just with regards to lanthanum, I would not say it's a replacement. It's an alternative. So you could use them in conjunction. You can reduce, and this was Meckley's point, because he didn't completely quit using lanthanum. He reduced significantly the amount of lanthanum that he was putting in his system. So these bacteria, under the right conditions, are really good at removing phosphate because they are phosphate accumulators. So what they do is, when they're in an environment where there is a abundance of phosphate available, they take in much more than they need for their own growth and metabolism. and they store it as a reserve in a granular form called polyphosphate that they can just use later. Say if seasonal conditions or whatever it is change, and all of a sudden phosphorus becomes limiting. Now they have this internal store, kind of like the way we put on body fat or whatever. So they're always going to remove phosphorus because they need phosphorus for growth, so long as they're growing, right? But it does appear that they are, I wouldn't say phosphate, from what I've seen, I wouldn't say phosphate accumulation in the case of these species occurs only under anaerobic environments, but it certainly is more effective. But there's a lot of nuance there. And basically it has, I can't remember exactly what it is, but it has something to do with ATP and how they use ATP in the process of even accumulation itself. But there's a lot of stuff going on, and I think there can be some cases where it's actually it could be more effective in an aerobic environment, and we may see these in manipulated environments like sewage treatment plants, or like some of these people have a very specialized purpose for these bacteria, and they can easily change the environment to maximize that effect. Say they're trying to mitigate the release of phosphorus into the environment. Yeah, it does appear that these guys are best equipped to perform phosphate accumulation in an anaerobic environment. So they'll always remove phosphorus, even if it's just like basic normal growth, aerobically, anaerobically, whatever. But they'll remove vastly more phosphate if they are growing in an anaerobic environment, or even just hanging around. They don't even need to be growing, actually. If the phosphate's there, they'll just take it up and store it. Most aquariums have anaerobic places that they can grow. So that it really shouldn't be a problem. These bacteria are going to hang out in those areas anyway.
So is this, if you're trying to use it as a phosphate remover, would you recommend also injecting it kind of like you would deep cycle, or seeding something, or no?
Not necessarily, because there's like chemotaxis, for example. Like they'll actually swim away from oxygen. Like they're motile, and they're not, they'll actually move to areas that they want to be in. So the difference between this and deep cycle, I would say, is that these guys don't mind aerobic environments, right? So there's not as much of a urgency in getting them into an anaerobic environment, if that makes sense. They live and even reproduce in an aerobic environment just fine. And the other thing is, I think of PNS ProBio as a food. So why would I do that? Bury the food under the rug when I want it out where the corals can graze on it.
Right.
But that is something you could do. I mean, if your intention was to seed the tank with these bacteria, you could do the very same thing. Just, use something to inject them into the sand bed.
So that's what you would advertise ProBio for then, is more of a nutritional source or a food rather than the phosphate angle. It's I guess
absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean that just for that use by itself. I mean, as that stands, there's hardly a better food. I mean, they're like ridiculously high in protein. In that respect, they really complement phytoplankton, right?
Yeah.
Which have a much higher carbon to nitrogen ratio. Like these guys, for example, don't have a cell wall like phytoplankton, so they're more digestible, and they're more like upwards of 70% protein. At different algae too have different carotenoids, but these guys have a different carotenoid profile, so you can diversify your carotenoid portfolio, if you will. And they have the B vitamins and other things. They have the probiotic qualities that algae tend not to have, so they go well with algae. And then of course algae, I'd still use phytoplankton because they have a lot of the HUFAs that these bacteria are not necessarily all that rich in. We just like to say, well, it's like meat, you're getting your meat and your veggies. So if you feed them together, you're getting your proteins and vitamins, especially B vitamins, but along with those other things, those fatty acids that you really need. And in some cases where you want the fiber, you get that as well from the phyto.
So you as a manufacturer, why not grow it aerobically? Would there be benefits to culturing it aerobically versus anaerobically in a product?
Not really. For one, they can't perform photosynthesis in an aerobic environment. They can't perform denitrification in an aerobic environment. They can't perform nitrogen fixation in an aerobic environment. I really don't see the point. Like if you grow them aerobically, they're not going to have any of the carotenoids, which arguably are the most valuable and unique component that they have is a diet, right? So why throw away the astaxanthin and the lycopene and all that? I don't really see the point. They can grow, they do just fine aerobically. So the argument that, they'll do better in the tank, it really makes no difference. They're going to go through that lag phase anyways. They adapt to the new environment. If they're going to grow, they're going to grow. But I would rather have them. No, that's the thing. No, these bacteria are adaptable, but it doesn't mean they just switch back and forth on a whim, right? It takes time to reactivate all the genes necessary to, right? So in terms of being like at their best, right? Like, at their optimal performance going into the tank out of the bottle, I would prefer that mine were grown anaerobically, to be honest.
And then so you mentioned they don't produce carotenoids when grown aerobically. So they will actually visually look different than the cells would.
Clear. Yeah. They should be clear.
Okay. Yeah, so I mean, I guess in your mind, your argument is that if it's going to be grown anaerobically, then you are adding in all of those benefits. It's more likely to engage in denitrification. It's more likely to do any of these other processes, phosphate acquisition, plus you get the benefit of all the carotenoids too as a nutritional thing.
Yeah, and to me, for ProBio, nutrition is the main focus of this product. So. Like they're different, like it goes down our culture medium, our lighting schedule, everything is meant to maximize carotenoid production, sometimes above like biomass even, so basically we're sacrificing the speed that they'll grow in order to maximize carotenoid content, because that to me is so much more important than anything else. The carotenoids are really the really valuable part nutritionally of these guys, especially where they would stand out from other microfeeds. And when we say nutritionally, it doesn't necessarily just mean like, they'll act as they'll help color up fish, for example, and actually they do, but because they do travel up the food chain that way, carotenoids. But think salmon, right? But there are other things too, right? So there's some speculation in the scientific literature. I haven't seen anyone verify this yet, but the antioxidant properties of these bacteria, and then in this case, they're specifically talking about Rhodopseudomonas. They were considering the possibility that the carotenoids help like shallow water reef building corals mitigate photooxidative stress. So the carotenoids, as they have hypothesized, help to reduce some of the tissue damage that occurs when the zooxanthellae are going like, they're cranked up to 11 and producing all these photooxidants. So take it as you will, but I personally would rather have those carotenoids in there, whether I were a fish, a coral, or a human. They're just that valuable nutritionally.
So one thing I've seen people say about your product is it's really expensive, but maybe give some kind of your point of view of how long does it actually take to go from culture to bottle? I mean, there's a lot of time involved in that process to scale this product up to one that's global. I mean, I saw it when I was in Europe, in the UK. The ProBio is somewhere that's everywhere around the world. So for you to produce it out of your house, I mean, in my mind, time is money. And if there would be a commercially scalable version of this product, it obviously would factor that in. But maybe talk about the price point a little bit.
Well, what you're really going to want to look at is what is the density of the product, and of the target species that are in there. We're talking to the density of the actual PNSB. How many of them are viable? What are the other bacteria? Because you're never going to get a pure culture, not from us or anyone else. It doesn't work that way. When you get 16 ounces, like that's not very easy to achieve in a lab. Much less like a commercially produced product. But so what are those other, what is that, what is the identity of that background biology? Are they just kind of benign, contaminants, or are they potentially something pathogenic? And then of course, what's in the rest media, the rest media, meaning that's the stuff that's left over in their culture medium after they've basically gone through it. So it's you don't just go from culture media to pure bacteria. There are going to be some waste products in there. Well, what are they? Some people might put in way too much. We see this in the phyto world, people overdosing F2 to get real rich cultures, but then you're adding like way too much nitrogen or even iron and stuff like that to your reef tank because someone they overdid the growth medium trying to achieve a high density the easy way. So you got to look at all those things. Our product is balanced. We really don't get complaints with regard to contaminants, adding nutrients. People that don't take our word for it. They'll put it under the microscope, whatever. They'll test it in their own various ways. It usually comes out on top compared to other products. So I feel pretty confident right off the bat saying that our product is better than other similar products for sure. And at that, I would say our product is mediocre. Be like, what? Who would say their product is mediocre? Well, I still think we're the best. I just think it's mediocre because we have a long way to go. I think we can, every day we're working to improve it. And I'm confident that we can make it more dense and just cleaner overall. We're always working to improve it. So, I guess, if that's what you're looking at, you can compare it to other products, but we've seen other things hit the market. Some of them are direct copycats of what we do. And I won't name anybody, but I've found some of them to contain as little as 0.01% PNSB. And we'll leave what the color came from up for conjecture. But, I would live by the adage, you get what you pay for.
Yeah, someone said you buy cheap, you buy twice.
Yeah, or never again.
Yeah,
right?
true. Yeah, Aquakiller's got another question, which is any other marine bacteria that could be developed or we could see from Hydrospace in the future?
Our focus is on these anoxygenic phototrophs. So anoxygenic just meaning they don't make oxygen as part of their photosynthesis. That would distinguish them from cyanobacteria, right? So these are the more ancient phototrophic bacteria, the purple sulfur, the purple non-sulfur, and the green sulfur bacteria. And there's enough there, even if I picked one species, to research these things for the rest of my life. I mean, there's just so many applications and so much study going on right now as we speak. That keeps me busy. I would be interested in some other like pelagic cyanobacteria.
Yep.
That are known to be a known common source of nutrition for corals, and maybe also involved in a lot of the sulfur cycles, maybe even, degradation to DMSP. Those those would be, I'd have to explore that quite a bit, because that would be one of those things where they wouldn't have a high survivability in the aquarium. They'd be produced much more like phytoplankton and used the same way, but probably more expensive. So the demand would have to be there.
It's big in Europe. There was actually quite a few brands in Europe that were growing some of those. But yeah, it was just like phytoplankton, the way it was manufactured and everything, low shelf life because of that. So I think that the benefits are there, but it'd be really tricky to scale up for someone for sure. But I mean, I agree. That's Syncococcus, Prochlorococcus. Those are all really, really interesting bugs from a biological perspective, at least looking at the literature. Yeah.
We have access to those things too. It's just a matter of, for one, they'd be grown aerobically, and I don't want to change my whole, the whole way I grow things. And that opens the door to contamination. When you start having aerators, and I'd like to, I don't want to like try to do everything. I'd rather get really good or even the best at doing what, I do, and stay that way, and let other people focus on that way. Instead of everyone having a million different products that are okay, mediocre, they're all like hyper focused on improving that product, that working with that particular bacterium, and really going far with it. It just makes more sense than everyone trying to do an okay job at everything. Right.
Yeah. Jay from SICCE, he had a really good analogy, which is so many companies are focused on further dividing the pie instead of just baking a new pie for everyone to eat. There's very few companies I feel like anymore who fall into niches. There's a lot that just try to do everything just to maximize profits or whatever. But yeah, quality usually falls out. But the brands that do focus on a couple things usually have really high quality products.
Yeah. I mean, someone else, I would love to work with Endozooicomonas, right?
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah.
That'd be a big one. And it's like, hey, let somebody figure out how to grow it. I believe there are like a few recipes online. I don't know if you could produce it at a commercial scale or not, but that's up to, we're not microbiologists. We're farmers.
Yeah.
So we'll take cues from them, but then we go other places with the information that's available to us. We still have to do our own R&D, and it's a whole other approach. So, anybody like trying to work with a microbe like that, or as we mentioned, some of those, Prochlorococcus, some of the pelagic blue-green algae, if you will, stuff like that. I mean, that somebody could just work with that for the rest of their lives, I think.
Yeah.
That's what I'd rather see than everyone trying to copy us now that we've, carved out this little niche. But
well, Ken, I just want to let you know I've started growing purple non-sulfur bacteria in my basement as of yesterday. So
you are?
No, I'm I was saying I'm also competing for the niche now.
I see. Yeah.
No, I have some home grow kits. I gotta do though. I've got 2. So yeah, home grow kit for deep cycle. You think that'll come? That'd be a thing?
More people are asking for that. That wasn't even a thought in the beginning, because I didn't know how popular this would be. And I had my ideas about what it could be used for. I'm not saying we just came out with a product and, it's one thing to have no idea what you're doing and start learning, or to really put a lot of work into researching something, but then continue to learn about it, continue to research it. And we're doing the latter. But yeah, since this came out, we are finding, a lot of people are like, hey, this is suppressing cyano growth like I didn't expect it to. And that wasn't necessarily like a potential use we had in mind when we developed it. But, all these different things are coming out where people are like, I want to use this more often. As I mentioned, it could be a food, used for food more than, which would imply that you'd use it more often than you would if you were just going to buy a bottle and inject it into your sand beds. So more people are asking for like the kit, or maybe like the 1 gallon version, like we just came out with for the ProBio, PNS ProBio. So that could be, if people keep asking for it and it'll happen. It's basically the only reason the kit exists in the first place is because people literally asked for that specific thing enough that we caved and did what some people said we shouldn't do. But it worked out. Yeah. And people are growing it. And I think it's nice to have that proof of concept out there for the people that don't believe that it's live. For example, it's like, well, if I can just send out a box with some stuff in it and they're growing it live, it pretty much suggests that our products are live. So it's nice to get it out there and have people work with it and familiarize themselves with it, watching it grow, which is kind of rewarding. Watching, because they're colored. So to watch the colors change over the weeks is, pretty cool for a lot of people. Just, the people that start out wanting to grow a little nanochloropsis and all of a sudden they have a rainbow of phytoplankton up on their rack, right? Collect all colors. So,
Yeah. Yeah, for anyone, I don't know if anyone else can see this. So it ended for Facebook randomly. I can re-add it, I think, on Facebook. I'm not really sure. It's only on YouTube now. So much people are like, oh, it ended abruptly. So if you can still hear me on Facebook, which I doubt you can, it ended. So yeah. But yeah, we're just waiting on Is Ehsan coming, Julian? I see you down there. Yes, no? Okay. Yeah, so I'm just waiting on Ehsan to jump in. So we got a couple more minutes before we switch over to Triton. So if anyone has any final questions for Ken from Hydrospace, now is your chance to ask them. But again, if you use the QR code on the page right here, the first 20 to buy anything Hydrospace from saltwateraquarium.com with that code gets a free bottle of ProBio. So that'll be, pretty good. Looks like Frank from Canada says he's going to try to reach out to Ken to get some stuff. He's got some, maintenance and things he does. But yeah, I think reach out to Aquarium Supply Distribution. From the sounds of it, Ken, it sounds like you guys are doing something pretty new with Canada. So, yeah, I guess if there's no more questions, then I'll switch over to the Triton stuff and I'll get Julian on here and we'll start talking Triton until Ehsan joins. But thank you very much for your time today, Ken, and congrats on the baby. That is, that's awesome. One final thing. Than from Tidal Garden said, is Deep Cycle available in volumes for 2,000 to 3,000 gallon systems?
Not like in a, package with a SKU on it or anything, but we can make something happen. So reach out to me, Than.
IBC tote of Deep Cycle, just to Tidal Gardens.
We could do a 55-gallon drum if you'd like.
There you go. All right. Well, thank you very much, Ken. I'm going to switch gears and get the last guys on, and have a great night. And thank you for coming on, especially considering you had a child today. That's you did not have to come on this stream, man.
That was my pleasure. Thanks, everyone. Happy holidays.
Yep. See ya. Bye. All right. So I'm going to switch over everything really quick to the Triton stuff. If you've been watching, then you know the deal. So we have a special deal for Triton. The new QR code is up. So the first 20 people to buy anything from Triton, they also get a free ICP test today. So if you've been curious about ICP testing, you've never done it, Triton's got a lot of other products besides just ICP tests. They've got some food I'm sure we'll talk about. They've got ways to remove heavy metals from the aquarium, treatments for RTN, STN, really easy, cheap consumable products that you could use on any tank. So if you want to try out ICP, there's a really great way to get a food product, an additive, plus a free ICP test. So I'll add on Julian and we can start talking about Triton until Ehsan comes on. How you doing?
G'day, mate. How are you?
There you go. Perfect Australian representation right off the bat from down under.
I don't know how I can follow the last two guests with Anthony going to his wedding, and just then his new child. I mean, I feel like I'm can't follow that. And Ehsan will be here in a minute. He's just been at his son's basketball game. He's a coach, and it's Saturday here, so he'll be here soon.
I feel like an asshole, man. I'm bringing everyone away from family events today. I told everyone they did not. I'm like, look, it's Black Friday. I'm not planning the day, but it ended up happening. So yeah, I mean, I guess we can get started. I mean, we can talk about the subscription first, or we can wait, or whatever you think we should talk about. I mean, I think the subscription's a big one. There's a lot of those smaller products that people really aren't familiar with, like Infuse, I think is a cool one, RTN and STNX, Detox. So whatever you think would be most valuable to talk about, I think we can start there.
Well, let's follow on from your last guest who's talking about bacteria in the aquarium.
Sure.
I think the RTNX and STNX they're a product that some people ask questions about because they want to know how does it work. And we obviously are very clear doesn't contain any antibiotics or any bacterial components. So how I explain it to people is we know that some of the causes of these problems, RTN and STN, is a buildup of bacteria, bad bacteria in certain parts of the coral, be it through times of high pollen count, which you'll see on your organics with the endoc. Oftentimes people notice it with tenuous when they get really big colonies. I think the way the tenuous is structured, it really minimizes the flow of water and through the actual branches of those bigger colonies. So you'll often hear of people losing like parts in the center, especially through spring and times of, getting a lot of organics in the water. And you get those bacteria kind of clumped up and kind of overpopulating certain areas. And that's where you get that type of issue. So the way that those two products work is they really work on a shock, a kind of a bit like when you freshwater bath a fish who's covered in ick. It's an osmotic shock, osmotic rupture of the parasite. This kind of works in a way of bacteria obviously aren't as robust as parasites. So you can actually shock them by changing the environment around in the area. So we always say the best way to do it is and again, if you can't pull your coral out of the tank because a lot of times these colonies are very established and they've kind of grown into your reef. You can do an in-tank bath. So that just means you turn all the pumps off, stop the flow, and you mix up the RTN or STNX, and then you actually target it to the area, and it causes like a cloud. So around that affected area. And in that little cloud, you've got a very quick change in the environment, which the bacteria don't like. So it kind of knocks them off. And then, of course, the good bacteria and that will eventually repopulate. But what is in that product is really very safe. You can't really, if anything, it'll kind of add a bit of energy to the coral. And yeah, it's a very non-impactful, targeted way to kind of deal with those things. So yeah, I think it's pretty innovative and works really well. Can't hear you, mate.
Oh, here we go.
Your voice.
Yeah, it's certainly better than adding a bunch of antibiotics into the tank, I think. It's more of a natural way to rebalance things. So when that product was first explained to me, I was like, why is this not on every shelf pretty much? So Ehsan just joined, so we'll add him into the conversation. How you doing, Ehsan?
Good. How are you guys?
I'm doing good.
Beautiful Christmas thing you have on.
Yeah, it's Chewbacca from Star Wars.
I remember when we had a video out and we were wearing Christmas cutoff. It was so hot. I remember I was dying. It was so hot in here. Like it was same time, wasn't it? When we
Yeah, it was a good idea at the time, he said. But I think when we were doing it, we were regretting our silly idea.
Yeah, definitely. Anyway, so see the sunshine? Yeah.
When there's kookaburras in the background, it's not time for ugly sweaters. It's
no. I have all the orchids flowering and stuff. It's good. This is our Christmas, the orchid Christmas. Oh, good. You guys are going. What are you talking about? I just jumped in.
Yeah, so we had a natural. Last guy was about bacteria. So the natural transition was some of the, kind of the underrated Triton products. So RT and STNX as a solution to bacteria.
Yeah.
So We were also plugging, Ken was doing a thing. So the first 20 people to buy anything Triton get a free ICP test. So I said, hey, if you've never done an ICP test, buy a bottle of RTN or SCNX you can always use and get a free ICP test.
Yeah, you can keep it forever. That's pretty good. That's a good idea. It's kind of a rescue thing, you know, like a rescue pack everybody should have at home, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Like it's detox and that too, because you run into these things like when you're having an aquarium, you can just always run into it. It doesn't matter. I ran into them, even having that crazy, absolutely full tank with all aquapora. You still end up having issues like that, and it's always good to have them aside. You know, that's much better than antibiotics. Much better. You know. So
so we covered RTN, SCNX. Maybe we go to detox. Talk about that real quick because those are 3 easy. I mean, I feel like anyone should have them for sure on their shelf. And then after that, we can talk about the subscription.
Which always talking about all the time. Truly, detox is like, if we have it for a long time now, like detox is very old. It's also nothing like we really super hide, but we have a source for detox that is very special to us. So it's actually just us having it right now. I don't know anybody else. And it's a humic acid, right? So it's, again, it's something that we learned from nature. I saw when I came up with it, I saw it, I think, in a helicopter. So I was in a helicopter flying over the reef, right? Like when we were visiting. Oh, sorry, my cam went crazy again.
You're
what is that? I just tried to get
not safe for work. You're blurred out there.
That thing from time to time does that. I don't know why. I'll just try to fix it. But anyway, so I'm flying in a helicopter because I was visiting Cairns back then, and then you saw this stream of brown mass of the rivers going into the ocean, when you're coming close to shore, and it's a lot. And I saw that from then. I saw it very often flying into the Gold Coast last time. There was like heaps of like water with brown masses just going in there, right? And that is all like humic acid too. So it's like from the rainforest where all the leaves just drop and then like decompose, and that's causing all this humic acid, that brown dark water, like we know from the Amazon, for example, right? And that's actually it's binding a lot of like toxins, and that's why we call it detox, right? So we made it literally for copper, because there was issues with copper back then, because people are dosing it. They were dosing it to bleach their corals, right? So that happened. Was a good time, but then we needed something, and I'm going again. But you can hear me, right? You can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Now you're back.
Yeah, so and we needed something to detoxify it quickly. And that was good because you don't need to do a water change, so you add detox and it's fine. But apparently it's really good for fish too. It's good for parasites. It's good, like going against parasites and stuff. So it is used very much in freshwater too for the black water. So a lot of people freshwater buying that product to create that that Amazon kind of black water situation, and it's really good for the fish. So anyway.
All right.
It's like I think you should have, definitely, when you're running into issues with metals, for sure.
We got 2 questions already. So the first is, can I send in a Triton ICP test I got 3 years ago?
Yeah, you can. Especially when there's a barcode on it. Then you can still do that. If not, there will be a card. So we're doing that for so long, but 3 years ago should be barcode. Should be fine. No problem.
And then
it's actually crazy.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I was going to say, it's crazy how we still get these old test kits come in, Ehsan. Like you'll get them from 5-6 years ago. Someone's put it in the box in the cupboard somewhere, and they come across it, and they often send in messages and can we do it?
In Germany last time we had a guy sending still a card. So that was really old times. That test is maybe over 12 years old or something, because we went to barcodes pretty quick. But before the barcodes, we still having tests coming back from before the barcode age. Like there was only us literally having an ICP in the whole world, right? There was that times. Like it was absolutely crazy. It's funny. Hey, just quickly, but there's not like 3 years old water in that test, right? So you're not going to test just to make sure, because we had a lot of things, you know. Once there was a guy, he sent empty ones, like there was no water there. So
that's the air.
Yeah, just to let you know, like, okay, so.
Okay, we got a bunch of questions. Let's rapid fire them. So RTN, ST, and X, they work by shock ?
Yes, mostly. Yeah, they work best by shock. You know, you can dose them over a long time. Like you can dose them into your water. It will work a little bit too, but the shock treatment is what is really effective. You know, that's.
Would ST and X help with LPS that are going through STN, or is it a different bacteria?
It's not. We're not basing it on a specific bacteria, so you can try. It's not harmful anyway. So if you do it, it's anyway good for your coral, and if it helps, it helps, right? So it's like we never went, scientifically to go for one type of bacteria. That's too hard, you know. Like this is just not realistic. So what we try is to have a generic solution that like I think possibly Julian as a biologist already explained that affects the environment of the bacteria, and that environment is for every bacteria. So then it would kind of cause disruption in their growth and stuff, and that's hurting them. So that's the shock that works. You know, it would work with anything that is bacterially affected. So realistically, just give it a try. You know, that will be good. You know.
I think this is in reference to detox. Does it raise pH?
No.
Okay.
Detox won't.
All right. Well,
yeah.
Okay, that's the rapid fire questions. So I think
good.
We've already burnt up 20 minutes, so I think it's time. So there's this problem that you've made us all have to deal with, which is you brought ICP testing to the industry, and I get an ICP test, and then I have to order 50 billion bottles from you, and it makes me hate you. It makes me not want to order 50 billion bottles, because then I have to do little droppers. But now you created the problem, but now you have a solution. So tell us, how have you fixed this pain?
Julian, you go. You love that. You go.
Yeah, well, I think that, like you said, Ehsan's found the solution. But no, I think the Master Your Trace Element subscription is really about giving people a very customized, bespoke mix of trace elements that their tank needs, which obviously comes off the back of a monthly ICP test kit that's sent to them. You receive it at our US lab in LA, and we're able to test it and then formulate, based on their results, exactly which trace elements need to be elevated. And if there's already the right level of certain traces in there, then we obviously don't add a mix. So it really gives people a very, one most importantly, I think, resolution of what is going on in their water chemistry. And obviously, if there's deficiencies, it allows you to add whatever's required and only what's required. And then you avoid all the accumulation issues from, a lot of generic trace element mixes. You'll keep adding whether it's being pulled out or not. I think the other benefit, depending on the aquarium, is that it probably puts you one step closer towards not having to water change. Because I think that when you look at why people do water changes, it's a question I always ask. There's generally three answers. I'm water changing to reduce nutrient. I'm water changing to bring up my trace elements, bring them up where they need to be. Or three, both. They're trying to do both. So, but if you really do the math, and it's not hard to actually do the figures, you can see that at 10%, even 15, 20%, you're not going to actually generate enough to bring the trace elements up or even bring your nitrates, phosphates down. So we really look at how do you change a system to deal with nutrient. That's one side. But the trace element problem, this fixes it because it constantly is giving availability of the important trace elements to the coral. So it's a bit of a challenge.
Yeah. Oh, can you?
I keep doing that. I don't know why I keep stopping. So instead of 1 billion bottles now, it's one bottle for 1 month, and it's just taking care of.
Yeah. So, literally yes. And we're right now we're we're going to reveal something here that is coming up. The reality of ICP testing is that it is super helpful, but it's only for like 20% of the customers, right? So it's still a niche in the niche, you know, like it's not like everybody's doing it. And why I always ask myself why, but it is because of these bottles, like you say. So realistically, when I created it, I created it for a little amount of people, not for the masses, right? And when we dived into this as a company and looked at why is that, like why are not more people doing ICP testing and stuff, it is because of the bottles. It is because of the inconvenience, like you say, to buy then, you know, the bottles. Also, it is coming with a bit of a trust issue, you know. So it's like, oh yeah, I'll buy this test, send it in, and then I get it back, and then they'll tell me I need to buy all the 10 bottles, and I'll spend so much money on it, right? Which is kind of correct, you know. It's like it's a bad situation for trust. So we try to solve this issue by saying, no, it's not complicated. You get the benefit of the testing because the testing has so many benefits. Not only dosing. Dosing is like 20, maybe 30% nowadays when we do all our science to it, but 70% is to see what problems you have in the tank, like what are your mistakes, right? And that's something that when you do the testing regularly, you get super successful anyway. But you won't do it because then you kind of say, oh, I need to do all the bottles again. You know, like it's always this turnaround. So what we did with the subscription is it's taking all this away. So even if everything is missing right now, we would put it in a bottle anyway, and it doesn't cost you more anyway, because we care for it, right? So it's not like you're going to, we trick you. We can't trick you, right? So it's not the way it works. So nowadays, it's good. It would be good for us if everything is green and we don't need to put anything in a bottle, but always we put something in a bottle that you need, right? And you know, the people can actually calculate much better, right? And when we released it, there were so many maintenance people showing up at the booth. Like that was unbelievable because they can calculate it better too. Like for everybody, it's much better to calculate what does my tank need? This month I need potassium, this month I need fluoride, this month I need this. So you're ending up with all this cost that is not calculable, and that's not nice too. So we actually created it for something, but then it was grown to something that is so much better because we didn't even think about all these opportunities and possibilities, you know. And there's one more thing that I realized on the show, because I've given talks on these shows, right? And people are sitting there and listening to me, and I'm talking about all this stuff, but then they come obviously with questions that they have in their mind beforehand, right? And one of these questions is always like, what is vanadium doing? What is chromium doing? What is manganese doing? What is, you know? And right now we have so much like pseudoscience, you know, that people make up really massive like write-ups on Facebook and in the internet, just telling you what manganese is doing, while nobody knows, you know, but I just put it up because people want that answered. And the question is, why do you want that answer? Why do you want to know? Why the average guy wants to know what vanadium is doing, right, in his tank? And it is always because you want to know which element to buy first. When you have your ICP test, because you don't want to buy all of the bottles, right? So you don't want you want the benefits that are best to you, right? And that is now solved so nicely. Literally, there was a guy coming up to me saying, you know, I saw the video with you and Salem on you know, after the show when we were talking about fluoride, where I'll make fluoride, I'll make it down, right? Because I'm not using it, I don't believe in it. And he's like, so I'm not ordering fluoride. And I said, well, you know, in future, that's not going to be a problem for you. You're a subscriber anyway, and we will add fluoride to this mix bottle. So you'll end up not caring about it. Whatever I say doesn't matter, because you will have fluoride in that bottle if you want, and that's it. And you're not paying extra for it. And that is the psychological thing to it, you know. So it's like all the benefits anyway, and you don't even need to know what benefits. You will get them all anyway. That is kind of the real power of this subscription, you know. And that's something that I think a lot of people kind of do not realize, that is making ICP testing broadband. So nowadays it makes sense for everybody. Like you go do the subscription, you're fine, you sort it, like you do your system, whatever it is, 2-part, Core 7, calcium reactor, doesn't matter. And then you have a subscription, cares for everything else, and you're done. And that is really successful. We will see it. We'll see it already, so it's a good thing. Yeah.
I think the biggest questions for most people for this is A, how much does it cost? And then B, the other one I always see is, you could mix them in one bottle. How does that work? So maybe those are the two to talk about next.
Yeah. So you go the pricing, Jules, because that's out of your head. And I will go, how do you mix it in one bottle?
Yeah, well, we have different tiers, obviously, for the pricing. So it's 12-month subscription, and it goes monthly, charged monthly. So at the 100-gallon for $79.99. We have 250 up to 100 gallon, up to 250 gallon for $99.99. Then the next tier up is the 450 gallon, which is $109.99. Up to the final tier, up to 600, which is $119.99. We then have the option, if you have larger systems, to come to us and speak to us about it, and we can provide effectively a customized price that fits your system depending on the size.
I just want to say, we already figured out higher pricing too, because there's kind of people coming to us, a lot of them, and it might be online already. So you need to check it out, because we went up to, like, I think 4,000 gallon or 3,500 gallon. It might be you can already choose it, so you can. Online, you can see all the pricing anyway. So I'm not sure, but I think it is. So we had the 40s when we released it, but I think Dita, Joe, and like we created the other pricing already, and it might be online already. So just check it out, and that's America only, right? So we are right now expanding to other places. The pricing will be different. Okay, just to let you know. It's just because of every country has its different kind of little things, and we need to care for them. Yeah. So if that answers the question. And then there is what was it?
How is it all mixed in one bottle? Because people are used to single elements, so the idea of throwing it all in one is kind of a shift for sure.
Yeah, so that's pretty easy to answer. So we created the single elements, right? Anyway, so we created a basic line of it anyway. And then years ago, people asked us for being able to dose it with a doser. Okay, so because then you will need a 10 dosing head doser if you want to go single, right? It's kind of not really good. So we created, actually back then, a solution that you can go online and you can calculate how much you can mix your own little bottle. So that's years ago. It's online right now. A lot of people use it worldwide. So they create their own little bottle and then put it on the doser. And that works because you know what elements you put in there. You can use chelators. We use chelators in ours for a lot of things, because you can't keep them otherwise for a long time. But realistically, when you mix something like that in a lab, you can do more than somebody at home, right? So you can put other chelators in, for example, that you don't have at home, right? It's not just water, okay? You can do a lot of things to it. But the main thing is chemical reactions is what you're looking at. What this question is coming of is you think all these elements will possibly like collide with each other or react with each other, right? And some of them would if they wouldn't be protected. But all these reactions take time. So chemical reactions that people know, from calcium and whatever alkalinity, when you put them together, like it's all white right away. That is a very strong reaction. That takes, because there's a lot of elements and stuff in it, and it just right away goes, right? But chemicals do not react that quick with each other. Some of them take longer, way longer, okay? So it comes to the question of shelf life of elements. That means that you mix them together, how long it takes for them to react to each other. And because we're doing it every month, that's not a long time to keep elements, right? When you see the element mixes from the past, right, where you have element, and nowadays people are doing that too. They're still selling a mix of elements in one bottle, you know, like they call it things like whatever in one, or whatever it is, right? So you have ABC, you have all this stuff, and it's all mixed in one bottle, and it's on the shelf for like 5 years, right? So that is a totally different thing than mixing a custom bottle after a test and ship it to you right away, and you use it up in a month. That is a totally different story, right? So it again gives you other possibilities. And people, you know, if we would mix it for 3 months, yeah, we would have a problem. They will be different, you know, because it will be more elements in there. It will be, you know, it will be way harder to keep them stable. So it's just like, it's the time, the fourth dimension you need to think of when it comes to chemistry, when these things are gone into one bottle. But now we right now leaving out some stuff too, you know, like, so for example, fluoride is not in there, like I said before, right? But we're planning to put it into the subscription, but fluoride will react very quickly with a lot of things. So that is something that comes then in a second bottle, and we are working right now on that, right? So it's not like we can't do impossible things, but what we can do is still delivering a second bottle. And that's the plan right now. I reveal it here, right? And then you have more cover. So you have fluoride, bromide, boron, you know, all the stuff that is hard to get, potassium maybe, you know, like, so it's just like that next level of it. And it's just nice to see how the subscription is growing into something stronger and stronger every day, you know? So it's just a lot of work for us. You know, you don't have any work with it, but we have. So yeah. We need to make it work, you know.
So that segues good into Greg's question. Greg says, how long until fluoride is included?
Well, I don't like to promise things, Greg. I like to under promise and over deliver. That's what Julian always told me, always, and we're really keeping that mentality. So we're not saying a date, but it's not far away. So the other thing that I want to say is what we're working on right now is to upgrade that. That means that everybody that is on a subscription right now would just, without paying any extra, have that on top. That is the real powerful one to it, you know. But like I say, it is a lot of work. We have a lot of things going on right now. We are growing really quick in America. That's just amazing. Like I don't know, it might be I'm a bit overwhelmed over Christmas time now because everybody's gonna, you know, but it is really good. So I try to finish it this January. So that is the goal, you know. It just make it a bit harder to do this in the time of Christmas, because we will have a lot of issues Christmas time. Shipping stuff is harder at Christmas time, you know, like everything will slow down and have, you know, there's packets lost in Christmas time, so much shipments going on, so you know how it is. People won't work. Yeah, so I do not want to bring it now because that will be really harmful, but maybe in January when everything is recovering, you know. Go, Jules, sorry.
Yeah, I just before I forget to mention, it's just so everyone understands, it's a customized mix. So obviously we do the test, we look at what's needed, we have the option to put all those things that are needed in the bottle. We actually optimize it, even we'll give it more customization for the customer, because they may not want to put fluoride in. So what the option is always given to whoever's subscribed. They can actually go in there, and if they don't want to have fluoride, they don't put it in, they take it out. So before they confirm the formulation, then they say, yep, go ahead. Or they can even possibly just go submit all, happy with how whatever you want to put in there. So it's as easy or as customized as you want to make it.
Yeah, and that's very important, because, you know, when you have some of the elements, and we're right now looking at that too, Julian and me and, you know, the guys here, we're looking at some of these elements in elevated amounts. They come in in waves, you know, they might not be all the time present in nature, but just come up high and then go away. Like the temperature right now is going up, and then all of them spawn because of the time and of the year. So it's not like corals live permanently the same life, you know, not that it's not true. So it's good sometimes to, you know, when you have cyanobacteria or something, to leave out some elements, right? And that is something that we give you the possibility to, because we obviously can't see it, right? So you decide on some parts too. And yeah, there's a lot of information on that side coming too. Yeah, it is quite interesting. It feels like a new kind of reef keeping to me. You know, it's pretty cool. I really love it. You know, so I want to do it on my own. You know, on my own tank, like kind of.
I'm actually surprised, Ehsan, because you're looking at the people who have subscribed. You can see there's a lot of you know, new to the marine hobby customers. People who've had a tank for less than a year, and they really, I think, and I said this, I think 100 times at Reef Appaloosa, I think a lot of people get into the hobby not to become chemists, not to become experts in water chemistry. They got into our hobby. They love coral and fish, and that's what they want. That's what they want out of the hobby. They just want to look at their fish and coral and watch everything grow. Yeah, and it's daunting. That's why Ehsan said a lot of people don't get into ICP because it just seems like too much. So this subscription really allows people to, again, not worry about water chemistry, just focus on their coral and fish.
This is a really good one. I talked to Linda last time, right? Said that was funny, and it's like, so now there's a lot of people with gardens over here, right? Because garden, like you can see my garden, right? Like behind me, like all of, it's crazy. The things that gone massive and crazy. And
call it a jungle, mate. It's a jungle.
It's jungle. It's a jungle, right? Yeah, it is a jungle. It's the jungle behind my house. But what is the reality is, so what do these people do? They get a house with a garden, but not all of them do the gardening on their own, right? So you get a gardener because he knows how to treat the lawn. He knows how to, you know, all these little things that is a science on its own. And you just enjoy your garden. Every week he's coming, mowing, you know, I see that all the time here. Like that's the reality of the world, right? And this subscription is the gardener for your aquarium. It is the gardener. It's the guy that you pay monthly. He's coming, he's sorting it. There's no need for you to think about it. You just enjoy your fruits coming out of it. You know what I mean? Like that is really what it is. And I think we're really moving towards that. You know, I know there's people doing maintenance. You know, that's true, and we're making their lives easier. But it's that movement that ICP is taking now, and nobody else could do it. I mean, we created it, but that is kind of the movement that you see right now in reef keeping, and I like that because it will be a very healthy one. People will have very healthy and happier tanks. You know, that's what it is.
And I think also just even the power of the monthly testing for resolution on their water. Taking the trace element side out of it, you have the benefit of seeing a problem that's potentially trending before you're losing coral. And I don't know how many times I get people urgently, you know, desperately wanting to get their results because they've had a loss, they're losing coral, and they want to find out what's going on. Whereas you're not going to have that situation with the subscription. You'll see if a magnet's let go before you're losing corals. You'll see if there's something that's been dropped in your sump without a screw or something before it becomes an issue. And I think that's going to save more coral and make people more successful. Then that's a big part of it. That's in my eyes.
It's the biggest part. The monthly looking over it, that is, you know, it's really good. Yeah. There's somebody asking, is there a discount, a year discount? No, mate, this is like a year of subscription, but we have a discount on right now. So it's 30% off, I think, for the first month. And because Black Friday, it's still Black Friday, isn't it? So you go, it's still Black Friday sales. You go now, you get a discount. You know, so for everybody, actually, everybody is listening right now.
But I think it's not 30. It's not 30% on the subscription though, Ehsan. Is that right?
Yeah, it is. I think it's first month 30% off. I think it is.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. Yeah, it's first month 30% off. So it's not like the whole year. It's just the first month. But that is realistically, I mean, we can't discount it that much. It's a lot of work. But we're already putting fluoride and bromide on top of it. Just don't do that to us. But yeah, it is. It's definitely. And then we have shop wide 30%. We have shop wide 30%. We also have carbon back in stock. A lot of people are asking that too. Carbon back in stock in America, very good. And right now 30% off. So just go and smash it. That's what it is. Yep. Sorry.
Yeah, I think that, we talked about testing every month. That's probably the best insurance policy you can have, because with corals, you got to be proactive, not reactive. If there's an issue, I mean, it's usually too late once you know there's an issue. So I agree that I think that testing once a month is really important, especially if you're going to be doing trace element supplementation. You need to know if you had a little bit of a swing, the pH was too high or too low, consumption could have changed. You might have too high of nickel or something now, and then you need to know for next month of what it needs to be.
Exactly. You also go to shows and buy some coral. You change things, like I in that time, we're doing it like 18, 19 years now, right? So my daughter Lani turned 18, just got out of school. She's gone to uni now, which is, I'm very proud. She got a $10,000 scholarship. I love it. That's good. But what is very, very important is we try to kind of educate people. We have a Triton method, which is holistic from the start, to try to avoid mistakes. But this is a hobby, Salem. It's a hobby. So people don't do that just because they're very kind of focused. They try a lot of things. They listen to a lot of people. And you cannot inhibit that. Never. You go to a shop, there's 10 million different things on the shelf. All of them have a different philosophy. If they have any philosophy, everybody's kind of on it, right? And selling it. There's people right now selling bottles without having an ICP at all, right? Like, they just sell bottles on top of other people doing an ICP test. That's, for me, it's just making no sense at all. But people are doing that, right? So you cannot reach everybody and educate everybody. But that is making that testing so important. When somebody's doing the Triton method, he normally is fine with every 3 months doing an ICP test, because the Triton method is kind of a bubble that inhibits mistakes, right? So you like doing everything right all the time. Like we see our tank, it's the amount of time we spend with that tank for the results are impressive. That's what is the Triton method, right? But not everybody is doing a Triton method. And even people doing the Triton method, they still try some foods, some diet, some this. And it is the part of the hobby that you experiment. That's the nice thing. Where nobody else, when nobody else was before, like the Star Trek kind of thing, right? That's the beauty to our hobby. And therefore, the monthly testing makes sense for a lot of people, right? It's anyway, still, I was saying it, not too much making sense for the people running the Triton method already, right? So that would be a convenient thing. It's still better resolution. You still get your mistakes earlier if there is a mistake, and you can still do a mistake. But yeah, that you need to have that in mind too, But we realize that a lot of people are much more successful with their monthly one because they do all these changes to their tank, And not everybody is like that straightforward to not do any changes.
Yeah, we got another question here. ER Net says, I'm really curious to know if trace elements cannot be pegged to alk or calcium consumption, because it seems to work roughly well enough. So do you need ICP testing? Can you base it on alk and calcium consumption, trace elements?
Yeah, no, you can't. That's just not possible, because so alk and calcium, they are related to each other somehow. If you look at the calcification of a coral, it will take a specific amount of alkalinity and a specific amount of calcium, put them together and build the skeleton, right? That is something you could calculate. While even that is hard, because you have other things that use the alkalinity with, for example, magnesium. Like, let's say your coralline algae. So right then, you already get a miscalculation. So you cannot like do a foundation of calcium and alkalinity without having the understanding of the magnesium consumption. And the same counts for strontium, right? The same counts maybe for barium, something like that. So you end up already having issues there in the 2-part. And when you look at 4 parts around the world, people are already dosing different amounts of calcium and higher amounts of alkalinity, for example, and they're not calculable matching to each other already. Okay? So if you look at that, there's literally no relation between calcium and zinc or alkalinity and zinc because they are not used together. Calcium and alkalinity, like I said, are used together. They bound one calcium carbonate. They bound one kind of molecule that is needed. But zinc is, for example, needed as a battery for enzymes in your aquarium, right? So that is used with something totally different and is not related at all to alkalinity. So it might be related to some kind of growth in your tank, but not to the alkalinity consumption. So you do not have anything that works out that way. It is just based on luck. So yes, I agree. For some people, the mix just work fine, and they're lucky, but the percentage is quite low. You tend to accumulate stuff, and then you need to do a water change to get the accumulation away. That is how it worked in the past, and that water change then makes you a little bit more successful, but still you have the same problem. You do not add what is needed. You add whatever in there by luck and hope that you hit a specific amount, and that's fine. And you can do that this way, but obviously the better way is measuring and replacing, right? And in the early days of my company, I did talks and people were asking this question and saying like, why do you need an ICP and whatever? And I said, well, you can also run a tank without measuring your calcium and magnesium and your alkalinity. You can just dump in and hope the best, right? This is what I said. And then I said, how many people in this audience actually do that? And nobody was doing it. Everybody was measuring the calcium, measuring the alkalinity, measuring the magnesium, and add it. And that is the right way to do it. So you do it with the ICP, exactly with the trace elements too. That's why it went through the roof. That's why our idea, that creation that we did with the ICP, went all over the world and is so successful because it just works that way. It's a logical thing, right? So a bit longer, sorry, but sometimes need to explain it a bit better.
Can't hear you, mate.
Dude, this mic is annoying me.
We don't hear you breathing or something. Just leave it on.
When I type in the chat, it's like, and it just sounds like an explosion. So I mute it then I forget. Yeah, so I've got the QR code up right now if you want to sign up for the subscription. Like Ehsan said, 30% off the first month right now. I'm going to shortly change the QR code back to the saltwater aquarium one where you get a free ICP test. So we talked about, detox. We talked about RTNX, STNX. I'm thinking of those easy things people can pick up to get a free ICP test to get their foot in the door with this. Maybe Infuse. I think that's a really cool product that no one really has an equivalent of. If you guys want to talk about how that was developed, that's a pretty unique story, I'd say.
Julian still wants to rename it. He hates the name.
Yeah, I think it's misleading. It should be parrotfish poo.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Julian, you wanna explain how we got it? It's
I guess again,
I mean,
inspired
there's
by
videos of it too. There's videos of it too. Linda is going after the poo. Go.
Yeah, you can see Linda chasing parrotfish around, catching their poo. But yeah, it's something you see on the reef when you're out there diving. These big schools of parrots come across and they're munching on the actual coral, the rock, and they're passing directly over the acroporas and the other coral, and they're just raining down this kind of solid sediment, nutrient rich material, which the corals obviously kind of copying constantly, and that's obviously the the parrotfish are associated to the reef, is where they're feeding, and their waste is really distributed across the reef. So I think Ehsan calls the diving spot, because everyone names the diving spots over here. We've got beautiful names like, Blue Hole and, rainbow patches, and Ehsan calls this one the toilet. So go on, mate. You talk about the toilet.
The toilet. Yeah. So there was this spot where Linda was diving, and there was pretty much like different types of parrotfish too. So we looked at even maybe the different types of parrotfish would create different poo, and then maybe there are differences between them. We didn't found any, not yet, right? Just so distribution of coral may be linked to what kind of parrotfish is around, right? Well, it'll be cool for collectors to know, for example. We'll see a parrotfish, say, oh, there's strawberry shortcake around, so something like that. But what the reality is, it is an enormous amount. Like you think this thing just goes and poos one time, right? But that's literally not happening. It just permanent. I was chasing. I had that in my talk in America last time. I had a video of this. I'm chasing them, and they're pretty much pooing in my face, like permanently. Oh. You're right. You know what I mean? Like it's just, and it's like sand, right? But what is important to know is that sand is all the different sizes of particle. So it's not one size. It's like it actually, one of them always rains down, like it looks like a comet goes downwards, and then it's having a dusty kind of thing coming out of it. Yeah, like a tail, like a comet. And the big stuff falls on the ground, and it's sand. But the other dust actually floats in the ocean, and you can see that on the video. You need to watch that video. I have it online. And you can see that this floating stuff still stays afloat. Some of it slowly goes down. Some of it actually goes up, right? So it's not like it. And that's something that coral with the different polyp size literally all can eat. So it's having the right size for each coral. That was the main goal of creating Enfuse, which then Enfuse is just a carrier. So what you do is, we wanted to have something that is giving people the possibility to reduce the amount of liquid they add into their tank, so don't create that much waste. And right now we have that. So you use Enfuse literally it's a 2-component solution where you mix your amino acids, for example, into one solution. Then you add the other one, and then it creates that parrotfish poo, which crystallizes over whatever is in that solution. And then you add it into the tank, and the corals eat that different sizes and eat that amino acid or whatever it is with it. So you can use whatever you want. You even can use nitrate for that, right? And parrotfish poo is not white. It is yellow, right? So in the guts of them, there is something that is bound to it. It's not white like you would expect it to be, maybe just calcium carbonate, right? Just to let you know. So there's stuff to it. And we're still looking at it, and we're still trying to figure out if there's anything needed that we need to still add to it. But right now, it's a pretty good product. I use it in our tank. It's pretty good. It reduces your amount of food that you need for corals, if it's liquid, about 70%. So you only need 30% of what is written on the bottle. It's pretty good.
So yeah, if you're feeding any type of coral food, especially liquid stuff, phytoplankton, amino acids, like Ken from Hydrospace's stuff who was just on, this is a way to make it so you're saving money on that bottle and it lasts longer, because you're mixing it in a little living pill, a little package that mimics what corals are eating on reefs from parrotfish. So it's a way to get more bang out of your buck and target feed the corals in particular. So yeah, really, really interesting product. When I heard about that, I was like, at first, I was kind of disgusted. I was like, what? and seeing the videos, I was like, oh my God. But then the science behind it's really cool. And it also is a way that you can save money as a consumer. So that's even cooler. So
I think it also
goes. Sorry,
I was just going to say, I think, the reduction of, if you're adding liquid into your tank and your aquarium, and you think of how much goes over the weir and down into the filter, and, like that's adding extra nutrient and stuff to your aquarium. You know, if you can reduce that, if you're struggling to get your nutrients down, it's a really beneficial.
This is perfect because this is what I want to say, but also think about how much money you put in to get that nutrient out again.
Yeah.
That is important too. So you're not only, while reducing the wastage, you also reduce the money you put in to your filtration, to your, phosphate remover, to, you pay to get things out of your tank. And if you don't put them in, it's much better for the pocket again. Like, it's not only the 70% you save on the liquid, the food, it's also the amount you save to not change your phosphate remover that quickly, for example. Just to let you know, people do not think that far, but it is something that belongs to it.
Yes, we've got about 5 minutes left. So if anyone's got any questions, now is the time to type them in the chat. I put the QR code back to saltwateraquarium.com. So there's been about, 30 to 50 of you this whole time. So if half of the people here have not bought a Triton product, then there is an opportunity for a free ICP test. And say Infuse, Detox, RTN, and STNX are all very affordable products. So if you are wanting a free ICP test, this is a great opportunity. If you scan that QR code right there or use this link in the chat. And then if you want the subscription link again, let me know, and I'm happy to put that back in there. If there's no questions, is there anything that you guys wanted to touch on we didn't touch on? Maybe AL99 and versus GFO. That's kind of an interesting thing that you guys have going on for phosphates.
Yeah, it's not versus too much. It is an add-on. So we use aluminium base because our tanks normally don't produce that much phosphate. So an AL99 is aluminium based, which is then getting out a little bit more. It's more broadband, like it's going against barium, for example, arsenic. It's just taking a lot of other stuff out. While GFO would very much be more efficient on phosphate, like the ferric oxide kind of thing. And we do not have an iron-based one because there's good enough iron-based phosphate removers out there. We are a company that is innovative, so we don't want to produce something that actually exists already in a good way, so we only have a beneficial kind of thinking of producing things. But there was not a good aluminium one. That's why we produced it. And we still use GFO. So for example, Rover or Julian Sprung's GFO, it is Phospan. They are really good ones. We recommend them. And from time to time, we swap. So on our tank too, we go 6 months with AL99. So we change it every 1.5 months. And then we go 1 time GFO to just reduce the aluminium amount, But yeah, it's not a versus thing. It's something you use actually together, So not at the same time, but you should use it you should change between them from time to time. That's what we do very successfully, Humic acid's taken too. So AL99, very broad band, make your tank secure for a longer time. That is what the goal is.
Silicates too, he said.
Yeah, silicates taken it exactly. It's a very broad, attacks very broadly.
Absorber.
Let's say that. Yeah, it is. But not if you want efficiently PO4, I would possibly go GFO because that's just focused on phosphates. So yeah, not more to say about that, to be honest. Thank you.
A couple of other products that might be of interest. We've got infusion for people with calcium reactors who also have an algae filter of some sort, a refugium scrubber, turf scrubber, things like that, reactor. They can use the infusion to add. It's based on alkalinity consumption, so they just works out the dose rate for you, a calculator on our website, and they just add that, and they're effectively running full Triton base elements, kind of Triton method support for their algae filtration.
Yeah, and also people that run algae aquariums, like have seahorses and stuff, they use it too. They don't use it with alkalinity together; they just add it. But basically, they grow that macroalgae really nicely. So I've seen that in Brazil and a lot of places in the world. They buy infusion for their algae. That is something. If you keep macroalgae, you can do that very, very successfully. Because very old formulation too. We work on this every time, and changed it several times too. Like, it's very adapted to macroalgae, right?
Another quick one. biobase. We've got the UL&S, ultra low nutrient systems. So that's one that if people want to dose nitrogen and phosphorus because they want to put a bit more energy into their system, that's a very good. It's provided the ratio that Ehsan and his research into the different NCP ratio that is ideal for aquariums, not the Redfield ratio.
Not the Redfield.
Not the Redfield ratio. So that actually is just a dose that you can constantly be adding and know that you're not going to get that ratio out. The more you dose it, the more that ratio is actually reinforced.
Yeah, I created that. That's a really good one. To bring back the beginning of the tank. Remember when we start an aquarium and we put like live rock in there and stuff, and there's no fish in there, and all the little critters that are all over the place, like everywhere, and then they go away. Like after like 2 years or something, people lose them because the fish eat them or something. Like it actually kind of reduces that metabolism. And when you start biobase, that's what you kind of try to get back, and you will. Like it's coming back, all the little critters, and that's really good. Really good if you have fish that eat live food. Really good. So that's something that you need to have in mind too.
It supports the microfauna. You'd kind of say, that's what it really it provides energy that gets them going. So it's
to little things.
Adding pods.
Yeah, but also you can see your tanks. If you have a big tank, your tank, the fish, right? They will start chewing more on the rocks again because it grows the algae that every little stuff wants, but the tank, a tank likes that too. So you see them picking, and that's good behavior, good for the fish, So just to let you know, that's what it is. Yeah, good one, Jules. Good one. Didn't think about that right now. Yeah.
Last product I'm gonna plug, because it's related to NC and P ratios, is I think the most important test in the industry, which is the in-dock test.
Oh, no!
So, it's $34 right now on saltwateraquarium.com. But
we'll make it more expensive. I'll make it more expensive.
Ehsan wants to kill this service, but I want to keep it alive. So if you want to know if you're going to have coral disease, that is the most important test on the market. As long as you're in the green, you're good, and a lot of people aren't. So if you've never tested your organics, you should send in a test. So in-dock, $34 right now.
I think that the most important, we're obviously, and Ehsan is been against blind dosing. That's why he created Triton. If you're dosing amino acids, if you're dosing bacterial supplements, and you're not looking at doing an NDOC, then you're blind dosing. If you're adding NOPOX or some type of, nitrate reducing organic carbon product, and you're not doing an NDOC, you're blind dosing. So I think that's the thing that people don't understand. What is an NDOC? They don't really understand it. But if they are dosing those products, we can explain to you why that's important. Get a test.
Yeah, I created it 7-8 years ago. Now we're doing that for a long time. But I want to say that we still do it in Germany. So right now, because of the subscription, because we're so successful in America, we will possibly have a machine coming to America, right? But right now we still ship it over. So there is time that is you need to count in. It will take a bit longer to get the results, and that's why I'm saying no. Obviously, I truly believe in it, like Salem does, but it is a service that is not in America. That's what I want to say, right? So it will be. I'm working on it. More stuff to come too. The American lab will be pimped up quite a bit. So that's one of the things we're thinking of, and other things are coming too. MS is coming. We're not, recommending it, but people want it, so it's coming. And all of the stuff is planned for next year. So yeah, stay tuned. Stay tuned. We're coming to Orlando too. Come and talk to us. Might be a bigger booth, because the subscription is taken over, and we can sell it on the booth too. So that's a really good thing. We can talk to you. We can answer your questions there. Just stay tuned. A lot of things happening. It's good.
All right, final question, and then I gotta eat today. After that, I'm not ate today. Is expand a food? Is expand a food?
No, it's not. It's just reaction. It causes you It's not. It's yeah. Both of them, infuse and expand. You can't use them alone as standalone feeding product. It's not having any value food-wise. Just to let you know, there are tools to get response and reduce waste. That's what we're using them, because
feeding
right now,
feeding tools.
Yeah, feeding in an aquarium is horribly hard if it's not feeding a fish. It is what it is. It is wasteful like nothing else. And that's tools that are needed to do it. If you want to feed your coral, use this product. That's it. You want to, it's like the little thing Julian Sprung has, you know, that long kind of stringy thing and you put it on the coral, like
it's
targets that. That's the same thing. It's the same thing. It's a tool. Okay. Just use that.
All right. Well, thank you guys both for coming on. Like I say, I've got the QR code. So if you've not bought a Triton product, you want a free ICP test, you've still got a little bit of time to do that. And yeah, I appreciate you guys coming on tonight. I'm going to round this thing out and eat some Thanksgiving leftovers and go to sleep.
Go and eat a lot. Eat a lot.
I'm going to eat so much. All right. Thank you guys for coming on. Have a great day.
Have a good one. You take care, guys.
Bye. Bye. All right, everyone. Well, thank you for attending this first digital trade show. I'm going to put a final QR code here in the chat. So that's updated right now. And I've got a link I've pasted there below. If you would like to support me by, you can pay me a little donation amount, buy me some coffee or buy some merchandise. That would be very much appreciated. It helps me out quite a bit. So thanks for coming to the event today. I'm going to have all of these uploaded. So this time I did not go over 24 hours and did not break the system. So all of this will be on YouTube, cross-platform. I'll have some little snippets of some interesting parts. There was a lot of, new lighting, new foods, MS coming to America, a lot of really exciting announcements on this that are going to be talked about for the weeks to come. So thank you all for tuning in, and be sure to subscribe to me on all channels. And happy holidays, everyone. Hopefully you had a good Thanksgiving and this was of value to you. I'll catch you all next time, and I'm going to go eat some leftovers now. See ya.